Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LPL Brawl Stars Asia Pacific Tour. My name is Blue Panda. Joining me on the mic tonight, once again, is Teddy. Thank you to Supercell for partnering with LPL to bring us this tournament and two more just like it throughout the remainder of the year. Teddy, I mean, we've talked about it time and time again, how important tournaments like this are for those up-and-coming teams that find themselves struggling a bit in the monthly cups. It's somewhere for them to learn and improve.
Yeah, I feel like this is the perfect bridge from like community events towards tier 1 competitive for the APAC region. It's an amazing opportunity for so many players.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen some of those up-and-coming teams really show what they're capable of, but it isn't just this part of the tournament. There's been a whole qualifier that we've played through as well. 4 regions, Asia, the majority of Asia, rather, composing the bulk of the tournament. East Asia, Southeast Asia, Oceania, and South Asia have played off for a spot in this tournament. It was a single elim best-of-5 format with the top 2 teams from each region qualifying into this final stage. They've played through a double elim best-of-5 bracket to get to this point with the top 3 teams who will make it into the money at the end. And look, it's been an interesting run. There is still potential for that to be taken away, that top prize. And speaking of, there is some money on the grabs. They're not doing it just for the clout. They're not doing it just for the experience. They're actually playing for a prize pool of $6,000. $3,000 first place. Teddy taking a cool half of that prize pool. And we've got 2 more events just like it throughout the year. So that is going to stack up if you have a really good run here at the LPL Brawl Stars APAC Tour.
Yeah, since this is day 2 as well, this means the matches that are happening now are going to be decisive regarding whether you're even going to make any money or not through this event. So this is an important day for those players.
Now, we started with 8 teams yesterday. We are now down to 6 as we have progressed through the bracket. And unfortunately, Teddy, I have to tell you, we're sending another couple of teams home to start the day off. We're starting down the lower bracket with Washed, Revenant, Motivated, and Next Level taking each other on. I mean, Teddy, starting out yesterday, would you have thought that it was 3R Gaming facing Crazy Raccoon in that upper bracket semi-finals?
Well, I think that Crazy Raccoon was kind of like, you know, something a lot of people assumed would be happening. 3R Gaming is definitely the surprise, as you said. Next Level were some of the favorites here to make it through the top side of the bracket, but they are in the lower bracket now. They have a second chance here against Motivated. That also looked really strong, so it's going to be an interesting series for sure.
You know, I mean, those that may not know, Next Level actually, Team Angelic playing under a slightly different name, third-seeded team, rather, at the moment in the competitive APAC scene. But Teddy, that's not our first match. We've got another one to start the day off with, of course, coming into our first matchup of the day. It's going to be an interesting one. Washed have had a decent run. They've looked all right, but the name definitely feels a little bit apt. They're not quite the team that they once were, feeling a little bit of rust at the moment.
Definitely so. It's a team that are unretired for this event, meaning that they're not on the top of their game, that's for sure. The game has changed a lot as well in the last couple of years, but in their first lower bracket match, we could see that their experience was still very valuable. They were able to sweep through that Indian Fresh roster. I think that the problem now is that Revenant are the more experienced, the more current team. So I don't think that experience is going to go that long of a way this time around.
And I think Revenant, being the other Indian team in this competition out of South Asia, are probably looking to avenge their fallen brothers in Team Fresh. But looking at this setup and what we've got to go on, Washed versus this Revenant roster, having a look at our first match of the day. Teddy, what are you thinking in terms of these brawlers that we're going to start this first match off with?
I like what I'm seeing across the board so far. It seems pretty standard. I think we've had some interesting ideas explored so far on this map. I think that Eve is probably one of the more exotic picks here on the side of Revenant. Not an unheard of pick, though, on Shooting Star. It's the same maps as yesterday, by the way, so no big surprises here. I think that Eve is definitely yeah, the spice here in this draft. All the rest are all brawlers that we've seen at least once before when it comes to this map yesterday.
Well, the something's obvious though. Ping claiming the first kill. It's traded back. Luckily, Sergeant on for a 2-piece, so they are going to get those stars. They've also picked up the blue star in the middle as well. So Revenant having that early advantage now puts the onus in the hands of Wash to try and make a play and try and steal some of those bounty stars away. But for the most part, Revenant quite happy to force the issue, whereas Wash don't seem too keen on a fight.
Yeah, what's kind of crazy is that Surgeon picked up 2 kills post-mortem, meaning that he did not give any, he didn't get any extra stars on his head, which you usually get when you get a kill, right? Because he was already dead. So this is gonna disrupt the star economy just a little bit, getting into the later stages of this game. It's gonna make it even harder for Wash to get a comeback, because instead of having 4 stars up his head, he only has 2 right now.
Well, we have had a few supers up and that baby boom coming out of Prime. More than anything, I think it's just going to be used to corral Wash back even further into their own spawn. Raz has the hand, should they choose to use it. But, I mean, already you can see Revenant, even in the position they're in, just constantly kiting, constantly bullying Wash. If they wanted to make a play, they're going to cop a decent amount of punishment for it. And, whoa, Sergeant just alive off the back of that.
Few seconds left in this one. They need a lot of kills if they want to turn things around. It's going to be a trade here, but 6 stars difference. They can't catch up as Captain Rocks has been very far away from the action on the left-hand side. Very nicely done by Revenant. A clean opening game. A little bit worrisome in the first few seconds as Surgeon died early on, but then suddenly I saw that 2 players were poisoned, were going to fall, and honestly, I mean, he couldn't have been happier with that start.
Yeah, I mean, they played that pretty well. Going into the second round, I mean, this Eve has proven to be a bit of a nuisance. Wash not quite sure what they want to do to try and deal with it. Being able to jump away with that gadget as well, it just gives you that bit of added security. Raz in a bit of trouble, forced off on this Gene. And already, yeah, just that early bit of damage onto the Gene gives Revenant the priority that they need to move on up. And Sergeant takes 1, 2, and they snipe a third away courtesy of Captain Rocks. And that is a 7-0 lead to start off the second round.
Yeah, crazy connections as well from Surgeant. He does get tagged. Low HP has to fall back. Prime and Surgeant still trying to keep the pressure up on that right-hand side. Another kill from Prime. Aaron also gonna fall. Surgeon will live through that shot, and it's a bit of a stomp here so far as Surgeon finds Raz. Revenant up 17 stars already. They're still a minute down on the clock, and they're 2 kills away from ending this game.
Yeah, this is getting a bit rough. Wash being really put through the ringer, ironically enough. But Raz wants to step out, try and make something happen. Sergeant is going to step on up, but it's Pride to claim the final start. They killed it. Bright Camel's back, so to speak, and, well, Wash get absolutely monstered out of shooting stars. I mean, to be fair, that's kind of what we expected. Again, this Revenant roster, very capable, even not playing without their core.
Yeah, so far this has been looking super clean from Revenant, let's be honest here. Watch, they have a little bit of a ping advantage here too, and yet it doesn't really seem like they can figure a way out of this trouble. I think that maybe what they need to try to explore is some more like aggressive ideas. This is what we saw a lot of other teams do against Revenant. I think that, I mean, Raccoon did that, but it's just their general playstyle anyways. But more importantly, it was motivated yesterday in the first match they played against Revenant, where they were playing very aggressive brawlers in the first 2 sets, and it really made things trickier for Revenant to deal with it. And I think this is where there's a big challenge here for Wash, because those guys are not like on the top of their game right now. It's going to be hard for them to find the confidence to bring those like hyper aggressive brawler picks that are at the same time probably their path to success if they wanted to go for that.
Yeah, I mean, it's also something worth considering. You know, the Revenant team is used to playing on this sort of ping, so yeah, against a team like Crazy Raccoon, maybe 3R Gaming, maybe even Angelic, they could be punished for that ping difference. But you look at a team like Wash, they're very much a middle of the pack team. They are going to have a harder time punishing that ping delay because Revenant, I mean, you're playing your ranked games, your competitive games, and you're playing on the Hong Kong server anyway. So this is just their natural state of being in Brawl Stars.
Yeah, Revenant did a really good job at adapting to that as well here. And this is a set where they did struggle against Motivated yesterday. They lost on this map. They lost on the next one too. And so far, it really seems like all those sort of little mistakes are to be avoided. I think part of it is Washed kind of failing to capitalize and build a comp that gives them the biggest advantage. But for now, Revenant, honestly, not really much to say besides that it's clean, it's looking good, and they're looking confident. Watch need to try something a little bit different here. I think they need to bring that aggression into this next set here if they want to stand a bit of a chance, because hot zone is probably where things start to get more troublesome, as we saw yesterday.
I'm also imagining it probably has something to do with Revenant potentially doing their homework after yesterday and saying, look, we have this glaring issue that we need to deal with. So we're going to come into today strong. We want to make sure that making this lower bracket run, we put everything we possibly can into it. I mean, even with the one core player, you've still got a former player in Prime. You've still got Captain Rox, who's proved himself time and time again during this tournament. So I think realistically, Washed, more than anything, going to be a bit of a warm-up match for Revenant.
So far, it seems like that, but we saw yesterday some stories that went the unexpected way. I mean, Next Level was a huge upset, rather 3R Gaming having a huge upset against Next Level. We saw Motivate nearly sweeping through Revenant if it wasn't for that reverse sweep. So we've had those stories develop. I don't know if Washed is the team that would surprise us like that. So far, we haven't really seen those signs of life besides their match against Fresh yesterday, where they did look very dominant. It was a very clean victory on their end, but I think that Fresh was probably the 7th seed when it came to this tournament, and I think Washed are probably like 5th, 6th. There is a bit of a gap over there, but I think the gap is still really big between Revenant and Washed, and closing it, narrowing it down for Washed is going to be one of the biggest challenges of their careers so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, in this tournament, we know the maps and game modes, of course. I think a large portion of what determines the outcomes of these matches will be those drafts. And having a look at our two key players, the ones that we want to highlight for these two teams between Washed and Revenant, I mean, you just look at the numbers, Teddy. This is already a pretty significant gap before we even load into the server.
Yeah, the thing here as well to keep into account is that Surgent and Revenant therefore played 2 more sets when it came to their opening match, so they have a little bit more numbers to look at. And I think that the fact that he has a negative KD, big part of it also just comes from some of the comps they've played, where they didn't really require kills when you look at modes like Hot Zone or even Brawl yesterday, where they kind of like pushed through. They weren't getting a lot of kills, they were getting taken down, but one player would make it to the goal with the ball and would be able to score. Looking at the draft here so far, we're seeing some very interesting things. It's going to be a Kit Miko here, the first Kit Miko we've seen all day, or yesterday as well. No Kit Miko whatsoever. It is one of the staples nowadays of Knockout. It's a very interesting combination, and I love that they're bringing it in here. I think it's going to be very scary here for this Wash team to deal with, because I mean, you're about to discover new things, Billy.
Yeah, and we get the age-old APAC favorite, the one, you know, brawler that Teddy loves more than any other, Gray, being picked up there as well. And Sergeant on this Miko, he's looking to get up very close and personal. The super is there and ready and available. Prime, they're going to jump on in. But Sergeant copping some big damage on the jump. Where is he going to get? Prime picks up that kill onto Aaron. It's pretty impressive, the cane going wide. But, I mean, look, you could probably call that a little bit cheesy, but it's getting the job done for Revenant. They have a 2v1 now. What does No Ping do? What's the game plan? He's going to cop some shots from this Grey. Captain Rox is just doing this exactly the way that he needs to. Just chip away at No Ping. He's going to get the HP back. But Teddy, I mean, what are you going to do as an RT into a Kit Grey?
It's a difficult situation here for No Pink, and I think he knows it as well. Picking the gas here to not feed any more supers. Honestly, I think this comp is just much better on the Revenant side. It seems like something that was overlooked. It is not always the easiest to draft in, but the Kit Miko is such a threat. I mean, look at that. So dynamic, so much damage as well. Aaron doesn't stand a chance. Razel might be able to find Surgeon, but Prime will be able to get the trade anyways. No Pink does manage to turn it into a 1v1, and actually, in theory, probably a better 1v1 for RT. Does get pulled now. Captain Rox with some nice connections, and he's able to get the kill here. Got a little bit close, but Revenant still comfortable, still confident with their plays here, and it's all calculated there as well. The great TP, even though he survived, was only 600 HP, he knew he would survive after that TP, so it was very well played, not even really that much of a risk, and overall, I have to say, Revenant playing very impressively so far.
Yeah, I mean, when you've been playing competitively at the level that Revenant have for so long, it's not really a gamble anymore, it's a calculated risk. But the calculations pay off, and this Miko kit combo is such an infuriating one. All of a sudden, you clear out the Miko, and then, well, it turns out, yeah, you know what? There was an added layer to this combo. It's Kit on Sergeant's back, and then all of a sudden, Kit's then mopping it up. Captain rocks in. Aaron running for his darn life on the tick. What? Yeah, okay, Prime's just chilling. He's sitting watching. They're just corralling him into a corner. This is prime time New Zealand Brawl Stars action. We are a country that is known for its farming. And unfortunately, yeah, just being herded like a sheep. Poor Aaron in that corner.
It's been rough here for Washed. I think that this draft is just not a winning one for Washed. They managed to get into a 1v1 in the previous game, but even then, it was an uphill battle, and the Tickhead gets dealt with here as well. Aaron stuck between Prime and the Miko. Miko is going to be dropping down from the sky. Should be able to get that kill pretty straightforward. Yeah, he's going to do just that. Captain Rocks find the second, and that's already a second set picked up here by Revenant Esports.
Yeah, and Teddy, I'm going to have to say it. Gray was instrumental. Well, I think this is likely something that we are going to continue to see through the remainder of the tournament, if not into the monthly cups as well. Gray is going to be a reoccurring character in the APAC Brawl Stars scene. But on the whole, yeah, look, it was potentially a draft that could have been punished a little bit there from Revenant, but they played it well and really, really got up in the face of Washed and made them hurt.
Yeah, it was well executed by Revenant. I think they had a game plan with that draft. I like them going for some of those more meta-relevant ideas. I think at the end of yesterday, we saw Crazy Raccoon for the first time out of the entire day, the first team to play any sort of gray comp in the hot zone. And I'm really hoping that Revenant, this is an idea they explore more, because I think that especially with some delay, this is exactly the sort of comps you want to be playing, and I'm really hoping they experiment with that in this match as well, even though they are favorites, even though yesterday this was one of the game modes they looked the best on. I want to see that Gray being in play, if not just because it works, it's also because threatening to use it means other teams are going to ban it against you, and that means one less ban for some other top meta brawlers. So yeah, this is one of the things I really want to see from Revenant. I don't know if we will, to be fair. They've shown their resilience yesterday to not play that brawler at all on Ring of Fire. But I really hope that this is something they want to consider.
Yeah, I mean, there is definitely a flexibility at that level of competition. You need to be able to, you know, draft on the fly if certain brawlers that you wanted to pick are taken out, or, you know, those that you didn't think were going to be available are. So Revenant, yeah, I mean, they look pretty comfortable today. Obviously, things have settled down a little bit from yesterday, and now they're looking to come in. They want to make that lower bracket run. First pick goes the way of Revenant. I mean, does that really make a huge difference in the grand scheme of things, do you think, Teddy? I get the feeling Revenant probably don't care whether they're first or last pick in this situation. Yeah.
Probably not. Now, in case they want to go for like a Grey Jack or a Grey Rose, I think I prefer Grey Rose on this map, but Grey Jack is absolutely fine too. I feel like it does, because, you know, it's much easier to get a hold of that Grey on your first pick, but I don't know if this is even a strat that they would consider in general, even less maybe here against Washed, where they might feel confident enough to just play something more traditional, something they're more used to, some more comfort picks, and still get away with it. So I think that ultimately here, Revenant, they're kind of chilling. They probably don't want to reveal any super fancy comps, and it's going to come down more to Washed and if they are able to cook here.
I mean, the other thing worth remembering, pretty sure Prime is from Singapore as well, is he not? So you maybe wonder if there's a bit of a chip on the shoulder of Wash trying to take down this you know, traitor. Why is he going and playing for this Indian team? He should be playing with us. Unfortunately, I mean, grudges aside, it probably isn't going to help them anyway in this situation. Revenant clearly coming with a game plan today. They want to book it all the way to that grand finals, and heck, I'm pretty sure they'd like to win it as well if they can, but getting into it, I mean, I think, yeah, Grey is going to become a staple. I don't know if Washed have much more than this hot zone left, unfortunately.
This might be their final set here in this LPL season because so far Revenant are looking much more comfortable. I would love to be proven wrong. I would love for Watch to pull off a comeback. I mean, those players, I've known them for years as well, watching them compete all the way in 2022. They have some experience in monthly finals. They have some experience in competitive Brawl Stars. But I feel like, and this is a tweet I saw, I believe it was from Aaron, no, it was from Raz actually, yesterday after the LPL, just kind of sharing some of his opinions on the game right now and saying that he was having a lot of fun playing and he was really loving it. But at the same time, you know, there's a lot of new things to learn, a lot of new stuff to adapt to, and those are some of the challenges that this team are facing so far.
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be hard coming back to a competitive game that you've been away from for a while. But let's get into it. Map 3 on the cards here in the lower bracket between Revenant and Washed. And no Grey. It's not even been banned.
Yeah, no, it's just not an idea they really like to explore. And I think it's much less needed here than compared to like a map like Dueling Beetles. But still, I would have loved to see it a little bit more and seen it as an idea that Revenant could threaten teams with. We see the Miko again this time around in the hands of Wash, which is going to be a bit of an interesting one here as well, because it is one of the more recent brawlers. It's definitely not one they've had the chance to experiment with the most in competitive. Definitely not a comfort pick either, but they're exploring different ideas. It's not a brawler we see here very often, if ever, in competitive, as far as I can remember. But I'm all down for seeing some new ideas, because right now they need everything they can get. But Aaron, I mean, as soon as he got in range of his opponents, he got absolutely melted.
Yeah, he turned to mist. He was gone in an instant. And I think just this entire draft is quite capable of kiting him. Captain's in a bit of trouble. The supply drop comes through. Aaron picks up the first onto Sergeant. Captain Rock's able to answer it back. So it's not completely uncontested, but with that reprieve, Wash to be able to get themselves in position to start threatening the hot zone. In fact, they've got the lead for the moment. And Aaron, he's just this nuisance on the right-hand lane, constantly threatening a jump in.
So far, things looking a little bit more promising for Wash. See if they can find an opening to get back into that zone, as Revenant have managed to get quite a bit of control back. Aaron gonna be low HP, does get it. The kill here was the damage gear. Very nicely done. Aaron will get melted down by rocks from afar, and Revenant still was a bit of a lead. Nice snipe from Surgeon. Only no pink left alive, and this is a great opportunity for Revenant to get some percentage, as we are going to see the Miko jump back in a bit late on that Piper jump. Could have been timed better. That would have been a free kill on to that Miko, but those sort of mistakes are opportunities for Wash to try to turn things around.
I'm really rating Aaron now. I mean, look, that first kill was a bit of a run-it-down moment, but since then he's been playing this Miko pretty well. Been a real nuisance, spots the opening, jumps on it, and just starts mopping up these Revenant players. Unfortunately, they've lost a bit of that priority that they're looking for. Super does come out. He's looking to jump on in. Sergeant could be in a bit of trouble. Has that super, so yeah, look, call is made. Aaron decides, I'm going to go for Prime. Lacks the mobility that this Piper has. Unfortunately, it does mean that Sergeant, now sitting freely, has Captain Rocks on that Amber, just proxying, denying that rotate up to try and threaten the hot zone. 10% left to go. Captain Rocks being dived on, but this Amber is proving a nuisance to this close quarters combat Miko.
Good game by Revenant, hitting match point now as well. And Wash, this is probably the first game we kind of seen them fighting back, to be honest. But still, it wasn't enough. I think that the Miko always creates some sort of a threat. The real question is if that threat is actually dangerous or not. Sometimes I feel like Miko brings a little bit of a bluff element where it feels like they put you in danger, but not necessarily. And I think that's kind of what we saw as well, was the first half of the game, Revenant hesitating a little bit how to deal with that Miko, but then the second half, the Miko really didn't find any sort of value.
Yeah, I mean, just the Amber Kite has been so hard for Aaron to deal with. They will pick up the first kill. There you go. No ping snipe by the Piper as well. Takes to disguise, drops a super, and Aaron, they've kind of figured it out now, what the game plan is to deal with this Miko. You just kite him back, let the Amber go to work against him, because just doesn't have the range to contest with that Dragon's Breath. And all of a sudden, Aaron, on this Miko is largely ineffectual. Look, I did rate the idea, but it just needed a little bit more follow-up, maybe even a little bit more enable, so that when he did go commit and jump in, he was picking up those kills pretty consistently, because unfortunately he hasn't been able to.
Things looking promising here for Revenant. They're looking to close out this match in 3 sets, and that would be without dropping a single game either. Nice snap from Surgeon. Raz goes down. Revenant was a substantial lead so far, and Washed really trying their hardest to fight for their lives here, because they're only a few seconds away now from being eliminated from this tournament.
Yeah, look, I think Revenant having shored up some of those, you know, oversights from yesterday, they're looking to play a nice clean game of Brawl Stars. Aaron, yeah, look, I can understand what they were trying to do for Wash, but they just didn't even have, they either needed more setup or more follow-up, because once they figured out that Amber was just able to kite out this Miko, there was nothing more that they could really do.
I think it was a worthy try here from Rush in their final set. It was their closest one as well, with so some actual attempts, especially in that first game of Hot Zone, where they did manage to get all the way to 50%. It was an attempt, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough to make it work. And when you look at the stats here, I think it just tells the whole story. You know, you look at the amount of kills there is on the side of Revenant, 25, I believe, for only 6 for Washed. That says a whole lot of what actually happened here in the Hot Zone, how brutal it was. But I think that it was a good attempt, nevertheless, here from Watch, their best one yet in this series. And unfortunately, it's going to be the end of their LPL APAC tour. But I'm hoping to see them come stronger next season.
Well, I mean, they gave it a hot crack. That's the thing. And without teams like that, you're not going to get that competitive environment, which we love to see here in APAC. And speaking of competitive environments, you can find yourself in one as well. Check out LPL Showdown. You can take part in some of our Brawl Stars competitions on your own, maybe win some prizes. Check out that QR code, or chuck exclamation mark Showdown in the Twitch chat if you want to give it a hot crack yourself. But speaking of hot cracks, Teddy, we've got another team that wants to give it a hot crack at the moment here in the lower bracket. Motivated coming in. They were looking just that in starting off the day, but then unfortunately, well, Revenant turned up, reverse swept, and put them into that lower bracket.
Yeah, Motivated did look really, really promising. They are probably something like my top 4, top 5 team of this day, or yesterday rather. They looked super strong. A team from South Korea. They have a lot of talent on that roster. They have some competitive experience as well. It's 2 duos actually that managed to get some sort of placements in the monthly finals this year. One was with Team S2, the other one was with another roster that I have the name somewhere here if I can find it. It is Gohan Oshi, and they all got some top 8 placements in the monthly finals. So teams with some experience for sure.
Yeah, but their opponents, while not playing under the banner we used to seeing them play under, have had a huge amount of experience. In fact, they're sitting 3rd seed at the moment in APAC as a whole. It is, of course, Next Level, also known as Angelic, Kanga, Megu, and Soda, who, look, I mean, we thought potentially they were going to be the ones to come out and make a statement. We thought they were going to be the other team in that upper bracket semi-finals alongside Crazy Raccoon, but obviously 3R Gaming had different plans.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because to me, Next Level were my second favorites to take the whole thing after Crazy Raccoon, and they really had a pretty unconvincing showing against 3R yesterday. And I don't know if that's something that they've been able to work on since yesterday and get their things together for today. But I really hope they do, because they're a very strong team. They are one of the most dominant teams when it comes to community tournaments. So I thought that, you know, with all that in mind, they were going to come in absolutely guns blazing yesterday. It was a little bit quiet against 3R. They did get a strong victory against against Fresh. And yeah, I'm expecting more from them. I know they're capable of more. I've seen them do more before. They're 3rd seed right now in the Brawl Stars Championship for the APAC region. So they're definitely a team that has the right mix of experience and freshness. They're fairly new players to competitive as well, but they've already achieved a lot. And I feel like this tournament could be a very promising one for them.
Well, speaking of fresh, we want to make sure that we are as fresh as possible. So we're going to take a quick break while the players get themselves sorted before we jump into match 1 between Next Level and Motivated. See you back in a sec.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Coming back from the break, we are looking to jump into our second match of the evening. Teddy, the lower bracket run is on. Revenant have already booked their spot in that lower bracket semi-final. Now we need to see who joins them. Will it be Motivated? Will it be Next Level? I think the safe bet, probably Next Level at this stage.
Probably is, but there's a bit of history between those teams as well. If you look at the April monthly qualifiers, it was actually Motivated that won 2-0 against Next Level. However, the month after, in the May monthly finals, Next Level got their revenge with a 3-1 scoreline. So right now, it feels like Motivated have a little bit more of a grudge to settle, but they are also definitely capable of making a victory like this happen because they have in the past.
Well, jumping into the draft, Motivated bring in the Gus the Grey, and and that's a look. I mean, the fact that there's a Gus in there is already a bit of a shift up that we haven't seen, but a belt to round it out as well. Not the worst, I suppose. We'll have to see how it plays out.
I don't mind the bell on this map. I think it's pretty decent. I'm still shocked by how much great we are seeing on this map. It's unreal to me. It's not a bad brawler. I just don't see it as a top brawler on this map, though. Kanga, though, very risky in the mid here. Overly risky. Also, not sure about that gadget choice, to be honest. We see both being played on this map, but I still think I prefer the flying hook. I feel like it's a little bit more versatile, and I think mobility is so important for Carl. Nevertheless, they got the blue star. The two first kills are going to go the way of Motivated, so they pick up a nice 3-star lead early on.
Danku and Bangy proving why they are such a potent roster in this competition. I mean, they look good. It's just the issue they had was closing out the series against Revenant, because realistically, it could have been them up in that upper bracket matchup against Crazy Raccoon. Wouldn't have mattered either way, I don't think, but either way, looking to clear things out. I mean, they're holding their line pretty well right now, and Danku's going to bag himself yet another one. Kanga proving a bit of a liability here, it feels like, for the Next Level roster. And there you go, Danku pulls the trigger, jumps on in. Mega's going to get one back, but at the cost of so much for the team, this is a bit disastrous.
Yeah, so far, not the start at Next Level we're hoping for. I do think they have some comeback potential with this comp. Some good damage on the two players on the bottom right. They're so low. Kanga is going to get shut down as well, but a nice kill from the Gene. And actually, it's Next Level now with a 2-star lead, but Megu is in an awkward spot. The nest egg is going to be popped, and that's a disaster for him. That slow. Going to cost him his life, but not extra 2 stars now to give the lead here to Motivated.
I mean, it just seems that Next Level are in a bit of shambles at this point in the tournament. A lot of questions about the APAC scene and what's going on behind the scenes outside of those monthly cups. And as it stands, 5 seconds left on the clock, they've got to go for the full commit. Danku gets pulled, he gets cleaned up, and, well, would you believe Next Level sniped the victory in the last 5 seconds of the round?
This is the trickiest moment of the game if you're defending, because you have this timing where you have a big opportunity as an attacker. So if you don't have the lead and it's getting close towards the end, you get the chance to maybe get some kills, and then instead of having to like fall back and defend, you can just kind of stay there because the timer is going to run out. So you don't actually have to pull out of that situation. So you have that very awkward timing where you kind of feel like sometimes you have an advantage being down a few stars, because if you get the lead in the nick of time, you're able to get out safely. Soda is low, does get sniped now, but it's still 1 star favoring Next Level, and they should be able to maintain this early lead if they can get that RT a little bit more in the back line and heal back up a little bit more.
This time around, Kanga's doing a much better job of kiting. I say that and he gets hooked and dies anyway. So, well, unfortunately, it's going to open the floodgates. Danku jumps on in, finds Soda. So now, I mean, much the same as that last round, an early lead for Motivated. Now it's how they play out the end of this round that could determine whether or not we are heading to map 2 sooner rather than later.
Kanga gonna be slowed there, all slowed actually by that nest egg. That is a bit of a communication disaster. It's gonna lead to a team wipe. That is ridiculous. Those sort of mistakes should not be allowed here. Next Level all slowed by the same nest egg, and there's another one placed in the same spot. Soda is gonna pump it now, but it might even cost him his life as well. He's able to get back safely, does get marked, a lot of shots heading his way, and eventually the gadget from Denko is going to claim that kill. 12-star lead now for Motivated, and a very sloppy game so far from Next Level.
Yeah, it's felt like this is consistent for how they played yesterday as well. There was a lot left to be desired, I think, in their first play day. The fact that they got knocked out by 3R Gaming in the fashion that they did, you got to wonder, I mean, is it a case that they're just not as committed in this tournament because, I mean, whatever the case may be for them, or is there something going on behind the scenes? Is there a bit of a fall-off? Danku looking for that last start to close things out with 3 seconds left. It's going to be a tall task to try and snipe away the lead like they did in that last round. And Motivated will take themselves one. We are going to set point here.
A very strong showing here from Motivated in this one. I think a lot of mistakes being made as well on the side of Next Level. Just not really showing their best selves so far. A lot of risks being taken as well, and I think that Motivated are doing an amazing job at punishing them for it. Blue Star should be pretty free as a call. I feel like still this gadget choice is just really poor from Next Level. I know the burn can help you get some kills. I just feel like overall being able to get that Blue Star guaranteed is so valuable. And so far they've really struggled with the lead, so I feel like that confirms that even more.
I mean, not just that, but in terms of what it enables for the team, being able to get in a little bit deeper, commit to the engagement. I mean, Kanga has constantly been caught out of position. It's just, if they'd had something to better help him initiate, maybe he could cut deep into this next, Motivated line, go for a tailspin and really get some damage off, but he just hasn't had that opportunity. He's just constantly been kited and caught in the position that he doesn't want to be in.
5-star lead still as we head into the final minute of this set. Oh, nice gadget from Denko. That connection was nasty. The kill, gonna put them now up 7 stars. A pull onto Megu as well. It's gonna open up the wall, and Vengeful Spirits will both be tanked by the bottom right wall. Nice TP from Denko, very well played. Kanga again was a completely useless burn, and I really just don't like this gadget choice. He misses another one here. Do think that he actually got the connection at the end with the returning pickaxe, but it is a 9-star lead for Next Level. Make it 11, and I think that Soda might even fall here as well as he gets pulled and still taken out. Kanga trying his best to make something happen, but Denko gonna shut him down, and it's a 13-star lead that gives Motivated this opening set. And honestly, I don't think the draft was that bad from Next Level. I just think that Carl gadget pretty much cost him the game, because the flying hook helps you get into fights. It gets you a free Blue Star every single game, completely uncontested. It means you get out of the first encounter with the Blue Star without taking any damage. It's so strong, and not opting for that option is just, I think, a poor decision here from Next Level.
Well, I mean, we saw it epitomized down in that bottom right-hand side of that last round. I mean, he went for the tailspin, didn't connect onto anyone because he couldn't get close enough. If he'd had that sky hook, he would have been able to jump in, got the tailspin off onto all 3 members of Motivated, and it might have been their round, their map that they secured. So some questionable decisions that has plagued Next Level for the main run of this finals tournament so far. You got to wonder what's going on. This is a 3rd seed team coming out of APAC, and they're losing to a, well, technically it's not even a ranked team in the overall standings because it's 2 different rosters playing together.
Yeah, it just doesn't really make sense to me, some of the decision making here. Now, let's be honest, first set, it might be a little bit rusty, might take a little bit of time to start the engine, you know, but so far, not super convincing from Next Level, and motivating, doing a brilliant job, I have to admit, at punishing, at capitalizing, making sure that that these advantages that they're being given, that they are actually turned into you know, some tangible assets that can lead them towards victory. If they keep playing like that, I can definitely see them stand quite a chance here in this matchup.
Well, I think Motivated, it's going to be interesting to, obviously, Revenant having already got that spot into the next round. If Motivated win this, do they take that opportunity going into that rematch, and will they be able to come out on top of Motivated a second time around? Because, I mean, at the moment, Motivated definitely looking like the team that, off that first map, definitely deserves it of more of the 2 teams here.
Yeah, for context, by the way, the two South Korean players that play for Team S2, they are seed 12 on the Brawl Stars Championship for the APAC region, and then the other two players, Mira and Star Dragon, are seed 14 for the BSC APAC region. So a long shot, you know, away from Angelic or Next Level that are seed number 3 right now. So yeah, it's a bit of a questionable start here, I have to say, from Next Level. I think everyone is expecting better from them. I don't know if something just went wrong in the draft process here. I don't know if maybe they're just not really feeling it so far in the last 2 days. But I've seen those guys play before. I've seen them take and this is one of the aspects where I was so impressed with this roster is they're not the best roster in this region, and there's a lot of teams that have so much more experience than them. But every time I've watched them play, even when it was in much smaller tournaments than this, they would like be the team that was trying the hardest to win, and that was what gave them a big advantage as well, is that they were playing it as if it was the World Finals, because to them a small, like, you know, few $100 match arena is the World Finals. Right now, I'm not seeing that Next Level team that I've seen before.
Well, I mean, the crazy thing is, you look at it, there are 2 points separating second and third seed currently in those BSC standings. So, I mean, reality, and given a good run in the next cup, Angelic could be sitting second seed quite prettily. And at the moment, I mean, that is a night and day difference, Teddy, between these two players. Danku, 49 and 25, a 2.0 kill to death ratio, and 160,000 more damage than Soda on this third placed APAC roster.
Yeah, almost rocking a 2 KD here on Danku, and he's been one of the star players for sure for Motivated. I think that it does help a little bit, the fact that he's just been able to get into some of those closer matches too against Revenant. You know, being able to go all the way to 5th set was super impressive on their end.
Yeah, well, I mean, the fact that he's 49 and 25 and they're in the lower bracket, so they've already lost a match, and he's still putting up numbers like that is hugely impressive. I mean, 30 and 21, yeah, it's all right. I suppose Next Level also in this lower bracket, but I mean, what it took to get them there with two vastly different matches. Motivated got reverse swept by Revenant. Next Level got 3-0 swept by 3R Gaming. So they've had a drastically different run to this point.
They certainly have. It's been a very different journey, but at the end of the day, this is where their paths are meeting, and this is a very important match because at this point, they're getting very close at whether you're making, you know, the cup to get some money out of this event, or just being a few games short. So if they could win this game, it would put them, like, you know, very close to actually qualifying for some of that top 3 prize pool. Our draft is already through though, and looking at things here, we do have the kit ban, which is something I really like. Double throw ban as well from Next Level, which is an interesting decision. Much more aggressive comp on their side was the Buster being brought in. There is a thrower played for Motivated, and I'm kind of wondering if this double thrower ban from Next Level was maybe a targeted one, because they may know that Motivated really wanted to play a thrower, because Barley is not really a top brawler on this map. It's definitely not the top thrower on this map. I'd say that if anything, Tick and Sprout, maybe Grom are the most popular picks, but 2/3 of those were already banned out by Next Level. So I'm thinking that might be very targeted, but so far, look at that control. So much control in favor of Motivated.
I mean, adding that extra zone control with the Barley, being able to lock down that right-hand side, plus provide assistance in the mid lane in Danku. I can understand why they brought it. Yeah, I think you're right on the money there, Teddy. There possibly were better options available, but clearly Mira believes this is the one. Megu is looking to cut deep through mid. That Buster playing a dangerous game, but healthy as you'd like. Has the support from Byron and a super up as well. Could potentially look to enable the team for a bit of a push. The gadget from Danku off the mark won't get the hook on to Gene. So far, I mean, it's again just testing the waters, trying to figure out what they can get away with, and neither team has been able to get away with a huge amount, and there you go. They've got the support and the heal as well.
Yeah, completely missed Gene pull. However, Megu should be able to get that kill onto Bangy. Never mind. He doesn't get the kill, and Mira is going to close it out with a frag onto Kanga, and that round goes to Motivated. I really felt like the Buster should have been able to get that kill, but It wasn't meant to be. Motivated now in a good spot. Are a few supers down though, so next level have a little bit more utility to work with. I think the name of the game here is to either capitalize early with those supers or play it very safe and try not to feed too much so that by the time the late game comes up, they have a super advantage.
Yeah, playing that long game. But I mean, right now, just having that threat, that security, being able to play the barley behind the wall, he's playing around these barricades so well, being able to just kite out and send that chip damage around the corners. And they're just trying to lock down that mid lane with Mira because he's making it so hard for them to actually push up and commit. I can see why they've brought it. It's working, I think, how they want it to.
Pull onto the G. Nice kill from Danku. It's the opening they needed here. Mega gonna get pulled as well in a troublesome situation, and it's easy to clean house here for Motivated, getting their third game in a row here, and so far looking really good in this series. There hasn't been a game picked up by Next Level since the first one of this match, where they did manage to kind of snipe that one away. Ever since, it's been very convincing on the side of Motivated, and they've been looking like the much better team here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's their name. They are just that much more motivated in this situation. They want that win that much more. And I mean, Danku is such a solid player. I say that, and he's just been taken out. The homing hand will clean him up. I mean, it's a round in this potential situation that they might lose, but it's not a done deal. It's not a guarantee. Probably going to be a bit tough. That Buster is looking like it's a bit hard to chew through. He's got so much sustain.
Go aggressive. Doesn't quite get in range to deal damage to Mira though. That opening kill should lead to a pretty straightforward round. Just trying to get some of those supers charged. Gonna feed another super to Kenga, and the gas is gonna be there for Mira to try to deny any more super farming for that Gene. And finally, something going the way of Next Level here as they pick up the first round of this second knockout game.
Again, Danku playing through mid. Montage has come out. Megu's looking to push deep, but he's taking so much damage. Mira gets the super off. Megu somehow alive, looking to get the hook off. Danku's making some big plays. Megu gone. Buster has been integral to their setup, and without that front line coverage, it's going to be very, very hard for Next Level to try and bring this one back. This is a tall task at the best of times, and without that Buster, it gets worse.
Right now, Next Level just trying to get some supers. Probably gonna make a run for the gas as well. They've been struggling to win the 3v3s. Don't really see much of a point attempting a 2v3. Kenga does manage to find a connection or two. Should be getting closer towards that super. That's gonna be super valuable if you can carry that over to the next round.
Oh, could be problems if Danku manages to get a super up as well, though. They are just copping damage. Danku, will he get away with it? No. Stepping into the gas, Kanga does deny, but it sets Motivated up for set point here on Bell's Rock, and they could find themselves sitting on series point come map 3.
And this is why Next Level made a run for the gas there towards the end. They wanted to charge all those supers before, so now they have a super advantage. The Gene is probably not far from hypercharge either, and they're hoping to have the advantage for this final round. So now that they have super advantage, they're playing it safe. They're trying to not feed anything at all so that they can just make sure they have that final fight, that final brawl in a few seconds where they have as much utility as they can on their side. And hopefully for them, by then they have the Gene hypercharge as well. That would be super important. That extra damage, that extra damage resistance as well that comes from that would be super, super valuable here for Next Level.
Incredibly so, but I mean, they're holding off. They've got the sustain. That gas is quickly coming in. Mira sends out the super bang, being pinched in on through mid. Mega's looking to do some damage, runs into the gas. They're looking to turn it around. They're looking for more. The gas is doing so much work here. Motivated. Reverse sweep the second round, take the set. And as we look to head to Hot Zone, Teddy, the sad truth is this next level / angelic roster could be done with a tournament after map 3.
It's a crazy thought here, and it's not even a thought really, because they're down 2 sets at this point. What I think is also crazy is just some of those plays are just not on par with what we expect from next level. I think that the Gene got 2 pulls in the set, and he missed both of them. It's the main reason you bring Gene to the table is because you can pull and isolate players. It's the reason you bring Gray to the table is this exact same thing. It's because of those pulls and those TPs. The pulls are super valuable, and Gene only got 2, which is not a lot, and then he whiffed both of them too, which would probably have given them 2 more rounds, which would have won them the set if they just had those sort of connections. I think that the hit rate on those pulls needs to be much higher at this level of play, especially if you want to have Gene in your brawler pool, because that was just quite unconvincing from next level. And I think that a little bit of a better Gene play would have gone a very long way in the set.
Yeah, I mean, you talked about how this next level team was fighting like it was Worlds. I have yet to see that, I think, in this tournament. The wins that they did find felt like they were trolling a little bit, if I'm being honest, because they were that much better than their opponent. But when they actually come up against a capable opposition, they crumble. They're just making questionable decisions. They're not hitting their abilities. They're not doing what they need to be doing, at least what you'd expect from a team of this caliber.
Yeah, this is not the next level team that we saw get a 2nd place in the monthly finals of March, being only a set away, by the way, from beating Crazy Raccoon in the grand finals. It came down to a 5th set. This is not that team, and I'm a little bit disappointed in their performance so far. And I don't want to be too negative about their performance, but it's just that I have very high expectations from them. They were one of my favorites, and I think one of my sleeper picks as well to win the whole thing in this APAC tour. Unfortunately, so far, they've yet to really show up. I feel like they had their stomp where they won in a very dominating fashion in their opening match yesterday, but ever since, they've yet to win a set. They got swept right after by 3R, and they're getting swept right now by Motivated. And this is just very, I think, uncharacteristic of themselves. And I really hope they can pull things together here for this 3rd set, because otherwise it's going to be their last.
Yeah, maybe they are just embracing that whole sleeper pick attitude, because they have been very sleeper. They're snoozing. You don't go and slap around someone in the first round of the upper bracket like you do and then get swept 3-0, 3-0 out of the tournament. They were actively trolling that first match because they were that much better than their opponents. Emotes were coming out. They were sitting there copying shots, letting the other team actually just sit there and get damage off on them. Now it's less by choice. They are copping a lot of punishment, but it's mostly because Motivated are taking it to them hammer and tongs.
Yeah, I'm just not seeing all those characteristics that I have in my mind regarding next level, how they play. I just remember them playing so aggressively every time I watch them, going for a lot of max comps, a lot of very aggressive brawlers, high mechanical brawlers too, and we're not seeing any of that so far here, and I don't really know why they aren't kind of bringing that sort of energy. But yeah, it's uncharacteristic from them, and I expect a little bit better. I am hoping that there's still time for them to wake up, but time is of the essence at this point. They really have their backs against the wall, and Motivated, they are slowly suffocating them. There's not much time here for next level to turn things around, and otherwise one of the favorites of this tournament is going to be completely out of the equation.
Yeah, it would have to be the 2nd reverse sweep that happened for Motivated if it is to go the way of next level, of course. But in terms of looking at what we're going to, Hot Zone on Ring of Fire and what could be played, what do you do if you're next level? What are you bringing to try and fire the team up to get yourself back in this series?
I think that it might be time to just kind of bring some of those comfort picks, not try to really outdraft yourself too much. And oh, look at that from Motivated. That's nasty. The Grey Jackie being brought in, and honestly, I like the Lua as a way to try to deal with it. I like the Jessie as a way to try to deal with it. They have good matchups on the side of Next Level, because the Jessie does great against Spam, it does great against Grey Jackie, the Bell overall doesn't do terrible against any of those matchups, and the Lou is a great pick here on this map. It does really well against the Jackie as well. So overall, I'd say the pick advantage is for Next Level. The problem is just this combination of Grey Jackie. It doesn't matter if you don't have, like, comp. You can still win because you're just spamming that zone, getting there non-stop. And this is going to be an uphill battle here where Next Level need to play perfectly.
I mean, it's been that since they got knocked into the lower bracket. Since they matched up against 3-Out Gaming, really. Bangy is taking some big damage. Mira the first to fall. Megu starting things off strong for Next Level. Looking to throw the super down. That turret's going to go to work. Just chip away at this roster. And Mira, all but dead, gets the one last attack off. Won't be able to go in for a holy moly. Doesn't have that super to work with. And the hook goes. Can get caught by the cane. So to take a big damage, so is Kang. They're both finished off. And Mira comes on in. But that turret from Megu is just proven to be a nuisance. Super absolutely getting its money's worth. Danku and Bang both forced off the objective at the moment. Mira coming in, looking to try and isolate Megu and shut down the punish and the wings, but not going to be able to. They get it. Soda picking up that kill allows the getaway. Danku jumping in, and all of a sudden it's feeling like maybe motivated, a little bit flustered, but whatever it is, it's working.
Right now, things are lining up nicely for Motivated as they do have control of that zone. The start is the hardest bit with a Grey comp in hot zone, because until you get that TP placed down, you're kind of fighting with a huge disadvantage. But look at that, now the TP comes through and so much damage from the Jackie. Soda does survive, the turret is there as well to cause quite a bit of mayhem. I don't know if, yeah, they are not playing Mama's Squeeze, it's Mama's Hugs as a star power for Bangy. I was thinking maybe he could use that to take down the turret, but it's not gonna work here. The game is close. It could really go either way, but Next Level, they just have to keep playing this perfectly, keep isolating the players. I think that they've Motivated played well together. They could still turn things around, but it's not looking too good so far.
Well, I mean, the first dimensional doors holy moly combo did work pretty well. Bangy goes down. Mira missing the opportunity for the kill on the Kanga. Neither of them go down, and 10% left remaining here in the first round of the set. Next Level looking to do it. Mira cuts deep and loses life, unfortunately. And Next Level was probably the most convincing round they've had so far this matchup.
Yeah, their second game they managed to pick up since the first one of the series. So it's been quite a while at this point, but it is a welcome sign. Showing some signs of life here, and a great performance overall. This is kind of the thing though with a Grey Jackie comp, is like if it really doesn't work, it's not gonna work, because you can't really play it much better at some point. They're trying a different start here. Nice pull from Danku. Soda was distracted and will get hit by it, and this time around it seems like they're playing a little bit more standard, at least until they get that pull available, and it's working out very nicely for Motivated. Already a 20% lead, and they couldn't really ask for much better. Megu gets the kill though onto Mira on the right hand side. They lost the Grey on the left side too, so it's a chance for Next Level to start catching up percentage wise.
Oh, what a walking cane. The hyperdrive does come out. Jessie there though. They've got the dimensional door down. Yeah, I mean, Motivated looking probably the most flustered they have, I think, since their matchup that put them down here in the lower bracket. But they have really pushed this Next Level roster. Kanga just mopping them up right now. Yeah, jump on it for Bangy. That's aggressive. Does get a bit of damage out. Mira looking to cut deep, wants to try and put that jackhammer to work, but the amount of punishment she's copping, that turret as well has got its values worth from Megu. This pick, I mean, it's phenomenal in dealing with that aggressive, Motivated roster. Mira in behind, looking for the pinch, has the hyperdrive as well. Looking to get it off. No, just goes down. Knows full well that the team has control, but this is a very dicey run, especially given Kanga also has that hyper in pocket as well.
Let's see if Motivated can hold on to that lead. Next Level so far catching up very nicely. Hypercharge pump by Soda, gets the connection onto Bangy. Mira on the left might do some damage, but will get shut down by Megu that has a hypercharge as well. Places down a hypercharge turret, gets the kill onto Bangy. At some point, maybe, never mind. Did not go for that kill. It's still very much even though. Let's see if they get into that zone. Bangy just gonna go for the TP, and this is kind of what I was expecting. I don't know why they aren't just spamming the TP more, because right now they're really getting shut down, and I think they're giving them too much time to reset between TPs. Might be a little bit too late now to turn things around. Mira goes in, double pull, gets a lot of damage. Kanga's still alive, only 7% though. Denku has to make a play, but I don't know if it's possible to defend here with 3 players alive. They're just gonna step into that zone and close things out right here, right now. Next level was their first set on the board. Now 2-1 in scoreline, still behind, but showing some hope here for this 3rd seed in the APAC BSC region.
I mean, I don't want to credit entirely to the draft, but you got to admit that was a pretty solid draft at a next level, having that zone control with the Lu, having that nuisance in the Jesse with that turret, being able to zone out almost the entirety of that motivated roster. They just couldn't get in. The Jackie was all but nullified. I mean, yeah, she got into the back line a couple of times, got a few decent holy molies off and cleared out some players, but I mean, largely ineffectual, and we saw that. Right now, though, Teddy, it's time for a quick break on the other side. We'll see if the next level reverse sweep continues or if Motivated can slam that door shut and book themselves the rematch against Revenant. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Well, there's nothing quite like building suspense, Teddy, as we look to jump into the fourth map of this series between Motivated and Next Level. They're really making us wait for it to see who goes on to join Revenant in that lower bracket semi-final at the moment. I mean, it was a resurgence out of Next Level. Going into this draft, though, I mean, we're seeing a pretty significant deviation from what we've seen so far this tournament, given that every map and mode is the same for each matchup.
Yeah, I really like what I'm seeing here. Motivated going for a very aggressive comp, very tanky comp for the most part, but Next Level have some nice tank counters. I mean, Rico absolutely melts on this map. I also think that Cont and Charlie just overall do really well against tanks. So I would give comp to Next Level here, but we've seen on this map yesterday that even if you are playing tanked and are, you know, dealing with some tank counters on the other side, sometimes you just have too much health to deal with and you can just kind of like force your way through anyways towards that goal. So that's going to be something to be careful of, especially once Rosa get those supers, gets those hypercharges as well. Can be a lot of value. That slow actually got 0 connections, a very poorly timed gadget from Mira.
I mean, the Charlie being threatened by our first Otis of the tournament as well. Bangy and Mira looking to cut deep, and that was criminal. That was absolutely criminal. Somehow Mira just threads the needle, gets it off, and this montage coverage for the Rose is great. Soda falls. Denku absolutely getting his money's worth, and oh boy, Teddy, it's all over. That was quick. That was quick.
It's yeah, that was a very quick game. That's kind of what was scaring me, is that even though I think that the comp is like technically better, like the matchups are better on the Next Level side, it's very easy to get overwhelmed by just the sheer amount of HP, movement speed, and damage that is available here on the Motivated side. And that's match point now in their pocket. Can Next Level fight it off? I think that if they play a little bit safer, take some better angles, they can make something work here. But they're gonna need to show their best Brawl Stars if they want to make that happen. Denku is in the Shadow Realm, so a bit of an opportunity to gain some map control here for Next Level. He gets out of the Shadow Realm now. Misplacement from Soda, and he gets punished again. Mira pushing forwards is in the Shadow Realm, so unable to score for the time being. Nearly gets the kill into Mego. Mego will be able to clear the Rose out eventually. The super is going to be missed by Soda. Denku with a lot of HP does get slowed down. Isn't able to score just yet. So far it's better from Next Level, but they're using so much utility here just to really defend.
Well, there's a hypercharge up and available. And already this Rosa pick is being isolated and dealt with. Big shots on Denku. Luckily, he has that montage and he has the ball coverage, so they're not just going to be able to run it into the goal. And Denku knows full well that this is the game plan. Mira has that hypercharge as well. Coming in from the back, Denku, big opening. Megu in trouble. Looks like he's just trying to run that ball into another position, but he's going to get away with it. Bangy just can't open up here. And I mean, that all of a sudden, that powerful Rosa Buster combo has been kind of dealt with.
Nice super from Soda. Kanga taking a lot of damage, dealing a lot of damage too, but will end up going down. Denku will fall as well. Bull gets kind of lost there in the bottom. If Mego gets the kill into Bangy, he could potentially try to score, but with Mira closing the gap here, a bit of an interesting jump here from Mego, a bit desperate. But can they pierce through this defense from Motivated? Overtime should favor Next Level super strongly. So if they manage to wait out another 30 seconds here and the map opens up, they are gonna have a situation that's much in their favor. Mira pops super, doesn't pop hypercharge, will probably get taken down here as he's getting quite low HP, but they're not quite able to find the angle just yet. Eventually Megu does manage to get close enough, and we're just a few seconds away from this map opening up, and that should really start favoring this matchup very drastically in favor of Next Level.
So just going to look to move that ball up. Mira going down and into overtime. That's a big kill. Denku. Oh, the Cocoon, the hyper coming through Soda. Can he stop? No, Mira, unfortunately, not going to be able to stop the goal going through. So the set ties up. We go to set point. I think that was still an incredibly dicey round for Next Level. I think they were very lucky that they got to overtime in the end.
Yeah, I think they played it much better though. They played it much safer, which sure is maybe not necessarily like their favorite playstyle. It is how they want to play this, because overtime is near unwinnable here for Motivated. They have 2 tanks, they have an Otis. None of those brawlers is good in overtime, and in fact, 2 of them are some of the worst brawlers you could have in overtime. So I think that playing it safe, trying to buy some time and eventually push towards that overtime is really in their favor. So I think it was just a really clever approach on their end, and they don't need to force things out beforehand. It's more what they would like to do, but right now this is the right approach to at least have a standing chance.
I mean, that was the game plan clearly from Motivated. Stack the Rosa behind the montage, work your way up the field, and then when that hypercharge is available, Rosa just goes in, wipes the team out, and they just push that ball in. Easy goal. But, I mean, you got to commend Next Level for not allowing that to happen. They changed their play style up immediately going into that second round, slowed things down, looked to chip from range, didn't want to let the Buster and Rosa move at the field that they were in that first one. So, look, I have to commend Next Level for a brilliant read and a brilliant adaptation on the fly.
Yeah, it was much more promising on that end, and they did a great job at adapting here to what was thrown at them. I think that first game was honestly a lot of mistakes on their end. We're finally back in game. We had some very slight tech issues, but they've been solved now, and we didn't miss too much at 0-0, and we are back into the action now.
Oh, this could be a quick goal. Bang, does get the clearance. Danku just sitting in spawn, looking to try and clear things out. Mira up on his respawning as well. Oh no, Soda somehow snatched the ball there. I thought for sure that was going to be another clearance from Motivated, but sometimes you just get unlucky.
That was pretty crazy. That timing was absolutely perfect for Next Level, and that's an early goal on their end. And right now, this is much more what I was expecting to see with this draft. Beautiful spray down from Kanga as well. A chance here with this man advantage to close the gap. Kanga a little bit overexcited, maybe on that right-hand side, forgets about that close-range Rosa. Bangy will fall to Megu, and that evens things out. Nice kill from Soda. Denku is in Shadow Realm, so Soda has an open goal there. Free to score, take that set, and now certainly we are going to a 5th and a final.
Well, the reverse sweep is on. Motivated, probably having flashbacks to last night. I mean, that was bizarre. I mean, you got to respect that Motivated had a game plan coming in with the draft. They knew exactly what they wanted to try and do, but unfortunately, Next Level made that adaptation, took it to a set point, and in that final round of the set, they just did the exact same thing again. Read Motivated brilliantly, shut it down. I mean, on top of a fairly rough return from Soda, who just managed to get the ball first and get it in the goal. I don't know. Look, I think Motivated have let some of the control they've had on the series slip a bit.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, I think that the draft here was very much favoring Next Level. I just not sure they knew that until the second and third game. That first game was definitely a bit scary. I was worried that the tanks could just kind of like repeat that sort of success of just pushing through and forcing their way through. Game 2 was definitely more solid. Pushing until overtime, I think, was a great way to slow down the momentum a little bit, you know, and get a little bit more confident. That third game, though, was just a very dominant one, very well played, and Next Level showing what I was expecting to see from them all along.
Well, one more map to go, but look, I got some bad news from Teddy. We've got another break coming up, but you know what they say, good things come to those who wait. We'll see you guys on the other side.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
With a deep cut into the series so far, there is only one map remaining here, Teddy. Motivated and Next Level have to go at it one map to see who progresses through to that matchup against Revenant and who gets eliminated. And so far, it's been back and forth, and while it might be a bit disconcerting given the map count there, it is actually 2 apiece. It hasn't been won by one or the other. We have to go to the gem grab. We have to go to Rustic Arcade. At the moment, it feels like Next Level are hitting their resurgence.
Yeah, it's been a nice comeback so far. A nice comeback story as the first 2 sets did go to Motivated. The following 2 here went the way of Next Level. It's all coming down to a 5th and final set. It's all coming down to a singular set here that is going to be pretty crazy to witness. I think that Next Level, they are going to have a little bit more momentum on their side, but I feel like some of those games they won in the last 2 sets were still very close. It still felt like Motivated were a bit in the driver's seat at times. Let's see what the comps are looking like here. I like that they banned us 2 on the Motivated side. I think that's a brawler that can be quite threatening, especially for this Next Level comp. They're gonna go Charlie, Piper, and a Melody for Motivated. Next Level going 8-Bit, Amber, and Byron. I like comps on both sides. I don't see really any major problems here. I feel like things should be fairly even, but it might just come down to whoever plays it the best here.
I mean, to be fair, I already see a very big problem for Next Level because you've got a Piper, so if that damage connects, if they get a Charlie set up with a Cocoon, all of a sudden you got Danku on this Melody who is looking to dive on in and start dishing out the punishment. So there is a very real threat, I feel, in this Next Level roster and them being able to try and deal with it. Yeah, they've got Byron for a bit of sustain and an Amber as well for that long-range kite. But if things go the way Motivated want it to, this could be a pretty brutal awakening.
Yeah, nice pickup from Kanga on the top left. So far, the gem count has been very much favoring Motivated, but it's very normal for the early start against an 8-Bit because the 8-Bit really needs that turret to help him get some extra movement speed and get him the safety piece back to safety. Now, with the puddle in the mid, that's gonna help slow some movement down in that mid area as Bengi wants to go for those gems. He's able to do so very safely so far. So has to be a little bit more careful about how he navigates. And at last, we get the damage booster play zone. Actually, not playing the extra movement speed. He's playing for the extra large zone and the extra damage, which I'm not sure if that's the move. Star Dragon gets a beautiful Cocoon. That's a nice pickup from Danku as well, and a countdown to be initiated now by Motivated.
And this is exactly what I was talking about. They've got the setup, they've got the cleanup. Danku on that Melody is going to be a huge issue. As soon as the Cocoon lands, they can then commit because either a threat is taken out of position or they can lock someone down and eliminate them. This is exactly why Motivated drafted this way.
Yeah, I think that Melody is a major threat here and something that needs to be figured out. I was thinking that if they left it open, that Next Level probably, had a strategy to deal with it. If you manage to keep it at bay, it's not too much of a problem. It's a very open map, so it's not always necessarily the easiest brawler to play here. But so far, it really felt like they had no answer for it. And look at that adjustment. They're actually going to switch gem carriers. They're going to have the Byron mid and the 8-Bit on lane. Now, this might only be temporary, until the 8-Bit gets a turret down, but for the time being, that's their decision, and I'm not really sure if that's all that interesting of a strategy.
I think it's, more than anything, probably to try and add some sustain into this mid lane matchup against the Piper, who is going to be such a long-range threat. And yeah, sustain is good when you've got it. Unfortunately, if you don't, you're just going to have to sit there and wait and waste time. And once again, it is a very early lead for Motivated. I have some concerns here, Teddy. These concerns are adding up, and there you go, Danku looking to jump on it. He does get cleaned up, but it's all just distraction. It's all smoke and mirrors. They're just trying to keep Next Level looking the wrong direction because this is an 8-gem lead. Danku's back up and ready. This is quickly spiraling out of control.
Yeah, I think that if they manage to set up here, they could try to pull off a bit of a comeback. The nice thing about the Byron 8-bit combo is that that damage booster is going to help you with the heals as well. The Byron heals are going to be increased by the damage booster. It's, I believe, the only brawler where the heals actually are improved, because it's just due to his like regular shot mechanic, aggression coming through from Denku, but it's not really going to pay off. It's a trade at the end of the day. Still a good gem lead for Motivated, but they've been struggling at taking back that control, and so far, Next Level have been able to hold down to that mid.
Yeah, I mean, within one, but it's not going to take much, especially with this Piper chip damage. It's working so well that Cocoon is going to keep things very dicey for Star Dragon. Does get the offensive Cocoon off as well. Looking to shut down this Amber, and there you go, the countdown started. It's Denku cutting deep and being a nuisance. This is exactly what the Cont was meant to do, and it's done it to perfection.
Very well played by Motivated. I think it's a little too late here for a comeback. Spins here on the Motivated side, and the Piper takes flight here to ensure the victory for Motivated. Beautifully played all around. They had the winning draft here in this 5th set, and despite Next Level's best attempt in finally showing us what they were capable of, some mistakes in the draft process, I think they had some interesting ideas. We did see a moment where the 8-bit Byron was working out, but I think that, as you rightly mentioned, the leaving the Melody open here was just a big problem. It's just not something that you really want to let happen, and they were able to nicely punish them for that drafting mistake. Motivated are going to be through to the next lower bracket round, facing Revenant next up, actually. And here, Next Level, despite being the 3rd seed in the APAC region, are going to be out of this event.
And I mean, combined 12th and 14th seed, remember, for Motivated. They're two halves, or lots of 2/3 of those two teams combining to make this happen, and they've looked very, very good. But how good will they look against Revenant the second time around? Will it be revenge for Motivated, or will Revenant make sure that history repeats itself? We'll see after the break. Come back for more Brawl Stars APAC Tour action.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
In the upper bracket, these two teams faced off, and it was a pretty brutal start, only for a reverse sweep to happen. Of course, we're carrying on with that lower bracket run, Teddy, before we jump back into the upper bracket for some crazy Raccoon action. We'll have to see. Let's actually get that bracket up on screen as well so we can see where we are in the tournament at the moment. It has been a long run, but it's not over just yet. Somehow, Motivated comeback, denied the reverse sweep out of next level to book that revenge match against Revenant. Teddy, in your honest opinion, do they have it in them to get that revenge against Revenant after the upper bracket round one?
It's a really tough call because, I mean, they definitely have it in them. Now, I think that Revenant will probably come here a little bit more prepared. I would say that in general, you have an advantage in this sort of situation, being the team that's like a little bit less known. I guess there's a little bit less stats to look at, a little bit less to analyze. I think that now, especially since it's the same exact maps and modes, Revenant, they will have a little bit more information about their opposition and hopefully a little bit of a better drafting process when it comes down to it. I think they would have made the right adjustments to make it a little bit of a less close series. But then again, Motivated, I mean, they were not far from taking it home in that opening match yesterday. That was the third match of the day, Revenant's first match, and Motivated, they were leading by 2. It took a full-on reverse sweep to turn things around. I don't know if it's going to be doable here for Revenant to you know, be as dominant as we would expect them to.
I mean, jumping into it, interesting draft out of Revenant or RT. We've got the 8-bit and the Gene. Whereas you look at Meg coming in, the Bell, the Piper, there is potential for things to really swing quite drastically one way or the other.
Yeah, I like the comps here on both sides. I don't see any huge problems. We're seeing the 8-bit brought in again, not my favorite, and so far getting absolutely punished by the Piper. Nice taps from Bangy, and Motivated was a 2-star, I was say 2-star lead. No, they have 2 stars, 1-star lead, as Revenant were the ones to get the blue star initially. Those nest eggs are going to be very annoying to deal with in that mid area. If anyone makes the mistake of stepping into them, that should be pretty much a free kill.
We could be on the cards for another one of those very rare top-side victories here on Bounty. Bang, taking some punishment, being forced back, and I mean, definitely feels like the primary instigation, I think, for this Revenant roster will be the Gene. Get that magic hand super up and then try and initiate off of the back of that, because at the moment with the lineup you've got, that seems to be the majority, if not all, of your initiation.
Yeah, it was a bit of a misplacement there from Prime. Over-aggressive so far. He's been the player that Motivated have been able to punish the most. Now, Surgeon does have a pull. If he could find that oh-so-valuable connection, that could be huge, but beautifully tanked there by Denku's gadget. Is out of gadgets now, however. They're going to remove some of those walls on the top left, so that will open up the map a little bit more, make it a little bit easier to defend here from Motivated, because that was a nice outpost for Prime to kind of use as cover. Let's see, though, if that's enough. 12 seconds left on this countdown. Motivated still a star ahead, but a singular kill will turn things around. Some missed shots there from Mira. Prime is low HP, though. Bangy is gonna fall, and Revenant are able to turn things around here. Captain Rocks will survive as well on the bottom right, but even if he went down, it would not have been enough to come back, and Revenant steal that game away to take the early lead in this opening set.
Yeah, I mean, getting crowds into that corner, it was really just a shooting gallery for Revenant. They just sit there, send shots down. I mean, brilliant read, brilliant tech to deal with that magic hand, but unfortunately, I mean, that was all that I think Motivated found there in that dying moment of the round here in set number 1. I mean, this Piper has been used to great effect. Prime was consistently being zoned out and started just copying some decent punishment, but how long can that last once they start getting some priority?
Going out, blue star picked up again. Actually, not again. It was Revenant that got it last game. Motivated got it this game. They get the first blood as well. So nice 3-star early lead. Very nicely done. And they'll be able to just play defensive from here. The nest egg finds the connection onto Surgeon as he wasn't aware of its placement. And that's 5 stars now in favor of Motivated. A very different story so far.
Yeah, but if they make a decent push and corral them into that corner once again and start getting the chip damage out. They might make something happen. Bell in trouble. Captain will finish that off. So at least brings it back within 3. Mirror up, respawn nice and quick, so they can start to try and gain back some ground here. But that damage booster for Prime might be what allows them to open things up. Gene trying to send that damage, but there's 2 supers available, so Meg has the option of the mech should they need it later on down the line. 40 seconds remaining, and they are back on their own home base. Just being corralled in that corner once again. Mira looks to send it deep. The mage hand catches her, and that was unfortunate timing and positioning. Gives Revenant an avenue back in. They're only 1 star behind it. Once again, Motivated are in this corner. It's not a good spot to be in.
Nice chip damage from afar there from Sergeant on the left-hand side as well. He has a lovely angle there, and Captain Rocks finds a big snipe. That's finally the lead back into Revenant's hands. 10 seconds left. This final countdown is a final chance here for Motivated in this set, but it's not meant to be. Revenant are able to pull through with a fantastic final defense here as well. Revenant taking this opening set. And honestly, I mean, they played really well here. Motivated, they definitely gave them a run for their money, but they were not able to hold on to those early leads. Both games, Revenant were able to come back.
I mean, that's the problem. Motivated's draft thrives when they can hold ground evenly. You want them playing through mid. You don't want them playing back in a corner because, again, it's just a shooting gallery. You've got 8-bit with the damage booster. You've just got everything that you could possibly want in terms of pumping out damage. Gene with the, the star power and allowing that spread damage. Revenant, look, I don't know if it was necessarily the game plan from the start, but when it came together, it worked stunningly.
It was a very good execution. I think overall the drafts were fairly even. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of the 8-bit here, but I mean it worked out. It worked out. I think that for the most part, it just came down to some better mechanics and some better team synergy as well on the side of Revenant, where they were able to just slowly choke them out, get them into some choke points and some annoying corners where they just didn't really have anywhere left to go. Eventually, they managed to herd them down to those tricky positions to find any sort of cover. And at that point, Revenant slowly started picking them off, coming back into the lead, and at last just running away with a perfect timing as well in both games to just kind of have that untradeable situation where you take the lead back, but there's not enough time for your opposition to get any more kills and even things out again.
I mean, once again, I understand what Motivated were trying to do with that draft. You had a Pam in mid trying to zone, holding that as a front liner, Piper in the left-hand lane, providing that threat, Bell as well doing the same with those nest eggs. But unfortunately, whether it was a lack of confidence, they just didn't feel secure enough in the way that they were playing it. But as soon as they started retreating, that was over. And Revenant knew exactly what they needed to do, which is, again, complete reverse of the last time these two teams played off, Teddy. You remember Motivated won maps 1 and 2, and then it was a reverse sweep this time around. Revenant had come in and said, well, actually, this time we're winning the series.
Yeah, it's a very different story. I mean, it felt like in their first encounter that Revenant were really struggling to wake up, maybe struggling with some of the delay disadvantage. Here, they just managed to play much more their strength, find a comp that worked well for them. I think that's maybe part of why the 8-bit was being brought in as well, because it is a little bit safer to play. I'm guessing with a bit more ping compared to like some sharpshooters that are more glass cannon. It's less forgiving. 8-bit is a very forgiving brawler to play for the most part. So overall, a good performance on their end. Looking at the stats here, a lot more damage from Bangy, able to get a few more kills as well overall in this LPL APAC tour. But for the most part, I would still rate Sergeant quite a bit higher, as he is just this incredibly strong mechanic player.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does make up for some of that ping deficit. 1.17 million damage is a hugely impressive number to be putting up. Motivated. I mean, look, it's going to be interesting. Obviously, it's only the first map in this series, so it's hard to call it over at this stage. There's still a decent amount of Brawl Stars to be played out. Motivated, though, I mean, look, hopefully they can just take that map on the chin and continue progressing, because as soon as they start getting in their head, I think that's where Revenant can start living rent-free and maybe take the series away. Yeah,
I agree with you. I think that right now the job for Motivated is to try to get some momentum back going their way, try to slow things down a little bit, maybe in knockout. It's a good game mode to do this, I think. It's also a game mode where you can quickly get a few kills here and there, and then a few rounds, and slowly get that momentum back on your side. So right now, I think things are not too worrisome yet for Motivated, but the fact that it is such a different story compared to their first match against Revenant is an area where they do need to be a little bit careful, because getting into the second set, this is another one that Motivated won when they first faced Revenant yesterday. So if they're not able to win this one, I'm going to start getting really worried for them, because Revenant, they really woke up in sets 3, 4, and 5 yesterday. Right now, it seems like they're just ready to brawl off the bat.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, okay. A lot of long-range poke from Revenant, a lot of threat for mispositioning if Motivated aren't careful. So they're going to have to be playing pretty smart into this matchup, because one stray step and you got Piper and Angelico, which are willing and able. I mean, combined, the two of them probably could one-shot, or two-shot technically, any member of that roster coming out of Motivated.
All right, let's see how this second set goes. Bit of a safer comp on the side of Motivated. Revenant going much more for their sharpshooting approach with all 3 sharpshooters. Let's see if they can close the distance here. So far, it seems like Motivated are really respecting that outrange. A big tap there from Surgeon. Homemade recipe from Captain Rock's not going to find a connection, but at least Revenant have all the mid positioning that they could ask for.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what they're looking for, that threat. I mean, the fact that Captain Rox is able to zone out both Bangy and Danku means that Mira was unable to really find what they were looking for. Luckily, I mean, it only lost the mech. But as it stands, I mean, Sergeant controlling that mid lane as soon as, yeah, I mean, they've got 2 of 3 supers up and available compared to the none there for Motivated.
Yeah, Prime got very low HP earlier. Mira was chasing him down on the bottom right. But at the end of the day, Prime managed to survive. Beautiful snipe through the wall there. Greatly executed gadget from Prime. It is turned into a 2-on-2, but Mira's positioning is so scuffed here without a mech as well. Nearly unwinnable. And Revenant will clear out this first round. I think that if they're able to punish Prime a little bit more, they're actually going to lane swap here. They will have Mira against the Piper. I don't mind that change. It seemed like Mira is kind of the only brawler really winning any matchups here. I think that the Gene can still outrange and try to outdamage, but right now he's been so busy getting those magic buffs out to help out Denku that he hasn't really been able to get a lot of damage done. Does find some connections now, and Surgeon only down to 300 HP. Fortunately for Motivated, not enough to get a kill.
Yeah, I mean, just keeping the team barely holding on. I think, yeah, Revenant quite happy to be sitting this deep. You can just sit there and poke and poke and poke. And I mean, I'd imagine Crazy Raccoons 3R Gaming at the moment, both sitting back watching this matchup, knowing that, oh, they're up next, and they want to make sure that whoever does end up in that lower bracket has an idea of what they're going to be facing off between these 2 teams. Mira out of the mech, or step closer, that could have been dangerous. There you go, Sergeant drops the super on Bangy's head. He cops a shot from the Piper as well. Captain Rock's in trouble. Big shots there from Mira, but isolated, stuck behind the wall. Danku wants to cut deep and does so successfully with the RT. And well, Motivated get themselves around.
Very well played by Motivated. Came down to the wire here. Very low health left on 2 of those surviving Motivated players, but a round is a round, and I'll be happy to take it at Miss Gene Pool. We've seen a few so far this tournament, and yeah, it is scary because it's a lot of lost value, especially since they can provide you pretty much with a free opening kill. Look at that, Prime snipes off Mira. Surgeon finds Bangy. It's only Danku left alive in a 1v3. Not the worst brawler to 1v3, but definitely not an easy one to pull off either. And already loud attack from Captain Rox will end it. Revenant make it a 3rd game in a row.
Yeah, and this is exactly what the Revenant draft was picked to do. You've got Piper and Angelico, who are insane long-range threats, and are going to keep doing exactly what they're doing. I don't see an avenue out for Motivated here, unfortunately. They don't really have the tools to enable an aggressive play Because, I mean, even if they're clumped up trying to share damage, you've then got the Brock on top of it. As soon as that super's available, it's over.
Yeah, I think that I mean, Piper pretty much has all good matchups against maybe the Meg that is the only exception here. Jean needs to do more chip damage. That was beautifully done. Big misplacement from Surgeon on the top left and going overly aggressive, motivated, making sure to punish that. And that was just not something that was necessary here, I think, for Revenant.
Oh, the charge shot and the Piper combo is just so ruthless to try and deal with. I mean, I think ideally if you're motivated, you go back for a slightly different draft, one that allows you to be a little bit more aggressive, but unfortunately that just doesn't happen. They have lost Sergeant. They will lose Prime as well, and obviously fancy footwork is the answer. Motivated, keeping themselves out of danger by avoiding the damage coming out of Revenant, and will pinch up and find the kill that they're looking for.
This is going to be an important gene pull for Bang. If you can land this one, it could definitely turn things around and give them well, basically the game here. Revenant, it's going to be their job to try to deal with that situation. Surgeon needs to be careful not to get too much into that pool range. Denku trying to have that mid presence. Motivated was a gadget, but I think it was tanked by the Meg gadget. So nicely done on that front. Meg struggling in that matchup so far, as she is getting quite massively outranged, and Captain Rox has been hitting a lot of shots so far.
Yeah, I mean, the zone potential here is pretty scary. Super pop by Captain Rox, trying to remove some of those obstacles so they can keep sending shots, and Rox being heavily punished by the aggressive push. Meg going to work, and all of a sudden they just bide their time. Going to go into the gas to avoid handing over the supers in. Well, in this set, one apiece, we go to set point here on the Knockout Motivated, showing some signs of life.
Nicely done here. I got a bit scared because Bang missed the gene pool again. It completely rushed the gene pool as well. That kind of should have been used much later into that round. But his teammates had his back, got some very valuable connections, and managed to save the day. Motivated contesting this second set now. Can Revenant pull through and take that 2-0 lead, or is Motivated finally going to be able to strike back and take a set of their own?
That's the question. Sergeant shifted left. In fact, they've done a complete switch up. Prime's in the mid, Sergeant's left, and Captain Rox is to the right, and already it's looking a little bit less secure than it was in the past 2 rounds. Sergeant trying to be a threat for the team, but Bangy having that control of mid. Prime is not getting those charge shots off the way that he wanted to. Captain Rox not being allowed to connect with the RT here in the right lane. Motivated have adjusted this brilliantly.
So far, things not looking too bad for them. Still very early to tell. Prime with some good positioning. I think missed a gadget shot here. Let's see how things are going to go here as the gas is starting to creep up the sides of the map now. Mira going to be out of mech. That is massive for this endgame. It does have a gadget here to tank. Prime goes down. It's only Captain Rox left alive. And honestly, those endgames are just so much more favorable towards Motivated as Revenant. Their sharpshooter approach, once the gap is closed and you're forced into those more close-range fights, they just simply don't have the health to stay alive. And it seems to be really punishing them. I think they need to pop off earlier into those rounds, otherwise Motivated are going to be taking this set.
Oh. Looking to send some damage in. The Hyper is there. Sergeant drops it, but it's not going to find much traction. They still have some left over in the tank in terms of utility, but Sergeant, yeah, missed opportunity. If they'd connected there, maybe just a little bit better. Maybe, just maybe, this could be something that they could have taken away, but no. Everyone still alive, and the regen comes through for Bang. He's going to be back to full health. This lineup of brawlers, which could have been so dominant, have just fallen off.
Yeah, but right now, I feel like Motivated are more than happy to just wait the later stages. However, the map has been opened up a bit more. Beautiful Jin pool at last finding the connection, but Prime is there with the trade. A jump back from Captain Rox doesn't really find a lot of value, but gets a better placement. Mira still in mech, though the HP situation is dire. Prime in a 1v1 against Mira is able to close it out very narrowly. Things looking a little bit better here. I think that this is the goal. In general, on this map, you want to open your side of the walls because that gives you a bit more space to dodge. It makes the choke points wider, so less predictable and easier to just juke some of those incoming shots. So I think the adjustment here, though, since they have 3 sharpshooter to open up the wall is the right call, but that gene pull is going to be absolutely brutal. At least they get the meg out of meg, but they need a lot of value here. They need to connect some of those snipes. They are doing the job, but they're not able to close out any kills, and with the healing buffs coming through from the gene, they're able to keep everyone topped off and healthy.
Captain Rock's forced to use the super just to get away there. Prime, that charge shot. I mean, they need to both connect onto the same brawler if they want a chance at equalising this at a 2-2, and neither shot is going to connect. Captain Rocks will find Bangy, but Prime can't follow up. Captain just trying to position to get that regen off. There you go. That's exactly what you're looking for, but Danku drops Captain Rocks. Prime in a rough spot in the 1 versus 2 with the gas closing in, playing around that top left-hand side. Super for Danku. He's just going to try and reposition, dodging damage where he can. It's big shots coming out of Bangy. The super drop by Danku. And that's it. The knockout is over. And Motivated have brought it back. Teddy, we're tied up at 1 map apiece.
A great set here from Motivated. I think a lot of mistakes from Revenant. I think they took a very long time to kind of identify their win conditions on this map. I think they needed to try to go for some early kills and open up the map. If they just opened up, because the Brock has 3 wall breaks, right? He has his gadget that enables him to just open up walls 3 times, 4 times if you go for the extra gadget gear. So they have 3 wall breaks, plenty of it, and there's really 2 areas that need to be opened up. Unfortunately, I think they kind of identified that was their win condition too late, and that last round was very close. It was a messy fight. The gene pool and hypercharge clutch things up here for Motivated. Otherwise, I think that we could have potentially seen Revenant actually taking that game and set.
Well, they might have taken it. If you want to take it as well, get yourselves involved with LPL Showdown. You could be taking sets, maps, and a whole series of people. Check out the QR code, !Showdown in chat. You could find yourself playing some Brawl Stars and winning some matches yourself. But Teddy, I mean, Revenant now 1-1 in the series. So essentially, we're now back to a best of 3 rather than the full best of 5. Motivated won the bounty and the knockout first time around. They go 1-1 this time around. Heading to the objectives, Revenant looked much, much stronger. Do you reckon that's a point of concern for Motivated at this stage?
I think that this hot zone set is definitely going to be a bit of a scary one here, because this is where the comeback started yesterday. Now, it's not as dire of a situation for Revenant now. It's 1-1. We're really all even, as you mentioned. It's as if we had a best of 3 at this point. Yesterday, if we had a best of 3, it would have been Motivated that won it, because they were up 2 sets. So maybe that says something, but at the same time, the last 3 sets here are all maps that Revenant beat Motivated on yesterday. So yeah, some conflicting ideas here. We'll see what ends up happening in the field, really. But Revenant, I think, are still in a pretty confident situation here. They didn't let things kind of slip out as they did yesterday. And overall, I feel like those are modes that are a little bit less punishing for them. So they should be able to make things work here.
And I mean, something that you've been talking about all tournament long is seeing the Jackie Gray come out for those teams that are suffering with the ping. We did see it come out earlier in the day. It's not quite the way that I think you wanted, unfortunately, but the theory was there, if not the execution.
Yeah, I think that personally on this particular map, I prefer Jackie Rosa, just because Rosa has the ability to play some bushes. I think the hypercharge is a little bit more impactful as well. And same goes for the super, really. I still like the Jackie, don't get me wrong. It's still a very threatening pick, but I feel like the Rosa can be just a little bit more safe, give you a little bit more of a fighting chance. However, it seemed like something that Revenant did not like to play. So we'll have to see if they actually decide to bring that into the table. So far, every single time, even when they had first pick and Gray was open, they were not going for it. So I kind of have my doubts regarding them bringing it here now. but I would love to see that attempt because I feel like it would be a nice way to kind of mitigate some of their disadvantages.
And maybe it's more of an East Asia meta rather than a South Asian meta in terms of the grey pick. But I mean, both teams have proven they've got pretty capable drafts coming into the hot zone. I mean, we saw that already, just being able to zone effectively and put in the work. This Revenant roster having that experience internationally, knowing sort of the different play styles of the world and what they could be doing, what different drafts there are available. You'd have to still give them the edge, but this motivated team has proven that they're hungry and motivated like their name. As we look at the draft, the Larry Laurie coming back in and, oh boy, motivated, might be cooking something up very interesting.
Yeah, BB being brought in here is a bit of a wild pick. It's a brawler that we did see a little bit in the monthly finals here for APAC, but it's a little bit tough to call. It's a little bit tough to call. I feel like it's probably a direct answer to that Larry Laurie, trying to just kind of dislodge it out of position. There's very few positions where you can play the Larry Laurie on this map in the first place. I don't like the Larry Laurie here. I think it's just a bit of a weak pick. I feel like in general throwers don't do particularly well here. I think that my favorite throw would probably be Sprout, but it is just hard to draft in. For the most part though, let's see how this goes here. I think he gets very aggressive and gets an easy kill, gets a double, and the BB pick so far is paying up very nicely for Motivated.
Yeah, I mean, what are your thoughts on the Lola pick as well, coming in for Captain Rox, the first we've seen at this tournament here in the finals of the APAC Tour? Unfortunately, its run has already resulted in a death, but maybe it's the pick that Captain Rox needs.
Yeah, I don't mind the Lola. I think it's still absolutely fine. It's not super great. I know it gets hard countered by the Jessie as well. So for the most part, I think this is just one of Revenant's worst drafts yet. It's just bad. I mean, Larry Laurie is not good here. I don't know why they're bringing it. The BB is a beautiful hard counter to it. We have the Lola being hard countered by Jessie. The Meg, I mean, the Ember has okay matchups. It's just not a good draft. What else can I say? It's going to be 100-0 here, and I have doubts that the next game is going to be much more convincing.
100-0 and Danku deathless on the BB. Just absolutely monstering the entirety of that Revenant roster. I mean, almost single-handedly zoning them away from the objective.
Yeah, I think that this approach when it comes to the draft was just not very strong here from Revenant. We've seen better drafts from them. They're not a team that's particularly known for their drafts either. I think that in general they like to play kind of safe, kind of classic brawl. So I like that Danku is taking the approach of going the other side of the map this time around. Inside of the right lane he approached last game. He went for the left. It's working out pretty much just as nicely though. Bangy is going to be out of mech. Captain Rox is very low HP though. Bangy gets pushed up. Might fall here to Surgent. Danku taking a lot of damage. Pops a gadget that will provide some heals. Let's see if we can find some more connection. Beautiful gadget from Prime. And at last, something going right here for Revenant. Let's see if it can last out.
Yeah, I mean, removing Danku early, he was able to hold that right flank incredibly well in the first round. This time, he's dealt with that Amber, putting in work to clear Danku out. But look at this, Danku on the pinch with Bangy as well. If they can make a bit of a ramp here, this could get deadly. But Danku taking so much kite damage from this Revenant roster. And suddenly we're seeing the payout of the Lola, having the Megalomaniac there as well, just to provide some dissuasion from the full commit. Danku's going to try it again. Takes so much damage for the effort, can't get a shot off in Prime. The Amber will finish that kill as Revenant keep ticking on.
This is a beautiful game here from Revenant. Much better than the previous one, and I was not expecting much more. I feel like Motivated got a really good draft, but they've been able to make the matchup work much better here. Surgeon very aggressive, will get shut down, but the game will be closed out here by Revenant, and they are able to tie up that set. Not really what I was expecting. As I said earlier, I felt like the draft is much better on the Motivated side, but they've been able to make the right adjustments to render that BB much less threatening. I think that gave them enough control here to be much more effective. I still think that if Motivated play this right, they should be able to shut down Revenant. I would expect to see probably the BB back on the right lane this time around, and we're going to see just that now, as that worked out much better earlier. Still not easy for the BB against the Ember because of that gadget, but overall they should be in a spot where they can still do a lot of damage to Revenant.
I mean, that was the reason Danku found success on the BB in the first round. It was because it was against the Larry Laurie, who couldn't just dissuade him with the kite damage. Went left-hand side for the second round, and that's where the Amber was. So Prime just absolutely nuked him when he tried to get close. Now he's going to go for the switch again, trying to find the angle over to Sergeant. But look at it again, a brilliant read from Revenant. Prime is already here on the Amber. They are doing exactly what they need to be shutting down this BB.
Yeah, the only problem here, I think, with this playstyle from Revenant is that in case of a stalemate, I feel like Motivated have more HP, more sustained. They're more able to stay in that zone. So if those fights are very even if they are dissuading that BB from pushing over aggressively, they are able to get some nice percentages. Now, the fight is not even. They were able to get a nice pickup, and Danku might get taken down here as well. He's burning down. I don't think the gadget is enough to keep him alive. He does deal a lot of damage. It's not the end of the world. This game is close as well. Surgeon with a pretty ridiculous gadget here is going to just dash into that swipe from Bangy. That was not his brightest play, but Motivated and Revenant still very much neck to neck in this game.
I mean, that's the big problem here. Danku can't get close, can't close the gap, can't actually go to work with the bat. And as a result, it's effectively a 2 versus 3 that Motivated are playing. And you can just see constantly Danku trying to find a flank. He's constantly pinching right, pinching left, but all the time, Prime is relocating to meet him. That Amber has single-handedly denied Danku so many times. They pair it up with the Lola, and just that chip damage is too much. It's overwhelming. Danku going to try to get close again. Once there, will start taking punishment, and Prime is just shutting him down.
See here, as Revenant is back in the lead. It's not by a lot, though. Laurie going to be taken care of now. Revenant slowly running away with it, though. They need this final push to be strong, and the Meg without Mech is a bit of a disaster. Mira tries his best to connect those final shots, actually gets 2 kills with that, but it wasn't enough as Surgeon stayed alive, close out this game, and takes this 3rd set to create the lead once more in favor of Revenant.
I mean, Revenant, a brilliant adjustment. The read into that BB, pivoting Prime into position, and yeah, look, it shows in the numbers because it was just constantly Danku on the BB feeding into his position, copping so much punishment because he couldn't close the gap. And that, I mean, that's exactly what you'd expect from a team that has this international experience, like a team like Revenant.
Yeah, right now Revenant doing a really good job at showing that the draft is not the end of the game. I think a lot of teams have that mindset as well, where if they are getting out-drafted, which I still think they were out-drafted, they kind of give up mentally. They're like, okay, well, they have a better draft, they're going to win. Here, they were able to show that it's not just that. There's adjustments you can make. You can try to have different approaches, focus more on certain player, get some lane swaps, have some more team fights, or try to isolate lanes. There's so many different approaches, like kind of mid-game or game-to-game sort of adjustments you can make rather than between sets. And they were able to show just that in this set. That was beautifully done here by Revenant. They made all the right adjustments, got things going their way, and were able to turn that set around despite being down the first game 100-0, which is pretty ridiculous. You don't see it every day. But I mean, I have to just commend Revenant for having a good mindset, being able to have the right kind of mental to still feel like that this is a winnable draft. This is a winnable situation despite getting stomped in that first game.
Oh, I mean, not just commend Revenant, but Prime played that very well. It wasn't. I mean, the fact that he was pivoting, constantly reading into Danku's rotations between the lanes, and single-handedly kept him is a non-factor in that matchup. So it's going to be interesting to see how the remainder of the series plays out. But right now we need a quick reset going into the next map. Of course, it's time for a quick break. We'll see you on the other side.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
After a magnificent mid-map adjustment, Revenant find themselves up 2-1 in this lower bracket semi-final, and, well, one map away, rather, from knocking Motivated out of the tournament. One map faster than last time around, in fact, Teddy.
Yeah, right now, I mean, things are still looking somewhat promising for Motivated. They are still the underdogs in this matchup. The Revenant, they are having a better series than they were yesterday when they first faced Motivated, because they were down 2 sets, and right now they're up a set. So it's a bit of a different story. Yesterday was Motivated that were winning 2-1 at this point. Right now it is Revenant. So let's see if that sets anything up here for this 4th set as we move on to Brawl here, and already nice double kill actually in favor of Revenant, able to get a lot of map control, and they are bringing the Larry Laurie back once more.
Yeah, the Rosa Dev, the Star Dragon. This is where things start to get a bit interesting. Hoping to get that Otis pick coming in. You questioned it last time we were here, Teddy, but they've opted into it, have Revenant, and Captain Rox is going to find the kill onto Bangy. Star Dragon looking to rotate the ball around, play in behind Danku with some support. They don't quite have the buster like we saw earlier. Unfortunately, it didn't work for them. But Danku providing some great coverage. Prime trying to shut that down. Star Dragon is out. So they will look to try and push it maybe. Mira having been subbed out. They will find the opening. Danku on for the shot. Captain Rocks. The ball stops at a perfect spot. They will keep it in play.
Yeah, I liked the attempt here to go for the Cocoon. It was missed, unfortunately, by Bangy. Let's see if they can find some more value now. It's going to be hard to pierce through that defense, but this is why the Thrower and the Rico are here as well to help make those goal-scoring opportunities a reality. And there you have it. Bangy slots it in, and Motivated take the lead in this first game.
Yeah, I mean, the Rico in the hands of Danku just so overwhelming on this left-hand lane. Prime in trouble, having to back off from Star Dragon, coming in fresh from Mira. Will be taken down. Bangy as well, dropped. They're looking for the opening, but no, unfortunately, Motivated aren't able to find much of anything against this Revenant roster. They just get themselves back up and in play. Revenant not going to start moving the ball just yet. They want more priority. They want to pick up at least one more, I would imagine, to try and open up the field. But Danku takes Sargent out. That Larry Laurie leaving a lot to be desired, I feel, at the moment.
Yeah, it's not a pick that I love on this map. I don't think it's terrible. I think Otis is also not the greatest pick. It does well against Rosa, so it's got that going. But for the most part, I mean, I think Motivated have a much better draft. I think Jesse's also all right. But I think Motivated have a much better draft, much more meta-relevant. Just balls that you'd expect to see at the highest level. They're playing those balls, not whatever Revenant cooked here.
Yeah, I mean, not quite sure what the game plan was there. Didn't feel like there was a heck of a lot of cohesion in terms of what was being brought, whereas for Motivated, they've got a decent amount of damage output. They've got some zone control, and you got that frontline threat of Star Dragon on the Rosa. So, I mean, it makes a little bit more sense than Revenant's at the moment.
Well, let's see if they are able to make a play here. Was that Cont? They showed us in Hudson earlier, they are more than capable of making those adjustments on the spot. They have to do that once again here. I don't know if they'll be able to do it. Nice slow from the Rosa. Surgeon getting quite low HP. Star Dragon is going to fall, actually. Bangy popped the gadget. This is looking much more promising here for Revenant. With 2 kills, they should have enough space here to score, and Surgeon will do just that for his team. Beautifully done. Revenant with the early lead.
Again, I'm still not sure where the cohesion lies with this Revenant roster, but a goal is a goal at the end of the day. You take that, and it could set themselves up for a set and series point. Here's Star Dragon looking to cut deep with support. Has Rico there, and all of a sudden, this Revenant roster's in shambles, and Danku is going to slot it home, tie up the score at 1-1 here in the second round of this set, and suddenly that assertiveness reapplied. And the possibility of a final map could be coming into play. The hypercharge turret coming through. Star Dragon taken down. And this is that explosive opening they were looking for. The Cocoon does go out. Sargent kicks the ball deep. Danku trying to dissuade, but oh, what a kill. If not for the fact that Sargent had gone down there, that might have been a second goal.
Yeah, beautifully done. Star Dragon popping super and hypercharge as well. We'll get the kill into the Jesse. Wasted turret from that Jesse. Star Dragon low HP is able to juke those shots wonderfully well on the right-hand side, and somehow Motivated defense is still holding. It felt like it should have been over by now, but they are still standing. It will lose Bangy on that right-hand side, but since they've been waiting for a player as well on the blue side, at last, Larry is back into the mix. Star Dragon taking a lot of damage, will go down to Captain Rocks, and this is the push they were hoping for. Bangy needs a super right here, right now, but he doesn't get it in time anyways. Revenant slot it in, and that's going to be a match point coming through for the Indian team.
Only goes to prove how key positioning is in the Brawl Ball. If you're caught out even for a moment, it can spell disaster and ensure that your opponents do slot that ball home. And as a result, Revenant Leo, like you said, one more round win here in the Brawl Ball, and that is set and series over. And Motivated, unfortunately, their dream run will end, and they'll find themselves missing out on the prize. Remember, you win this, you're in the money. You are then top 3 in the competition. Star Dragon pushing up aggressively on the Prime, stays alive, gets the kill, just to be taken down by Laurie. Danko in trouble as well. That's disastrous. Sergeant gets the ball. With the respawns just coming up, they got to pass, try and run the ball home, and Captain Rocks will score for Revenant.
Incredible start of the game here for Revenant. 35 seconds in, they found a goal. Now Motivated are with their backs against the wall. They're so close from taking this to a 5th and final set. However, they still have a lot of work to do here, and they're so close from being knocked out of the LPL Asian Pacific Tour. And right now, that defense is not holding up very well here for Motivated. Bang, as soon as he hops out of Cocoon, is going to be in a pinch. Does manage to find some nice value. And actually, Prime goes down. It's a team wipe, and Motivated might be able to make a play here.
Juggling the aggro quite well, just in front of the barricade, on the Revenant side of the map. But the reality is, all you have to do if you're Revenant is just burn that clock. You don't actually have to commit to try and pushing for a goal, but I think that's probably what Revenant are going to want to do at this stage. Star Dragon, Hypercharge is available, but HP is dwindling by the second. Oh, not quite enough to pick it up. Yeah, there you go, Sergeant. Just finishes off the kill, allows Revenant to position themselves outside their half of the map. They can start prioritizing that push towards halfway. Bangy Hypercharge there. In fact, they've got 2 Hypercharges available. Star Dragon can look to push up with the Rosa. Pop the Hypercharge. Gonna run that ball? No. Absolutely melted there. And now Revenant have the onus to start moving that ball up the field. Hypercharge turret does go down. Enables Captain Rocks to play in behind Prime, but the respawn's coming through. Star Dragon on that Rosa back up and in play. They're just chipping away at this Motivated roster moment by moment. The HP is dwindling. Star Dragon staying alive with that super. Looking to push deep. Danko down as well. Hypercharge is there. Dropping it out into Bang. He's the last line of defense, and Revenant gonna walk it home for the series win. Unfortunately for Motivated, the dream run to the lower bracket has come to an end.
It was a brilliant attempt here, but it's going to be the second time here that Revenant take the victory against Motivated. One thing that I do want to point out in that game is that the Rosa popped Hypercharge, and usually pop Hypercharge, you instantly pop Super, right? But just before he had time to pop Super, he got muted by the Otis, meaning that he wasn't able to get that shield, and he died with the Hypercharge, unable to do anything there to save their own lives. So that was a bit of a disaster. Could potentially have scored if he had time to put that Super in time. Unfortunately, it wasn't the case here, and it is going to be all Revenant as they move on to the next round.
And then there were 3 remaining in the bracket. We started the week with 8. We have removed 5 teams from the competition, heading towards that upper bracket final. We are on the tail end of things here, and I'm excited for it. Crazy Raccoon, 3R Gaming, Teddy. This matchup wasn't the one that we expected to be there, but with 3 teams remaining, Revenant still might get that shot at a grand final.
Definitely so. I mean, this is an exciting match. We haven't seen the upper bracket in a minute now as well, so I'm excited to go back on that side of things. And this is a very exciting match. Could be a grand final worthy match as well, so looking forward to seeing what happens.
Well, the home stretch is that much more exciting at the moment. Up after the break, we'll return to the upper bracket for Crazy Raccoon taking on 3R Gaming. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Jumping back into it, it's time for the upper bracket semi-final. Teddy 3R Gaming took down the 3rd seed of Next Level in APAC to get their shot at the Kings of Crazy Raccoon. And the Kings are cooking up something spicy in this draft.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting draft coming in here. I mean, Melody, first of all, super strong still. And then the Sprout as well is a brawler we haven't really seen here at all so far on Shooting Stars. So I'm excited to see how that works out. I think the comp is a little bit more traditional on the side of 3R. Buster is definitely an interesting one as well. It's going to really help with that blue star because obviously the Sprout in the early game without a wall is really going to struggle in that matchup against the Buster that just has so much health and pretty much guarantees them a free blue star.
And Yume, completely isolated, allows Shitatambo to dump in with that Melody. Looking for more. Sakura cutting deep with the Buster being threatened. Has Byron in support. Mamashi trying to keep Sakura alive. The montage out will provide a bit of extra longevity, but in that flurry of action, it's enough for Crazy Raccoon to take the lead. Yume Goku in trouble. Finished off by Moya. Things are going from bad to worse at the moment. Sakura trying to survive. Shitatambo jumps in deep. It will be Moya for the finish. And this is what we expected out of Crazy Raccoon. We knew they were going to come in with guns a-blazing.
So far, they're definitely delivering. And the hypercharge and super on the Sprout, super on the tempo as well. They could go for some aggressive plays here. Yume out of Cocoon, but the tempo is there to quickly put an end to their lives. And so far, I mean, super clean game from Crazy Raccoon, really. First kill now for 3R, but they're still 9 stars behind.
Shitatambo in that Melody. Always looking for an opening, and I mean, having the setup there between the Gus and the Sprout, just that little bit of chip damage, that enough for him to convincingly pull that trigger. Sakura trying to destroy any chance at a, shutdown from Crazy Raccoon, but it doesn't happen. He was trying to get in the face, but Shitatambo in the back line. Moya, 6-star under the belt for him. A 13-star lead to start the bounty off. Hyperdrive there. Shitatambo on the Melody, looking to cut deep onto Mamashi. They've split Crazy Raccoon. The wall there, the gadget's coming out. And Shitatambo for one, dashes away and survives. 21 stars under the belt to the 4 for 3R Gaming.
And honestly, pretty much a flawless game. I think there was a single kill here going the way of 3R, but besides that, it was super clean, super under control. I think they have an easier draft to play and also just a little bit more meta relevant with the Melody in the mix here as well. They must have been overlooked in the ban phase. Beautifully done here for game 1 by Crazy Raccoon. 3R, they have a lot of work to do if they want to come back, and I think they might have to play just a little bit safer as well. Is they don't have a lot of range to work with that Buster, so they need to be careful how they do that. Gonna be isolated as well by that beautiful Sprout wall, and gonna force back a lot of that control towards Crazy Raccoon. Now if they have the lead because of that blue star, so they don't really need to initiate anything, but they need to be very careful because one kill is all it takes here to turn things around.
Oh, I mean, they don't need to initiate anything, but they also don't want to lose ground, which is why we see them pushing back towards the middle of the map. They want to keep that line drawn in the sand. Jump on in, the Cocoon set up, and Shitatambo takes down Yume Goku. And that's the threat of the Melody coming into play for Crazy Raccoon once again. 3R Gaming. All of a sudden, the tides turn, and now they're the ones that have to force the issue.
All right, let's see. Sakura pops a shield. Is up close against Shitatambo. Shitatambo still has gadgets as well. It's not going to be easy to get up close. Doesn't pop the gadgets, or if he did, they got destroyed immediately. So finally a kill going the way of 3R. They pick up a bit of a lead now, but Yume should be falling here. He's still standing. The Byron heals are making a world of a difference. And somehow Yume survives, gets Moya into a very awkward spot here. Yume pops shield, pops hypercharge, gets the super, doesn't get the connection however. But 6-star leads here for 3R Gaming and Crazy Raccoon. They need a final comeback here.
Shitatambo deep with the Melody. Has super as well, dash it on in, Sakura falls. They're wanting more though. They still need 4, but with that kill, Yume Goku might have just helped set the team up. Victory. Sakura looking at front line, knows that those 2 stars are going to be more valuable as a dissuasion tool than they are as anything else. And so there you go, 3R Gaming will tie up the set. We go set point here in the bounty. 3R Gaming looking like they might just be able to give Crazy Raccoon a bit of a run here.
Good stuff there from 3R. What an ability as well to reset things. After that first game, that was an absolute disaster. They're able to play much more defensive this time around, and that's the nice thing about their comp here is they should be getting 3 blue star, but they're not contesting it here. They will get the kill onto Milkreo. A few whiff shots from Moya as well, so Sakura will stay alive, and for now it seems like things are all right. Tempo a bit greedy there, not using his super because he wants to back out and hold on to it, but instead he gets taken out and feeds an extra 2 stars to 3R.
Yeah, I mean, suddenly 3R Gaming smelled that blood in the water, looked at the shift, and Crazy Raccoon, yes, posturing aggressively up the map here on Shooting Stars, and Moya being able to play behind that wall, looking to threaten but can't. And yeah, they just don't have the ability to collapse. They haven't been able to get that chip damage off to allow Shidatambo to jump in with the Melody. They just can't find what they're looking for.
Let's see here if Crazy Raccoon can close the gap a little bit. Seems like they are being hurt just a little bit on that 3R side. Don't have a lot of movement opportunities. Sakura taking a hefty bit of damage, so is Yume. The heals from Mimeshi are there. Sakura trying to close the gap on that left side. Does manage to hit the pool, but Tempo this time around, very wise, is able to pull out of there. And the blue star here is going to give the lead to Crazy Raccoon again.
That's crazy, ironically enough. 36 seconds, and now 3R Gaming have to be the ones to make that push. I mean, they've got a couple of supers in the back pocket if they should want to commit. 27 seconds left. The montage will go out. Yumagoku with that super in the back pocket. The Charlie Cocoon could definitely set them up, but you look at it, the super's down charged on Crazy Raccoon, back into the corner, 18 seconds. They've got the wall. They need to hold just for the moment. They need to commit. Now it's the push from 3R Gaming into the wall. This is just brutal. What can you do but sit and watch 3R Gaming? They've got about, what, 3 seconds at best to try and make something happen. The wall, no, it's not even going to happen. The push, the fight, it doesn't go the way 3R Gaming were hoping. That is BM at its finest.
That was kind of crazy. He missed a wall at the end as well. That pushed them out of there instead of locking them back in. That could have been a little bit close, but they are fine at the end of the day. Some pretty fun plays there towards the end for Crazy Raccoon to pick up this opening set. It was close. The stats are showing that as well. Look at that damage, though. They have so much more damage on the CR side, and the reason for that is because they had a Byron that was healing up 3R all along, mitigating for that extra damage that CR were able to find.
Yeah, I mean, look, the real question that I have, Teddy, at the moment is this even remotely close if Tensai's playing? With the sub, is this, I mean, you'd argue it's probably a little bit weaker of a Crazy Raccoon. Still a crazy, good team, but with Tensai, surely this is just an absolute lockout, right?
Well, I feel like you can feel that Tensai is missing a little bit, but Milkreo is an incredibly strong player. It is obvious that he's not as good as Tensai, and they don't have the same kind of synergy that they have with Tensai. But is it enough to really create a large opening for an upset? I wouldn't say so. It's a little door that has opened up, a little hatch. Now we have to see if 3R Gaming are able to exploit that, if they're able to find some cracks in that synergy, and maybe, yeah, find a crack in the wall here, find some sort of a way to exploit this, but it's not looked too promising so far.
Yeah, I don't know. I get the feeling you're playing with a 3-core Crazy Raccoon roster. Even though, yeah, like you said, Milkreo is that good, but I mean, you're playing with the core, like you said, the synergy, I think this then becomes an even quicker 3-0, and 3R just don't even have a foot in the door. Going into the knockout, it's going to be interesting to see what adaptations we get out of 3R Gaming in terms of the draft, in terms of what they sort of, stylistically, what they attempt to do against Crazy Raccoon here, because it's one of those situations where at this stage, you have nothing really to lose and everything to gain against a team like this. If you lose as 3R Gaming, you're down in the lower bracket, you've still got that second life. But for Crazy Raccoon, there is just so much to lose from dropping this series.
I think that the advantage here for 3R, like as a team, is that they're a pretty inconsistent team. I think they're very high highs and very low lows. And so far, it's meant that they've had some decent matchups against some of the best teams in the region, but then usually they would kind of just choke against whoever, or just, you know, lose to one of those top teams, even if it's close. Like last month, it came down to a final set against Coco Loco, the monthly final champions, and they were not able to close it out. However, they faced Crazy Raccoon once. That was actually this month in the May monthly qualifiers. It was a best of 3, but it was a 2-0 scoreline in favor of Crazy Raccoon, of course. So yeah, there's a bit of history here. Recently, it was Crazy Raccoon that were able to out-edge them. Is it going to be the case here? Well, so far it is leading us to believe so. But 3R Gaming, they have shown in the past that they are capable of fighting against some of the best teams in the region. They took down Next Level yesterday. It was a bit of an upset. Who knows? Maybe they can cause another upset today.
I mean, potentially. I think the likelihood of that, again, yeah, lower on the scale. But I mean, you look at it, it's 2 Japanese teams. You'd imagine if not scrim partners, or at least scrim opponents, they play each other in ranked consistently, they're in the same country, they would know of each other, considering they both play in the same competitive ecosphere. So it's not like it's a completely unfamiliar opponent for either of them. But again, you've got a top 4 world-class caliber team like Crazy Raccoon, even with a sub, is still going to beat most teams 9 times out of 10. Looking at the draft, though, going into the knockout, that Barley's back at the moment, and paired with the Melody, which we've seen in the past. I mean, what are your thoughts on the roster, Teddy?
I like what I'm seeing here. We're seeing a lot of similar brawlers we saw just in the previous game. 3R doubling down on that Byron. They have the Melody on their side, which I really like. I think Charlie is a great pick at shutting down Melody, though, so I can definitely see some more coming in here. Buster is an interesting one on this map. I don't mind it, but it is very reliant on the end game. It's really very reliant on the late stage of those rounds when the gas is closing out the gap a little bit and you're forced into those close range battles. That's when it's gonna shine.
Yeah, well, where do we see these brawlers play? Mamashi on the Melody, going to be rocketed it through mid. Byron left lane, and then no, last minute switch. Barley into the mid. Okay, I see. I rate it. Mamashi given the job of dealing with Shitatampo on this Charlie, and has support from Sakura, who's moved up, taking a bit of a priority position in through mid, so they can just start throwing those bottles and threatening this Crazy Raccoon roster, who, I mean, it feels like Crazy Raccoon are trying to bait 3R Gaming into overextending.
Yeah, one thing to keep into account here as well is that Memeshi is playing against his ex-teammates. So there is definitely some history here. He definitely has some good knowledge of what they like to play, what kind of brawlers they want to go for. Now, the same can be applied from Crazy Raccoon, maybe not to the same extent. Very aggressive play here. Sakura is so low HP, but he's still alive for now, not able to get the kill, and this is going to be a huge shutdown there from 3R Gaming. A nice attempt from Crazy Raccoon to crack open some sort of opening here, but it was not quite good enough. 3R Gaming doing an absolutely wonderful job at shutting it down.
They're looking to commit over to his Mamashi, who just gets evaporated between Moya and Mulgreyer. 2 versus 3. Supers all across the board for Crazy Raccoon. Sakura does have his. What can they find with it, you mate? Just trying to keep the HP high, but this Gene is making it a tough time for him. You mate, trying to get that super up, I'd imagine, given that, I mean, you got nothing to lose at this stage. All 3 of your opponents have their super available, so you trying to play your life, maybe denying a hypercharge or something along those lines, but no, you want to fight it out. You want to give it a crack. Moya survives, Sakura falls, and Yume is just going to send it into the gas. Crazy Raccoon answer back with a solid round.
Crazy Raccoon in a good position here. They have some very valuable supers as well carried over. The Gene Pool, the Charlie super, those can be instrumental and either creating an opening or shutting down some aggressive ideas that maybe the Melody might have in mind. Let's see that all things are executed here as Meshi so far. Getting some tags from afar, but that's really not what you want that Melody for. You want to get up close and personal, but it's not really a real possibility, unfortunately, against a Buster.
Yeah, it's sort of a bit of a brick wall that Mamashi's running into in terms of the Buster. The montage is out as well. You mate trying to do what he can to assist Marmashi and chipping down the busters that maybe Marmashi can go for a full commit and find the pick, but it's just not happening at this stage. And once again, this will likely go down to the gas and decide what happens. Milkrio aggressively pushing up, opens things up for Marmashi. Montage is there. Marmashi going to finish off that kill. 3 versus 2 now in favour of 3R Gaming. Moya down. Shitatampo soon to fall. There you go. 3R Gaming will take themselves the first round of the set here on Bell's Rock. But, I mean, we've seen that in the past. It's not the be-all and end-all.
3R Gaming doing a really good job, though. Able to get that game after losing that first set. Showing some great mental resilience. Let's see, though, if they can close out this set and even things out. Or if Crazy Raccoon are going to do a bit of a better job at contesting this set. They had some opportunities in the previous game. They did miss some as well. The gene pool was missed, and that probably would have secured them the game. So if they can be a little bit more consistent there, they will stand a bit more of a chance.
And they do pivot Marmashi in the right-hand lane. Milkrio, unfortunately, there as well. So there's still a bit of a brick wall. This allows Shitatampo maybe to play a little bit deeper on the left-hand side. And we are seeing lines drawn in the sand. Super comes out from Sakura. Marmashi wants to cut deep on towards this Charlie. Looking to see the top left-hand side. Will find the kill. Shitatampo goes down. They follow up with a kill onto Milkrio. Now looking to start this second round of the set strong. Crazy Raccoon just absolutely wiped out. That's the 3R Gaming draft coming into play.
All right, 3R in a great spot here. This is their chance to capitalize. And now they gotta not choke and make sure they lock in that set. Sakura a bit aggressive, gonna get caught here by Tempo, but that super was honestly not the greatest. It does end up being a trade. Super completely wasted there by Yume. Not sure if that was the play. Sakura will get taken to about half health, but with the healing buffs from Moya, is able to get him so quickly back to full health.
2v2, Moya taking some damage from Sakura on this Barley. Does have the super back up once again. Could play through a choke point. There you go. It's dished out, but it's off the mark. Luckily, Sakura there picks up the back of the Gene, and it's all down to Milkrio on this Buster. And that throw of power, too strong. 3R Gaming take it easy. 2 rounds in the set to tie up the map count. 3R Gaming looking to make a deep cut in this tournament, Teddy.
Yeah, I am surprised because I feel like Crazy Raccoon did not have a bad draft. I just think that they didn't play it very well. I mean, for example, here at the end of this round, the Charlie used super on the Barley, which is not like an immediate threat. Now, I get that maybe he wanted to isolate the player or something, but that meant that the Melody, once that super is used, is completely free to just dash into the Charlie's face, and that's going to be a winning matchup for the Melody, whereas it was a hard counter otherwise. So those sort of whiffs the gene pool missed in the game before that, those are kind of uncharacteristic of what we expect from Crazy Raccoon. Just a bit sloppy, a bit weak, and showing some certain lack of consistency, I think, in the level they are offering here. So if they are able to iron things out, I'm not worried about them. However, so far they are making some mistakes we usually don't really see from them.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of a lackadaisical approach. Not quite as invested as they would be in, say, other tournaments, just because obviously you're playing without Tensai. Is it going to be really that great a practice without your core 3 in terms of going into the monthly cups? Whatever the case may be, yeah, Crazy Raccoon not looking like they're the strongest form at the moment, but that's prime opportunity for these up-and-coming teams like 3R Gaming to make those strides, make those deep cuts in tournaments and get that experience.
Well, that's the thing, we've talked multiple times about the gap in skill between like the top teams and lower, and especially the gap that there is between Crazy Raccoon and even second, third, fourth seed. I mean, you have to remember, in the BSC, they're over 60 points ahead. So they are by far the best team in the region, the team with the most experience, the most achievements. They're winning everything, really. But this is a sort of opportunities, to close that gap. They're having a bit of a bad day. You need to make sure you capitalize. And 3R are doing a good job so far. They almost took that first set. No, they took the second set. They're able to show here that whenever Crazy Raccoon make mistakes, 3R are there to capitalize, make sure they punish them for those mistakes, and they start racking up some sets on the scoreboard.
I mean, they're doing just that. I mean, they're guaranteed to go further than just a 3-0 sweep. First pick going to Crazy Raccoon as we head to Ring of Fire for the hot zone. And I mean, this is a game mode that can quickly spiral out of control, especially given how Crazy Raccoon tend to play it. They can be a team that turns on a dime as soon as they spot that opening. They are going all in and they're going to wipe you out. 3R Gaming, what do you reckon their response is? Do they play it safe? Do they also lean into the aggression? Do they just play a bit of utility play for the sustain? What do you reckon the game plan is?
Well, I would always still be very mindful of any gray comps. That's something to keep into account. I think a lot of sustain comps as well can be scary to face on this map. So you want to make sure that you have that covered. I don't know necessarily what approach they should be going for, but they want to make sure that they also try to deny some of those favorite brawlers for Crazy Raccoon. I'm thinking about Max notably as well. That is just a brawler they love bringing back pretty much anywhere at this point. They have multiple players that are ridiculously good on that brawler, so it's so easy for them to make a very versatile comp based around that. I think we saw them play some Pam here yesterday as well, which is possibly a threat too, and anything hyper aggressive, because I feel like after losing the set, Crazy Raccoon might be taking things a little bit more seriously, a bit more focused, and showing us their full potential.
Yeah, maybe it's enough to trigger the sweat to start, and Crazy Raccoon will have to start trying to get the win, get that grand finals berth. 3R Gaming though, I mean, you've got an opportunity, make the most of it. Surely they, I mean, it's looking more and more possible like they might do this. That was a very impressive knockout round. In terms of the objective play though, that's where it's a little bit up in the air. I don't think we've seen a huge amount from either team when it comes to that objective gameplay because they've had such short series.
No, that is very true. I mean, so far it's been a lot of sweeps for the most part. I think for both teams, this is the first match that is going further than the third set. So that's something here, and it feels like they're finally facing opponents that are somewhat challenging. Our draft is coming through thick and fast. I'm worried about the Max. It's going to be locked in here by 3R Gaming. They're going for a B pick, which is kind of crazy to me because B is kind of off meta, and it's specifically an anti-tank sharpshooter. And if there's one thing we don't see on Crazy Raccoon is it's a tank.
And we see for the first time the Crow coming in for Chitatampo. I mean, what do you reckon? Is that something that could open them up to a victory here, or could it become more of a liability?
I think it's a bit of a tough one to call. I think for the most part, Crazy Raccoon still probably have a slightly better draft. I think the B for me is a bit of a question mark. The Buster also does get countered by the Colette. Besides that, I like the Max pick. I think Crow is an interesting one to bring in. It's a very Asian pick in general that I don't think is that strong in the meta at the moment. We've been seeing it a bit in the MEA as well. But every time I see it, it's a losing. So I've yet to really be convinced.
Well, so far it's an incredibly strong start from 3R Gaming. Chitatampo looking for the isolation. Will be more to actually take that kill there onto Sakura. But yeah, I mean, this B already proving pretty potent, has done a decent amount of chip damage. The Max as well being a nuisance. Sakura gets the HP taken down a little bit, but has that montage should it need to come into play. It's been a great start out of 3R Gaming. Mamashi falls, and now Crazy Raccoon can start to exert some control over the hot zone.
This is the thing now with the rough scomp, is that slowly they can start building up those buffs. Now 2 players buffed up, and it's going to be harder and harder to take back control of the map. I like the Crow play as well, getting a nice 2-piece there, buying some time for Crazy Raccoon to catch up percentage-wise. Chitatampo gets shut down again. Mameshi will be traded out, though. The health situation is a bit scuffed here for 3R, but they're able to find another kill onto Moya, and at the end of the day, it is still CR with a nice 20% lead.
Oh, a big dive in from Milgrayo with the Crow. The swoop going to great effect. That was brilliantly played in terms of, I mean, you're an assassin, you want to get in, you want to be shredding. This 3R Gaming roster, Mamashi works their way up. Sakura finishes off the rough from Moya. Chitatampo trying to open that gap for the team, wants to exploit and allow the team to push on up, but you got this Buster playing deep behind enemy lines. The other members of your team fighting through mid. Mamashi takes some punishment, has to back off. They need the Sakura to come back in. This is not the spread that I think you want if you're 3R Gaming.
Yeah, a nice comeback here from CR, and 3R Gaming have been shut down. Are they able to still make a play? They will get the kill into the Buster. 2 players back into the zone now, and the Buster is respawning currently. But it's still CR in the zone. This is a very awkward timing to fight, and I don't think they get back into the fight in time. CR make it a game here and strike back after losing that previous set.
Yeah, look, unfortunately that was horrendous timing in terms of the respawns. you only lost Sakura for 3-hour gaming, but the remaining 2 players of your team had combined, I think it was about 3,000 HP. Crazy Raccoon lost 2, but they come back full HP, walk onto the zone and finish it off. So, yeah, in terms of pacing, that was pretty rough.
All right, let's see how the opening goes here. 4-3-R. First to step in zone are going to be Crazy Raccoon. Able to get a very narrow early lead. It's the poking game, a lot of max range fighting here. Once Super comes through, there's going to be more opportunities. Super from Yume is going to be missed here. Doesn't find a single connection. Sakura should get easily shut down by Tempo. That's literally the job of the Colette here. And things are looking pretty decent early on for Crazy Raccoon. They are able to rack up a nice and early lead. Super from Moya to open up some of those walls and just remove some of those choke points where potentially a Buster could go and play aggressively.
You think what's happening, Shitambo just absolutely mopped up from the sidelines as Sakura cuts deep behind the enemy team. Try and set themselves up for a bit more priority so they can get into the objective and start taking up that progress. But you can see the turn and burn, the montage comes out as Shitambo looks to turn onto Sakura. He's going to do as much as he possibly can, and it is going to be enough for the kill. There you go, finished off. And once again, as soon as Sakura is out of the equation, that priority is lost from 3-hour game. They can't really contest the objective. Mamashi looking in for the wings, trying to find the kill with the mags. Mamashi falls. This Crow is working out. Shitambo as well has been nigh untenable. They will finally get the pickup, but at the cost of so much progress onto that objective.
Mashi very low HP. Does survive, I think, 200 HP only. Sakura also low. Crazy Raccoon in a good position to capitalize as they have to fall back a bit and heal up. Super finds no connections there from Shitempo. Yume getting some nice shots to land. The sandbags will be there to tank a little bit from Moya, but it's incredibly close percentage-wise. Milkreo does have Super now. Might want to jump in here and try to get a nice sneaky assassination. Percentage-wise, we're so neck to neck. Very little in it. Beautiful Super from Shitempo gets Yume very low HP. Mameshi low HP as well. Gets shut down mid-hypercharge. A jump from Milkreo gets very cleanly dealt with here. And 3R Gaming, they have the lead, so they're still in the zone. And it's looking like they're going to lock in this game.
Yeah, I mean, the staggered kills there are allowing 3R Gaming to better play the objective. They just chip away at Crazy Raccoon, and because they're not respawning together, it means they can't join the fight together, and as a result, they just stagger back into the fight where 3R Gaming are set up and ready to receive. Well done, 3R Gaming with a great adjust. As we go to set point here on map number 3, this hot zone ring of fire is looking like it is, in fact, heating up.
All right. Comes down to this here for who will take this hot zone set, who will take the lead back in sets, as we are completely on an even page right now, on an even setting. Nice early slow there from Yume, but kill from Moya onto Yume now. Sakura low HP as well, does pop the shield. Should still get sniped off from afar, and Tempo will do that job. Still, Crazy Raccoon with control of the center here. Trying to get maybe into a spawn trap position. Not doing a bad job. Step taking a lot of damage. Super does find some value, but on the way back, he gets stopped by Sakura and Yume that were waiting for him. Nicely done here. And 3R Gaming are trying to gain some control back. The problem is Crazy Raccoon, they have such a big lead now. And 3R Gaming, they've spent their time just trying to get even the slightest bit of control.
Well, unfortunately, it's very much an uphill battle. Sakura tries to go on and open things up for the team. The dive on in from Milkreo is punished. Unfortunately, though, the HP just is not there to back up and push on the objective. Shitampo pushed out. Sakura now alone trying to hold the line. Has support coming slowly. Yume drops the super, but it's a push on in for Shitampo. He's absolutely punishing Yume on this B. Has probably got a little bit more value than we initially anticipated, Teddy. It is actually putting in some work for 3R Gaming.
It has, but not enough, unfortunately, as Crazy Raccoon will take this game in set, and now are up another set. It's 2-1 for CR, and 3R Gaming back in a dangerous position.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Raccoon just right the ship. The Crow pick actually did reasonably well, I thought, all considered. It was blowing up more often than not, but when it did get the super off and find itself in the middle of 3R Gaming. It absolutely murked them. They completely wiped the floor with them. But look, Teddy, we're going to hold things off just a little bit. Quick break, and then we jump back into things here between 3R Gaming and Crazy Raccoon.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Three-R Gaming have had a deep run in the tournament, and they are just that close to a grand finals berth. Unfortunately, Teddy, their opponents, Crazy Raccoon, are not going to give that shot up easily. They are making 3R Gaming work for it, and unfortunately, given how hard they're making them work for it, it may not go 3R Gaming's way at all.
It's been a challenging series so far from them. They have managed to find some success, so I think there is still some hope here for a nice run. But luckily for them as well, this is still the upper bracket, so there is a chance to redeem yourself in the lower bracket. Looking at how things went so far, CR opened things up with a victory on Shooting Star. It was 3R who stroked back in Bell's Rock to make things even, and now once again with Ring of Fire, it is Crazy Raccoon that took the lead over once more. We're going to be moving over to center stage for our fourth set of the series. We've seen a lot of dominant picks here. I'm still expecting to potentially see some of the bouncy boys, Rico and Ruffs here, that I think can be very, very strong on this map, as well as some more aggressive ideas. Max, I still think is an absolute threat here as well. And Melody is definitely a brawler you also want to keep very carefully in that ban process.
I mean, one of the brawlers that has been a recurring factor on this Brawl Ball game mode is the Rosa, of course, and we've seen it paired with a number of different brawlers that enable her to get deep in through the field. But let's have a look and see whether Rosa makes an appearance, whether Max does, and wow. All right, 3R Gaming setting up a very aggressive lineup of brawlers, whereas Crazy Raccoon, they've got a pretty punishing one.
Yeah, they went full on anti-tanks with that one, and I think I'll be favoring their comp because of that. Sure, Ems is not in the greatest place. Oat is not in the greatest place either. Even to a certain extent, I think there's been a little bit of a nerf onto Cordelius as well recently, so not as strong as it once was. They still have some decent matchups here, but nicely on the right-hand side here, Mameshi and Yume making sure to punish the tempo for that over-aggression, and so far, Sakura just playing it very safely behind that wall. Does get spotted now. He's making a push for it, but not finding any connections just yet.
Oh, passing up the field. Boy, I can go for a deep run here. Can Mamashi get the cut off? Looking for it, and they will. Shut down the push. The Ems was making a mad dash for the goal line, but well resisted by 3R Gaming. Now they've got the pass up to Shitatambo. The rest of 3R Gaming in response have pushed up out of the spawn, having come back into play. Shitatambo, Shadow Realm being an absolute nuisance on the field. Mamashi will finish that kill off. Does give a breathing room for 3R. They can start to work this ball up the field. Well, I say they could. Unfortunately, this Ems and Otis combo is just putting out so much damage. They're being dissuaded. Mamashi cuts deep. Milkrio in trouble. We'll finish it off. Sakura looking to take it to the line with a Jackie, but it's intercepted by Moya. Finished off, cleaned up by Yume, and they're just going to hold it. But a BM will send it over the line. That Wombo combo coming out of 3R Gaming goes successfully.
Nicely done here by 3R. And for the most part, I mean, I just don't really love that Otis spec. We've seen it a lot. I don't like Ems very much either. And they're getting easily overwhelmed here by this hyper-aggressive comp from 3R Gaming. There's the second goal, and there's the first Brawl Ball game going the way of 3R. And I think they actually have a better draft here. Despite CR having some nice tank counters, I just feel like it's not the most meta ideas they brought on their side. On the other hand, they have just much more meta-relevant concept being brought in. I think that Melody is just such a threat. Leaving it open is very dangerous. Charlie as well. Like, those are the two best picks, in my opinion, of this entire map here. They're both on 3R's side. And then the Jackie, I think, just adds that extra level of tankiness and constant threat.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as you start getting into close quarters, the Holy Moly comes out if it's available for Sakura. And, well, we've seen what happens. And there you go, Shitampo looking to cut deep onto Mamashi, but allows Sakura to work their way up the field. Milkrio looking in for a pinch. They're looking to go for the goal 1-2 pass. Shitampo has the clean up onto Mamashi, and that is exactly the game plan here for Crazy Raccoon. It is just the 1-2 touch into the goal line.
Very nicely done here by Crazy Raccoon. Found a nice opportunity. We're able to finish 3R Gaming for a little bit of overconfidence. Now they do have to defend for another minute and a half, and we saw in the previous game they were not really able to do so successfully as 3R continuously found openings.
Oh, wow.
Sakura still doing so much damage with that star power. Mameshi with some great positioning, but misses a shot onto the goal.
The angle was off by just a bit. The self-pass, in fact. Mamashi looking to cut back towards their own half, trying to dissuade Crazy Raccoon from taking this one. One goal up already, one more, and that is the map sealed, dealed, and wheeled away. Cocoon gonna be there just to keep them in play a little bit longer. Mamashi in trouble. Ems, this is dangerous, but they've got low HP. Yume could look to finish the Shitatambo. This Charlie has been a real threat, but Shitatambo gets away. Sakura left just sitting in the wings waiting. Muted up as well. The Otis coming into play, and they're gonna look to walk it home and equalize it up. Again, just hold it, wait, and he tie up the set.
Crazy Raccoon at match point now. CR are so close to taking us to a final set, but it is Crazy Raccoon still in the driver's seat, and much better game here as well. I want to point out a funny interaction where the Cordelius got the Melody into the Shadow Realm, but as the shot was like, as a super was about to connect, he got hit by a cocoon. So he wasn't a cocoon, but once the cocoon popped, I think he was in the Shadow Realm still. So it was a bit of a funny, weird interaction there. Not something you see very often. So just wanted to point that out.
Crazy things happen in Brawl Stars. Milkrea going to pick up that ball. Shatamba was trying to provide the opening. Mamashi wants to get in possession, hit by the Shadow Realm. Milkrea is just going to walk it in with all Mamashi being able to do is sit and watch. That is rough. That is very rough for the mental if you're 3R Gaming.
This puts them only a goal away from dropping down to the lower bracket. It is an extra safety net, so more blessing of a curse at this point, but at the same time, they would very much like to take this set to a 5th instead. They are getting some very valuable kills. Can Sakura score here is the real question. Moya being brought back into the mix will get very low HP, but the kill still goes the way of CR here as Sakura gets cleared out. Eventually, Yume finds a trade onto Moya. Memeshi was a kill of their own. The tempo has super here. That's going to be very hard to defend, though, and 3R are able to equalize.
Yeah, I mean, that's a vital goal for 3R Gaming. It keeps them in it. If nothing else, it'll force the overtime. If things draw out that far, Crazy Raccoon put on notice, and you can see Sakura looking to push on up. Shitatampo sends Sakura to the Shadow Realm. This is getting deadly because that's your front line, that's your tank. Now they've lost a key part of this defense, and it allows Crazy Raccoon to position aggressively towards the goal. If this Cordelius can go to work and make things tough for one member or another for this 3R Gaming roster, if you can't defend that goal, they're just going to walk it in.
Missed gadget there from Shitatampo is going to lead to pretty much a free kill from Memeshi. A terrible play there from Crazy Raccoon, getting punished big time. Potentially was a goal here if things go the way 3R Gaming are trying to shape them to go. 20 seconds left, though, until overtime. Overtime would be a bit of an awkward one because Jackie obviously is a really bad pick here for overtime, but the rest of their comp is better than the comp than Crazy Raccoon in an open map, so everything is going to be possible here. I think they're just waiting for the map to open up, but Memeshi gets thrown into the Shadow Realm, and this is where things could get awkward potentially. Yume goes for the shot too early. He was hoping the wall would break in the nick of time and the ball would just go through that wall, but the shot is going to go through there. Memeshi saving 3R Gaming and taking us all the way to a 5th and a final.
Look, we might have been playing some Brawl Stars here, but I think genuinely Mamashi might actually have been playing soccer in that instance. That was a brilliant lineup. Went for the dash forward, the super kick into the goal, and gets themselves another set. We're tied up once again, Teddy. We are heading to the gem grab. One more map. And 3R Gaming or Crazy Raccoon could have booked themselves a grand finals berth.
Crazy Raccoon know as well that they could have taken this one and ended things right here, right now. Was a little bit more safety on their side. Now, I mean, it's a risky business here. 5th and final set is all going to come down to a single draft. A big mistake in this draft, and you're dropping down to the lower bracket. Now, I think that Crazy Raccoon, they're probably okay dropping to the lower bracket. They would be facing Revenant that they swept yesterday. So I don't think it's the scariest prospect, but it does mean that later on, you know, they could potentially get into trouble.
I mean, there is possibilities galore at this stage. 2-2. I mean, look, let's be honest, Teddy. You've got 1st versus 7th seed here. And, I mean, coming into this playoffs run, this playoffs bracket, I think no one would have called this to be an upper bracket final between 3R Gaming and Crazy Raccoon that is going to a 5th map.
That's a very good point. I mean, I had next level going to the upper bracket semifinal. I didn't have 3R even making it this far. So I am definitely the first one here surprised was the results. But 3R have been putting in the work. They've been playing very consistently, and they've been able to do big damage here to teams like Crazy Raccoon. So it's going to come down to a single set here to see if 3R can take it all the way, make their way into the grand finals, or if it's going to be Crazy Raccoon to keep their position as best team here in the APAC region.
Just for context, in the BCS standings, 155 points separating these two teams. So it is by a pretty significant margin, but it is a 2-2 scoreline as we head to Rustic Arcade for the gem grab. I mean, 3R Gaming, it might just be that this is a temporary standing for them in the APAC region. This is a team that is looking like it is very much on the rise.
Definitely so. I mean, they're a very underrated team. I think they haven't really found the success that they deserve to find. And I also think they had a little bit of like an unlucky bracket sort of aspect to their run so far in the BSC, because in March they didn't qualify, but in April they lost to the monthly final winners. That was Navi. In May they lost to Kokoloko, the monthly final winners, and they made that match super close as well. So they've shown that they are strong enough to win matches, but also get very close matches against the top teams in their region. Unfortunately, they so far have been facing them very early on in those brackets. So now it's one of the first times that they actually get to be in the semifinals when they face a top team. And I think this is also kind of why their points are a little bit biased in the Brawl Stars Championship currently, because, well, they've had some really close matches. They've had some tough losses against the best teams in the region, but they were early in the rounds, meaning that, you know, they missed out on a lot of points that some other teams could have gotten instead.
I mean, it's also a region. I mean, in the Brawl Stars scene, you very rarely play a round robin then into an elimination bracket. So maybe it is just the format that is something that 3R Gaming really struggle with. I mean, they're not struggling with it too much at the moment, but maybe it's a situation where if they're given a little bit more longevity in the tournament, maybe they can warm up into it. Either way, one more map win here. If they do take this gem grab on Rustic Arcade, they are the first grand finalists of the LPL Brawl Stars Asia Pacific Tour, and it will be either Crazy Raccoon for the rematch or Revenant trying to take them on in that grand final through the lower bracket. I mean, at the moment, if you're 3R Gaming, even if it ends here, you lose back-to-back matches and get eliminated, I think you're happy. This has been a brilliant run for them.
Oh, absolutely. The thing as well here is that, like, they're top 3, so they're guaranteed prize pool at this point. Now, if they manage to win this game, they're guaranteeing another $600, which would definitely go a long way. But they're not out of that opportunity either. You know, the lower bracket doesn't stop them from potentially making it all the way to winning the tournament either. It would just make the road a little bit more dangerous, a little bit more difficult to navigate.
Yeah, it'd be a slightly longer run, and then if they can win the whole thing, I mean, it's $1,200 in pocket. So really, at this stage, again, they've got nothing to lose and everything to gain. Win here puts them in contention. It guarantees them at least $1,800. And as we jump into the gem grab, the Crow is making its return once again, but something different here. Actually, yeah, IC's bringing something different to bear.
The Janet, I don't know about that one. Honestly, roller pick that we just don't see much at all anymore. It did get buffed recently, but the fact that it got buffed and we still don't see it much is a bit worrying to me. Now, maybe they cooked. It does have a decent matchup against the Roughs, I guess, but it's not really what I expected to see. Now, I do like that Melody pick, and if they manage to make this one work here, I can definitely still see them winning.
I mean, the 8-bit lockdown in mid. Sakura is going to cut deep. Looking for it. Big kill on Milgreo. Has support as well. Moya's being isolated. Mamashi in deep. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Chitampo off in the wings, in trouble. And so far, this is exactly the sort of start that you're looking for if you're 3R Gaming or a 3R Gaming fan. Chitampo on the Crow left-hand lane. Isolated a known quantity. Mamashi once again being a nuisance on this Melody. Super is up the dash on in, but only to death, unfortunately, at the hands of Moya. This is a brilliant start for the 3R Gaming crew.
Yeah, they have such a nice gem lead here, and honestly, I'm kind of worried about that draft, because even though I don't really think the Janet pick is anything too special, I think Crow is straight up bad here. It's not terrible, but it's definitely not good. And I think Ruffs is also an interesting brawler to bring here, and the fact that they left Melody open is very worrisome to me, because we know how scary Melody can be on this map. So I don't know. I'm a bit confused by some of those ideas here from Crazy Raccoon, and I feel like they're definitely getting punished for it so far. It's not out of hand just yet, but it's definitely not a promising situation here.
8-4 now the scoreline. Make that a 9-4 as Yume walks up, picks up another gem. Moya isolated alone. Looking at the pitch at the back. The blue team countdown begins. The jump back to the damage boost for Yume. Moya, he's got support to Tampos. They both dive on towards Yume, but they lose so much HP for it. Playing deep in the back line. Yume needs support. 6 seconds to go. Sakura's back up. The Janet trying to provide that coverage. Mamashi jumps in, looking to do the damage needed, and it's enough to dissuade Crazy Raccoon and secure a round of this set for 3R Gaming. Teddy, one more and 3R Gaming are on to the grand finals.
3R Gaming playing very well here. Much better draft, I think, on their end as well. Despite me not loving the Janet, I feel like leaving Melody open is, again, just crazy Raccoon being a little bit unserious here. It's a mistake they've made before. It's cost them some games. It's cost multiple teams some games. And the fact that they're just leaving it open here in a set 5 situation, I think is just a bit careless.
Yeah, I mean, it really is, especially in the hands of Marmashi. I mean, the guy is just an absolute lethality when he's in the server on the Melody. It's almost uncontendable. There really doesn't seem to be any answer that anyone's be able to bring to Marmashi's Melody.
No, you're absolutely right. It's such a threatening brawler. It's very hard to counter. I think just leaving it open is a massive problem in its own. I think we're having some slight tech issues trying to get back into game as soon as possible. But yeah, for the time being, I'm just a little bit worried about this comp here. I feel like leaving Melody open at this stage of the competition is just a huge risk you're taking for really no reason.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, the Crow feels like it's not quite hitting its mark. The Rough, I mean, both those brawlers at one point or another were stuck behind a wall in that left-hand lane, unable to really contribute much of anything to the team. So, I mean, leaves a lot of questions for Crazy Raccoon. I think you'd still favour them through that lower bracket run, but the fact that they have to make that lower bracket run is a bit of an oddity in and of itself.
Oh, it definitely is. It's definitely not what we were expecting to see here. And yeah, I'm not entirely sure what went wrong with this draft. Maybe we can get the draft back on screen real quick as we're still trying to get into our game. But I don't know what they prioritized banning over the Melody. Now, I know that Melody isn't like the only problem you can have, but I think that, okay, they went full sharpshooter bans here with Piper, Angelo, and Byron, which I don't necessarily mind. I think those are like fine bans. I do think that Melody needs to be higher up in that priority list, to be completely honest. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's just a bit of a missed opportunity here from Crazy Raccoon, because now they have to fight this uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, playing at a deficit. I mean, to be fair, is the difference between a good team and a great team is how they play from behind. So Crazy Raccoon, we know for a fact that they're a pretty decent team. Playing from behind in a tournament like this, you'd be imagining that they are capable of it, but if they were to crumble for whatever reason, 3R Gaming were to take that grand final spot, it then begs question, can Revenant do much the same going into it? So it's a question, and there you go. Teddy, 3R Gaming are through to the grand finals. Unfortunately, due to the tech issues, we didn't get to witness it, but 3R Gaming have done it.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't quite see the winning blow here, but 3R Gaming apparently have closed out this match, meaning they will be proceeding to the grand finals, and Crazy Raccoon will be dropping down to the lower bracket to face Revenant up next.
Yeah, look, sometimes, unfortunately, the game breaks, and there is not we can do about it as casters other than, like, we have two powers. It's one, talking about the game, and two, starting the match. That's all we're allowed to do. They've taken everything else away from us, but what they haven't taken away from us is the break. We're allowed to go and get some water. Teddy, we're going to be back after this for the lower bracket finals before we head on to the grands. We'll see you guys back in a bit.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
A huge run by 3R Gaming books them a spot in the grand finals. Now it's time to see who joins them. Down in the lower bracket finals, of course, Crazy Raccoon taking on Revenant. Let's have a look at the bracket and see how we got here. Of course, Teddy, it's been a long run, and 3R Gaming have made the entire run through the upper bracket. It leaves two teams vying for that last grand final spot.
Yeah, 3R Gaming was an unexpected upset against Crazy Raccoon in the upper bracket semi-finals. They'll be heading their way to the grand finals. Now it's going to be time for Crazy Raccoon versus Revenant, and we are already kicking things off with the draft here for our first map, Shooting Star here in Bounty. Looking at things here, I do like what I'm seeing. The Nani pick making a resurgence here for Revenant, as well as the Eve pick, where they found a lot of success previously. Now, one disclaimer, I'll try not to say it too much during this match, but I mean, you know, connection advantage is going to be for Crazy Raccoon here.
Yeah, I mean, look, it was stacked the last time they played off, and I think it is a little bit stacked here once again. Crazy Raccoon have a lead, a tenuous one at that, but a lead nonetheless. And I mean, the Eve coming out as well for Prime. Already you could see Revenant being backed up towards their own goal line, or spawn line rather. This is not the ideal situation. You want to be playing off the front foot. And there you go, that Sprout once again. This time it won't be playing in the top left corner, Teddy. It'll be playing a bit more proactively through mid.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing so far from Crazy Raccoon. Just very proactive here, keeping some nice control and a beautiful pull from Moya. Hitting it this time around. He has had a few pull misses in the previous matches. And this time around does manage to find a connection, and that will be a 5-star lead now favoring Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where unfortunately it goes a bit from bad to worse for Revenant. They're trying to make some inroads to get some of those stars back, but I mean, the kite's coming out of this Crazy Raccoon roster, not to mention the fact that Sprout can do just that and then completely lock off avenues for your team, as well as provide a bit of added security. It just makes it so much more tenuous, so much more tedious trying to get back into this contention.
9 stars in favor of CR. Can Revenant close the gap? A beautiful pull from Moya. It's going to be another kill. Milkreor is going to go down. Now Revenant getting a few more stars, but it's still 7 behind. They need to kill both Moya and Tempo. I think that's going to be a bit much to ask for. Let's see. Nice 2-piece there from Tempo on the right-hand side, and Moya to close it out. Not even letting the last 2 seconds of the timer run out, as Crazy Raccoon will reach 20 stars and lock in game number 1.
That's exactly it. And well, look, it's kind of what we expected coming in. Obviously, Crazy Raccoon were always going to be the favourite, not to mention the fact that there was that pink issue to deal with as well. But Crazy Raccoon, far and away the better team at the moment.
Let's see if they can make a bit of a comeback here in game 2. Right, we'll be able to pick up the blue star. Milkreor attacked quite low HP, so they're going to have to play it a little bit safe, try to reset a little bit. Milkreor getting tagged once more. Does need to be careful. Moya with multiple connections hitting him. Milkreor low HP. The wolves will be destroyed. I guess that is a bit of a saving grace here from that peep that did not really find much more value than that. Surgeon low HP. Return to sender and follow-up shot from Surgeon. Tempo gets shut down. It's 5 stars now in favor of Revenant.
This is where they can look to strike a blow. If Revenant can hold on to this and force it to set point, maybe they can take an advantage in the series. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a tenuous grasp, I think, at the moment for the most part. Captain Rock's going to go on the offensive, try and provide some extra ground for the team. That Sprout could be an issue as well if Revenant start to get corralled into a place where they're just going to be funneled and choked out. That's a problem, but so far they're holding their own. They are forcing Crazy Raccoon back up the field of play, but the Supers in play. Moya and Tempo could really force the issue here.
Good hurting so far. So they're trying to get players stuck in a corner, but no opportunities for kills just yet. Captain Rock's quite low HP. Nice snipe there from Milkreor. Dead on target there. 2 stars is all they need now. Blue star is on the red side, so they will need a kill on either Prime or the Nani, but Surgeon finds Tempo with the peep. Moya is still marked up as well. 15 seconds left. There's going to be a final push coming through. Pull from Moya connects. That's the kill. Moya is low HP though. Gets taken out. Gives the lead straight back here. Prime pushing aggressively. Kill from Milkreor, but that's not enough. They need one more kill, and I don't think they get the space to find it. And that is going to be Revenant striking back with a game of their own.
Impressive stuff out of Revenant. They are looking to battle this as far as they possibly can. You got to respect that they have invested in the scene and they want to put up the results that they know they truly deserve. And so as a result, we see ourselves on set point here on Shooting Stars Bounty. Can Crazy Raccoon seal the deal? Can they get it done here? Will Revenant find that revitalization off that last round and push to a victory of their own?
Blue star going the way of Crazy Raccoon this time around. Gonna give them the advantage of playing defensively here. Good tags across the board. Surgeon needs to be very careful. Beautifully done by Moya. He has such an incredible matchup, by the way, with the Gene there against the Nani. Is just such a better matchup for Crazy Raccoon. So very wisely swapped over here. Caught Surgeon off guard and was able to punish him. A nice kill though from Captain Rocks, who finds Milkreor a little bit of a sitting duck here in the mid. But so far, things are still looking better here for Crazy Raccoon with that extra star.
I mean, that's all you need at the end of the day, just that 1-star advantage, and you can burn the clock and force your opponents to have to make some moves. Potentially it can be enough to snipe it away. Moya somehow alive, will be finished off by Sergeant, and that puts Revenant back in the driving seat. They've got the lead, and they now need to hold it.
45 seconds left on the clock here for Crazy Raccoon to try to make a push. It's only 2-star difference, including the blue star. Tempo taking a lot of damage, needs to be careful, is able to pull out of there in the nick of time before things get too heated, but Captain Rox used a lot of util there. Mark as well as the hypercharge. Another Nestek is going to be placed in that bush though. They might not be aware of it. McGrill is going to miss the wall as well. So it's going to provide less cover than planned. The slow Naush, the tempo is going to fall. It's another 2 stars going into the hands of Revenant. And with 15 seconds left, this final push is all that Crazy Raccoon got.
Yeah. 9 on the clock, and they need to make something happen. Prime sends it deep, looking for that finish on the Milgrio. Will be taken out, but it's traded ultimately, and with 1 second left, Revenant are going to seal the set, and the map goes their way. Crazy Raccoon starting off at a deficit here in the lower bracket finals.
Crazy comeback here from Revenant. It looked so good in game 1 from Crazy Raccoon, but with the right adjustments, Revenant were just able to find some openings here and there, keep that lead for the most part of the series, and now take the advantage in this match. 1-0, Revenant in a great position.
This is interesting. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, that's they've suffered their first loss of the tournament at the hands of 3R Gaming, out of nowhere, mind you. A team that, again, 7th seed versus 1st seed in that matchup. Now they go up against the 5th seed in Revenant, who historically they've done reasonably well against, Teddy, and they've just dropped the first map again. Crazy Raccoon are looking a bit shaky at the moment.
Yeah, I think it might come back to something you said earlier, where Tensai's absence might really be felt here on the Crazy Raccoon side, just not really able to hold their own as well, finding some sort of cracks here in their current rosters, as Revenant have been able to find those opportunities. 3R earlier are able to find those opportunities, and this is just really unusual for Crazy Raccoon. But as we mentioned multiple times already, they are playing without Tensai, so it is not their complete usual roster. There's a third of it missing right now, and I feel like we're starting to see some of the problems that's causing.
Yeah, I mean, having that voice, you know, that you're so used to playing with week in, week out, not being there. It's someone new and someone who's, he's from Rival, isn't he? He's set, which is the 2nd seed team in the competition. So it's someone outside of your sphere of comfort, really. So that can actually be quite off-putting in these competitive environments. So I can understand why this might be causing a bit of an issue for Crazy Raccoon. But in all honesty, they're still a 4th place team. Even without Tensai there, that's 2/3 of the team, still top 4 in the world, should be able to hold it down against a team like Revenant, who are playing with these ping issues.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's a bit crazy to me still, to be completely honest, especially considering that if we look at the upper bracket quarterfinal number 2, it was Crazy Raccoon that won like very convincingly. It was a 3-0 sweep. Revenant really not even like showing up during that match. So it's a very completely different perspective here that we're getting into this lower bracket grand final. And I mean, that's all nice for Revenant, because they've been working hard for this. They've been able to make the right adjustments. It's the same map and sets as well. So, and something worth considering, they were able to kind of look at what went wrong yesterday and make the adjustments today.
Well, it seems like things need a little bit longer to cook. We'll throw it to a quick break on the other side. It's time for some knockout, and this is where things could really heat up. We'll see you back in a sec.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Revenant strike an early blow on the bounty on shooting start. Teddy, we head to knockout pretty soon after Bell's Rock and Crazy Raccoon bring the max. The Cordelia's the Byron, whereas Revenant, that Miko kit combo paired with a Gene here in the knockout. We've seen it work, kind of. What can Revenant do with it, you reckon?
I'm curious how they're going to play that one out. I think that maybe the Cordelius is an attempt to dealing with that, but I really like the Kit and Miko comp. I feel like it has a lot of potential here to catch them off guard, especially with a pin disadvantage. It's something that it's a clever idea from Revenant.
I mean, yeah, it's a playing and ping makes it a little bit harder to hit your shots when you're a melee character, close quarters combat. You just got to whack them real hard. So it makes it a little bit easier. Unfortunately, with your Gene out, you're not going to have that hook. Sergeant sends it deep, only to fall to Shitatampo. Leaves it in the hands of Prime on the kit. Nothing doing. It's a flawless opening knockout. And, well, Revenant, they need to adjust how they play it because they got pushed back into their own half very quickly on.
All right, Shitatampo does have super now. Might be the chance to try to isolate the Miko. I think missed the super. I'm not entirely sure here. But it ends up being Milk Rare in a 1v2 here. Revenant in a good position to close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, it should be easy. Finish on to Milk Rare. The Byron is great and all, but I feel like it probably lacks a little bit the 1 versus 2 against the Gene and a Kit. What a piece! Either team able to strike this first round. There you go, the Kit Miko combo. Looking to jump in. Shitatampo, this Shadow Realm Sergeant has to fall back. Prime there, they're able to jump on. And Milk Rio, they've surrounded Sergeant, finished him off. And that's the Cordelius power really shining.
Right now, the pull from the Gene could be game-changing. Is he able to connect it in time? Let's see as... Yeah, Crazy Raccoon will take that round. Nicely done here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, playing to their win condition, which was denying the Miko Kit combo, and they did that reasonably well. But, I mean, it's not over until it's over. They've still got to do this once more at the very least, potentially twice if Revenant do make a bit of a comeback. Jumping on in, just having that power of the max, the ability to relocate, reposition quickly, Shitatampo as well, being able to just isolate one player out of the fight entirely. Sergeant looking to cut deep, looking to find it, but again, there you go. The Cordelius Shitatampo making this Miko pick rather null.
See if they can still make a play here. I don't think so. They're just praying for the gas to spawn in. It's not going to be there in time. So Crazy Raccoon picking up yet another round here and starting to look very dominant with his draft.
Yeah, I mean, the Kit Miko combo, you can respect it when it's played the way it's meant to be played, but if you draft in a way that does everything it can to deny it, looking to chump deep once again, Sergeant taking too much punishment. They have the heals though. His magic pass are really just keeping them in it, but they can't find the opening that they need. Sergeant in trouble, has to jump back out of danger. Very nearly sniped out, and it gives the onus to Crazy Raccoon to jump on in. Prime absolutely melted. Sergeant jumping, nothing doing there either, and well, Crazy Raccoon get it done nice and quick. They take the map and tie the map count up. We're at 1-1 apiece.
Very nicely done here by Crazy Raccoon, showing Revenant that they still got it. And look at the stats here as well. That is 13 kills total for Crazy Raccoon, 9 for Shitatampo. Let's just point out 9 kills. That is absolutely mind-blowing from him. Very, very good performance. And on the other side from Revenant, it was really all Captain Rock with 3 kills. The other 2 are sitting on 0 right now.
Yeah, I mean, they really did shut down the game plan. I would imagine as they saw the Kit and Miko coming through that draft, they knew exactly what they needed to do, so they got it done. And yeah, look, we've seen what happens when there is a setup to deny that heavy melee presence in the form of the Kit and the Miko. And if it's shut down pretty significantly.
Yeah, I think it's very hard come to deal with, but I think that Cordelius is a good brawler in that direction, and they were able to really put it at work in this matchup.
Well, 1-1 apiece in the map count, hitting the Ring of Fire for the hot zone. I don't know, I mean, this is the deepest we've seen these two go in this series. Obviously, the last one, Crazy Raccoon 3-0 swept. We only got to see a brief Ring of Fire come through in that hot zone. I mean, do you reckon there's enough momentum to at least, if not pull the victory out here, carry them to maybe the Brawl Ball where they could force a 5th set?
I think there's definitely a scenario where you know, something could happen here, but I guess we'll have to find out how it goes in the next set.
Yeah, well, quick break before we get there. Teams are definitely heating up. They've got something cooking, so we need to wait, let that happen, and we'll be back in a bit.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Tied up at 1 apiece. Revenant and, well, Crazy Raccoon going toe-to-toe, blow for blow in this lower bracket. And if you think you can go blow for blow, try out the LPL Showdown. You can jump in, play some 1v1 Brawl Stars action. Can you prove that you are the guy and go and win the tournament? Go check out the QR code, !Showdown in chat. You could be him. We'll see. We'll have to see. You'll have to play it out. You'll have to go and sign up to do it. But Teddy, it is now on Revenant to try and keep this train rolling. Crazy Raccoon shut down a bit of the momentum, heading to the objective gameplay. Both teams have had their moments, but Crazy Raccoon, again, you just got to favour them. On paper, they are the better team, situated in a better spot.
Yeah, I think you explained it perfectly here. They are the better team. They are in a better position as well. Looking at this, we have a kit being brought on here. As we are moving towards Hot Zone, I don't know what to think about this comp here from Crazy Raccoon. It just seems very out of the ordinary. I do kind of like the truck, though, from Revenant. That's an original, interesting idea. And I think that's going to potentially work really nicely for them against that comp. So we'll have to see how that's played out. But this is a very unusual draft on both sides.
I believe that potentially the second Chuck we've seen this tournament. Might even be the first. I get the feel. I feel
it's
like
first,
we have seen it at least once, but I can't remember. It was a while ago. We've seen the Pearl, the Aussie lads bringing that out to. Well, they brought it out. That's the main thing. But I mean, having that Chuck, having that threat, that close engage potential. I mean, is it going to be enough to try and set them up for something here, especially with Prime looking to get dangerous with that amber? Captain Rocks unfortunately goes down early. They follow up the kill onto Sergeant, and that control completely taken on this map by Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, the truck has a little bit of a longer setup time. The risk with that, though, is that you can get spawn locked before the match has really started. Now, that's a third ball into the mid. I don't know which star power he is rocking. And that should be the fourth now. Plays down. Let's see if they can make some plays now that the train is ready to go. And oh, he's gonna get shut down by the tempo. Beautifully done. Nice kit play here. And I'm assuming the kit is just here as a direct counter to Chuck. The only reason I haven't really thought of that interaction before is because you never see it. Chuck is usually kind of a heist one trick. Since we don't have heist at all in this tournament rotation here for the Asian APAC tour. It's just not something I had considered whatsoever, but it's working quite nicely as a counter to Chuck so far.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a bit of experimentation from both sides. Prime putting the amber to work. Sergeant cuts in deep, riding the rails, but unfortunately, yeah, the choo-choo is it's the last stop on the line. Chuck will fall. I mean, Crazy Raccoon seem to have this in stride. I mean, it's sort of feeling like it fits into that grey, you know, comp that you were talking about, where you set up the portal and just jump into the objective and rack up time, but he's lasting for a fraction of a second at best. The time that he's actually contributing is minimal.
Yeah, it isn't really working out very nicely here for Revenant. I like the idea of it, though. I feel like, you know, it is something that's worth exploring. We've seen it played on a few Hot Zone maps before, especially, I think it is parallel plays, where we see it being played once in a while. But I think it's kind of hard to pull off. And so far, Crazy Raccoon, they really seem unbothered. They just took the kit and pretty much assigned him at like the role of shutting down that Chuck, and so far, I mean, it really doesn't feel like Crazy Raccoon feels threatened whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, ambitious, innovative, maybe not so much, but it's something, if nothing else. Sergeant throwing down some more posts, trying to set up for maybe a cheeky play, but I mean, you've got Bilgrey and Moya covering things quite comfortably. And we've seen how long this Chuck lasts when he does actually commit into the objective. Brian looking to push deep with the amber, and the kit will be shut down. So they do somehow deal with him. Sergeant just escaping with a fraction of his health remaining.
The problem is they're still quite a bit behind. Surgeon should be getting shut down here quite easily. The tempo will fall, but it's a trade, and so far Revenant really struggling to get anyone into that zone. Let's see if maybe this layout of poles works better here for Surgeon. Does maximize his time in that zone just a little bit more, and it is more promising. However, I still don't know if that's going to be enough. The tempo with the jump onto Mil. Creo is going to be healing up a little bit now, looking to potentially get some nice damage done. A kill is there, but the trade is there also. Still, man advantage here for Revenant. Finally, some semblance of control. Let's see if Crazy Raccoon can take it back.
I get the feeling that probably not. Revenant is, I mean, despite the, I suppose you'd call it the chuck cheese, is working, kind of. He is spending a decent amount of time in that hot zone and racking up the percentage, but as soon as we see all three members of Crazy Raccoon back up and in play, that's exactly what happens. They come in, they clean up one kill, and likely will follow up with more. Sergeant is going to have an insane number of deaths by the end of this map.
Yeah, well, this is what I mean when the stats don't mean everything, you know? Like, like just in that game, that's, yeah, probably like a good 10, 15 deaths in this set coming up here for Surgeon. Now, I don't think they'll be able to close out this game here. It should be pretty straightforward here for Crazy Raccoon. They'll make it a set, take the advantage once more, and Revenant are going to have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I think they definitely are. Oh, boy. No, there's no way he only had 5. Oh, sorry, that's 5 kills. Yeah, okay, it's 5 kills. Yeah, that sounds about right. But you look at the numbers, Shitatampo and Moyatampo, 25 kills combined. It does make you question how many times Sergeant died in that map. But Crazy Raccoon, double down. They take a second, one more, and they're back in for that Grand Finals revenge grudge match against 3R Gaming.
Yeah, I think it was nice that they tried something, you know? I feel like so far Revenant had been a little bit still with some of their drafts. It's what we kind of said yesterday, that they were maybe not really being as imaginative as we were hoping them to be. But today they've been cooking, they've been trying some stuff out. It's already better than the last time they faced Crazy Raccoon, so that's progress. But they are still only a set away from being knocked out of the competition, and it would still be third place, so I think they would still be overall fairly happy with that performance. But nevertheless, the top team like Revenant, they're aiming for the top spot, and that would be a first place, of course. So if they can make that happen, they will try their best to do that. So far, though, Crazy Raccoon is once again looking like the better team.
Yeah, I mean, one more map, and that's Crazy Raccoon back in for that grudge match. Revenant would have to take both the Brawl Ball and the gem grab, which, I mean, even as I say, it sounds like an immeasurable task for a team like Revenant in their current state. Obviously not playing with their core, playing on ping against the first seed, even without Tensai. It seems like everything is just stacking up against this Revenant roster. But I mean, going to the Brawl Ball, maybe a similar, not necessarily a cheesy style of draft for Revenant, maybe something that plays a little bit more to their strengths, gives them a little bit more survivability, could be the key that opens up potential for a 5th map.
I hope so. Revenant really deserve it. They've been putting in some work here, and we're seeing some results, but it's going to take a lot here to knock Crazy Raccoon out of the competition. Revenant, they have no room for mistakes here. They need to take 2 sets in a row, and if they lose a single one, it's the end of the journey. So they need to thread very carefully, but at the same time, I feel like they have to be risky enough with their ideas to you know, catch Crazy Raccoon off guard, and I think that's a very tough balance to find.
Yeah, I mean, you walk the line between innovative and reckless at a certain point, and if you do sort of tip over to the point of recklessness, you're basically doing something similar to what we just saw on the hot zone, which is a chuck just diving into mid repeatedly and dying over and over again. Revenant have the option for first pick going into the ball brawl, and the drafts are coming to a close rapidly. I mean, he was creative. We'll give them that for that last draft, Teddy, but surely they returned to something a little bit more staple, a little bit more stable into this ball brawl.
I'm not sure. I think this is potentially a place where they might want to be bringing some aggressive ideas. We saw yesterday and today quite a few tanks here in Brawl Ball, so I think there's a possibility they go in that direction. I think Crazy Raccoon do need to be careful here not to leave things like Melody open in the mix. They did leave it open a few too many times to my liking so far in this event. So I'm really hoping that they are careful to that extent, and that Revenant, on the other hand, make sure that they capitalize on some of those drafting mistakes that Crazy Raccoon so far have shown a few signs of weaknesses in their draft. It hasn't been always the most consistent. I don't know if some of their usual ideas don't work with Milk Rayo as a sub, or if, I don't know, maybe they're just drafting differently than usual. I'm not even sure who drafts in general for Crazy Raccoon, but if it's Tensai, that would be a pretty decent explanation for why Crazy Raccoon have been struggling a little bit today.
Who knows? I mean, you'd imagine that they have someone behind the scenes, you know, support staff that sort of help them with that process, even going into a tournament like this. Maybe they are just winging it through the tournament and find themselves vying for a top spot still, even without that support. Who knows? Either way, yeah, look, one more map for Crazy Raccoon and they seal the deal. They get themselves the revenge match in that grand finals. Revenant, I mean, yeah, they've got an uphill battle. Like you said, they've got to get 2 maps without dropping much of anything because no safety net here in the lower bracket. You lose, you're eliminated. Consolation prize being that at least they're finishing in the money.
Yes, well, as you mentioned, this is the safety net, right? The low bracket is their second chance for both those teams. It was Crazy Raccoon who sent Revenant in the lower bracket in the first place. So, yeah, this is a chance still for Revenant to try to get some revenge. But Crazy Raccoon, they have shown before multiple times that they are the better team here. Let's see, though, how this draft goes. And oh, this is interesting here. Revenant are going to be going for a double tank situation. I don't know if that's an actual Shelly or if it's an Amber. We'll have to find out in just a little bit here. But we do have a Lupic to try to deal with some of those aggressive bowlers. We see the Otis again. I don't think Otis is terrible. I think it's not very good. There's a lot of strong anti-tank options. Some of them were nicely banned out here. That would maybe still have loved to see like something like a Rico or a Nita being brought in the equation. I feel like that would have been a more European way at handling this draft. And it is not the Amber, it is indeed the Shelly being brought in.
Yeah, and I mean, as much as Anita would have been nice, it was banned out actually by Crazy Raccoon. So we weren't going to be able to see it regardless. Moya looking to send shots. Rio providing that cover with a montage. Captain Rock's the first to fall, and the rest of the team going to be threatened. Sergeant goes down. Decent clearance kick, and it will allow for the spawn to come back for Captain Rocks. What can he do other than get rocked? The ball's still in play, and luckily the staggered spawns means that Revenant can get players back in positions in an eye. Unfortunately, Jackie a little bit limited in the range, so not going to be able to get those shots off. Captain Rocks stuck by the Lou Super, and Milk Rio will just walk up and slot that ball home.
Yeah, the shot and pull there from Milk Rio to score one of those win conditions that Buster's going to be bringing to the table. It's available as well on the Revenant side, by the way, with the Jackie. If you go for a shot and pull, the ball is going to go straight through, and likewise with Shelly. If you go for a shot and super, the nice thing, of course, with a Buster is you can do that with literally just a gadget, meaning you don't even need a super to be able to make that play happen. With that being said, Revenant do need to try to bring some sort of a comeback here, but it's very hard with this current range to close the gap, get up close, and get those fights being favorable. It's only Surgeon left alive. He doesn't have super and hypercharge, so maybe he can make a play, but so far, it's been looking very promising for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, this Shelly has felt rather ineffective, and I don't know if that's going to be the play, but it does work. They will get themselves some clearance, and they start working that ball up the field. Captain Rock's taking a huge amount of damage, though, and you wonder maybe if that super would have been better applied to the Crazy Raccoon barricade in front of the goal, because right now, if they start losing players, Captain Rock's going to go in, open things up. The push, Captain Rock's runs it in over the line, and we are 1-1 apiece here in the first round of the set. And the problem now being Shelly cleared out that barricade in front of the Revenant goal. Prime, big push on through for the team. Captain Rock's in for the flank. Sergeant, he's looking to run it, but he's got 2 players to find with his Shelly. Denied. Crazy Raccoon recover nicely.
It's very favorable overtime, though, for Crazy Raccoon, so they don't mind really going to that overtime. Let's see if Revenant can maybe set themselves up for success. It's looking complicated so far. Nice move onto Captain Rocks. He's gonna die to the poison as well. Surgeon being shut down now. Prime will get a hold of the ball and corners it up, but I think this is gonna be very troublesome here for Revenant. All they have to do is just chain those skills, get them respawning, and eventually the ball is going into the net.
Oh, it's hit the post though. Prime could clear, but will go down. Well, he's just gonna be able to slot that home nicely. And yeah, it's just the synergy of all the abilities for Crazy Raccoon is just too much for Revenant to deal with. I mean, the fact that you've got not just a Rosa, but a Jackie as well, you are struggling to get out of your spawn, let alone close to a Crazy Raccoon's player. Yeah,
I think this was a little bit of a draft mistake here from from their side. I don't think that it was a terrible idea. They've shown that they can make it work before against counters. The problem here is that they're dealing with 2 counters on 2 of the best players in the world. And even the goal that Revenant found was mainly due to Moya making a mistake, popping a super on the left side to try to kill the Shelly. And that meant that the Rosa was pretty much just free to push forwards.
Yeah, Moya sets up in front of the goal. Migrio gets the pass off, and because Prime was so deep trying to commit and finish off that kill, there was not much doing. Moya threatened, will be dropped by Prime, and now it is Prime time as the Holy Moly comes out for Revenant. They are looking to get it in. Captain Rocks runs it past, looking to threat through the goal, but Moya is there. He's going to have to run it in himself, and Captain Rocks will do so just like last time, but we'll tie it up at a 1-1.
Hypercharge is going to be available on both the Lu and the Jackie. Captain Rocks pushing forwards with that super. Nice skill from Surgeon onto Milkreo. A chance here for Revenant to strike, and they need it. It is a match point here for Crazy Raccoon after all. Nice super though, coming through from Moya. He gets a follow-up super, kind of in the middle of nowhere, but it's still a team wipe here for Crazy Raccoon, taking that goal area from Revenant under a soul, laying siege and trying to find a crack here to score. Milkreo, I think maybe wanted to go for a play, but instead it's going to just send the ball up there.
Yeah, unfortunately it's not the opening they were looking for. Passed across to Prime, down to Captain Rocks, who does have the hyper. Prime playing in front, has the supercharged up, ready to go, and they're looking for that cross once again. Milkreo clears it out, Moya finishing the kill on the Sarge, and now they're looking to tag team the slow, the freeze coming to Captain Rocks, pops it, looking to cut deep, but the freeze stopping him in his tracks. Prime still playing in the wings, threatening, but they've got the overmatch here. They can look to walk it up towards the goal, get a favourable position. Respawn in for Captain Rock, so it is going to have to be at least 1 more, if not 2 more kills onto Revenant before Crazy Raccoon can score again.
30 seconds left, though, of regulatory time. After that, it's going to be all walls open, and that is where Revenant get into a very tricky spot. And you can feel right now they don't know what to do, because if they push now, they're putting themselves at risk of being eliminated. If they hold on to time here, they risk themselves at being eliminated. It feels like a lose-lose situation. They're trying to create an opening. Prime does manage to find a kill. It is traded out, though. Captain Rocks finds a second, giving the advantage here to Revenant. Moya does have super, gonna place it down on Surgeon. Grants him the kill with that gadget as well. And even though things got a little bit bleak here for Crazy Raccoon, Revenant found some openings. It is still overtime, and that should still very much favor Crazy Raccoon.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, Revenant just don't have the front line to be able to deal with this. One pick onto the Shelly. Prime's going to look to try and send it deep with a Holy Moly, but it's just not enough damage at the end of the day. Passing around across the field, it's into the hand of Captain Rocks. He'll send it into the corner as they look to start chasing down this Crazy Raccoon roster. 27 seconds. Neither team in the greatest of position to confirm the goal right now. Sargent going to go pick up the ball. Prime working his way up the field, only to be cleared out, just providing some breathing room. And there's just really nowhere to go for Revenant. Sargent has the ball. He's just going to cross it in front of his own goal. Hope his teammate can get there in time. Prime does have the super kick, sends it down to halfway. 6 seconds on the clock. It is just a staggered respawn. Captain Rocks, the pass, it's intercepted. Back to Moya. 1 second. Yeah, match over. There's not much you can do.
I mean, Crazy Raccoon missed 2 free goals, really. They had supers, just didn't shoot them properly. A little bit of a throw on their end here. They had the winning cards. They had the opportunity to close things out right here, right now, and they choked it twice in a row. The second time, a little bit harder because time was really running out and the row was up close. But still, those were definitely scoreable opportunities that they missed out on. Now, Revenant, they're going to be more than happy about that, though, because this is still giving them a fighting chance, at remaining in this competition. But they need to make sure that they don't let it go to overtime again, because that overtime is 100% unwinnable for them. Like, unless they are right next to the enemy goals and they can win it within the first 15 seconds, it is not winnable. No matter how many supers, hypercharges, no matter how much util they have available to them, it is just too hard to close the gap. There's just so much of a range disadvantage. They need to close the game out before it comes to overtime.
I mean, the goals that were picked up there by Revenant felt more like flukes than anything, just having Captain Rocks in the right place that far up the field so that he could walk it into the goal. It wasn't like it was a shot attempt that was successful. They literally had to walk the Rosa into the goal to get it done, and they weren't able to follow it up. They weren't able to double down and take a win there. So, I mean, it feels like very much they're just holding on with what they can. This isn't a situation where they're actively contesting the Brawl Ball.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and at that point in overtime, it's all about trying to survive rather than actually trying to score and take that game. But we should be jumping back in here. A little bit of a tech issue for a second, but we are back into that game. 0-0 still in this game. It is, of course, Crazy Raccoon leading with a match point in their hands. Prime with an opportunity to score, gets frozen up, the ball gets lost and stops on the line. What a disaster here for Revenant. This was such a big opportunity for them.
And there are those of you at home that might say, oh, but it was in the goal. No, it has to cross the line. Same as football. Know your rules, guys. It's pretty simple stuff at the end of the day. And right now, what's not simple is Revenant. Oh, no, that is not the opening that you want to provide. Yeah, look, it means you can get out into the field of play a lot easier, but it also means that is a straight line up the middle for anyone hoping to try and score a goal out of Crazy Raccoon. Look at the pass and Captain Rox. He's trying to get in deep. We'll see the Holy Moly come out as well. Prime stays alive, and they're going to do it again. They're just going to walk it on in. They overwhelm, get them stuck at a choke point, and try and monster Crazy Raccoon out. That is impressive that Revenant has still been able to pull it back to this point.
15 seconds left, though. And Crazy Raccoon, they need a goal here if they want to push things to overtime. Prime gets access to the ball. He's able to,
no way.
If not even score here, maybe. He can just buy time, but he was getting the score. Even if he didn't score, it would still have been enough to buy the time they needed to get that game. And this is where this terrible previous game comes back in play here for Crazy Raccoon, because they had two pretty much free goals that they choked. Let's see if it's gonna bite them now, as Revenant has a chance at contesting this set, has a chance at taking this to a fifth set.
I mean, that was daylight robbery. That was, despite it not being in the map game mode combo, that was an absolute heist. Prime gets a big damage out. McRio finished up. No way. No shot. Captain Rox is going to look to run it home again and scores. Where has this momentum shift come from, Teddy?
Well, that's the thing. Crazy Raccoon, they just choke two pretty much free goal-scoring opportunities at this level of play. You can't make so many mistakes. Now, they are going to find a goal here with this double kill. Surely going to be undefendable here for Revenant. So it's not over just yet here for Brawl Ball, but Crazy Raccoon definitely got into an uncomfortable situation just purely because they were not able to close it out earlier. Now let's see if Revenant can defend this push, though. Captain Rox popping shield. Milkro gonna be in a bit of trouble, but still manages to find the kill with the help of Tempo onto Captain Rox. Prime, though, pushing forward is gonna be a 1-for-1 trade, and that is so much utility that's been popped by Revenant, and yet they have not been able to break through.
Ball pass back. It's going to be Captain Rox running up the left-hand side. We got two hypers up in and play. Captain Rox and Prime. Deep run on that left-hand side. Captain Rox looking to get up. Does pop, but the hyper coming into play. Shintampo passing it over to Moya, the right-hand side. Shintampo in spawn. We finished off Prime. Big damage in the goal. Passed and in. How in the world, Teddy, has this gone to a Revenant victory and forced a set 5?
I have no idea what has happened here, besides the fact that Crazy Raccoon just completely threw, really. I think that this second game should have been really free. I mean, that twice the opportunity to score in an open goal. They even missed a goal earlier in the first game. They still managed to score anyways and take that game, but it should have been so much more straightforward here for Crazy Raccoon. And now we're going to a set 5, and it's a very risky situation because if they don't get a good draft, as they've had some struggles getting the right draft so far, this could be Revenant making the grand finals.
It very much could be indeed. It could have been all Japanese, but it depends on how this next map goes. Going into the gem grab, Teddy, we've seen some interesting drafts, but we'll have to wait on the other side of the break. It is going to be gem grab. Rustic Arcade. Can Revenant pull this out of the bag, or will Crazy Raccoon book that revenge spot? We'll see you back in a sec to find out.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Purpose of success or failure. Revenant and Crazy Raccoon find themselves staring down the barrel of gem grab to see who makes it into that grand finals alongside 3R Gaming. Will it be all Japanese in the grand final, or will we see the South Asian contenders alongside some Southeast Asian inserts coming through? Ted, it's time. Gem grab, Rustic Arcade, Crazy Raccoon looking to try and slam this door shut.
The lower bracket grand finals all come down to this here. Which team between Crazy Raccoon and Revenant is going to make it to the grand finals? Let's find out. As Tempo on the right-hand side is playing aggressive here against Surgeon. But Surgeon with a super is able to take him down. The Piper was low as well to pull back. Milcreo might be able to get some gems here, but wants to be very careful with that pinch that Surgeon can help out on the right side.
Having that rough and play, just providing some extra support. Barricades to deny the damage, especially with that Piper in play. That range is such a lethal possibility. Rico as well, being a bit of a nuisance. And the fact that they've got the survivability in the form of Byron. This is where things start to get a bit dicey. If they can isolate Captain Rocks here, remove him from the equation, it allows for Crazy Raccoon to move back up, get some more gems under the belt supply coming in. That buff going to be there for Milcreo. But tied up at a 3-3 still, neither team really feeling that comfortable to walk forward and get themselves the lead.
So far, very even game. Nice pull from Tempo. It's going to open things up. The Gene Lane paying off at last. Another kill actually down in the mid. Don't think they can retrieve those gems though, because both teams have been playing so safely around the mid. There was a huge payout in gems as soon as Milcreo went mid. There's enough gem that has spawned there as well. Milcreo should pick it up, and he will do just that. Because now, if one of the two players on the sides goes down, the countdown will still stand. Looking promising here. 2 seconds left. There should not be a chance at an interruption. And Crazy Raccoon get to match point.
Yeah, looking to close out the series and get themselves back into that grand finals. I think this is realistically what they were feeling was going to happen, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still only the first round of this set. There is a possibility that Revenant look to bring it back. That Piper, if they can start connecting for Prime, it really does make this a little bit harder to hold in towards those gems.
Let's see here, as we head to match point for Crazy Raccoon, if they can close things out, if Revenant are going to take us all the way in this series. Tempo pops a gadget, gets some nice tags onto Prime. The heals from Surgeon are there. The kill from Prime onto Milcreo. He's been playing phenomenally well for his team. He gets another kill now onto Tempo, and that's going to be a bunch of gems carried over for Revenant.
Milcreo, I mean, closed that gap from 4 to now just the 1 as they get control of the mid portion of the map back. Looking to try and tie things up. One more there in play, but I don't think Milcreo's going to be brave enough to step up, especially with Piper in play. Prime is looking to pump out that damage. Sergeant contributing as well. Super used there to retreat just a little bit, and off the back of that allows Crazy Raccoon to walk themselves up the map. They will take the lead back only by a single gem. Captain Rocks needs to try and keep things together. Will be walking his way up the right-hand side. Prime finished off, and Moya might have just done enough to help Crazy Raccoon close this one out. They've taken priority on the map. Revenant will need to force something if they want this round for themselves.
Things looking very promising here for Crazy Raccoon. There's a treat available in the middle to buff up Milcreo as soon as he gets back around that area. He will do that just now. 8 gems now in the pocket. A beautiful snipe from Milcreo. Prime is going to have to step up here for his team. Beautiful super from Captain, but it's not enough to get the kill, and the countdown is going to be initiated now as the Tempo picks up gems number 10 and 11 for his team. 10 seconds for Revenant to get a kill. Either Milcreo or Tempo both would interrupt the countdown. The nest egg though gets popped. Prime getting low HP. Surgeon pushing forward to use super to get some health back, and I don't think they have time to make it happen. Crazy Raccoon are moving through to the upper finals as we head towards our grand final rematch against 3R Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, Crazy Raccoon hold the line. They will get themselves back into that grand finals. Unfortunately for Revenant, that is the tournament done for them, but they still cracked top 3, a very impressive showing, especially given that the APAC top 3 team didn't make it that far at next level. Although it is a slightly different next level now, apparently. The slight roster changes coming through for Angelic, but that's beside the point. Teddy, back up to the grand finals now. It is going to be a rematch. Last time 3R Gaming took it, they absolutely monstered Crazy Raccoon in a 3-2. Now they get their chance at revenge in all Japanese grand final here in the LPL Brawl Stars Asia Pacific Tour.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to that rematch. There's no bracket reset either, I believe, meaning that it doesn't really influence too much the fact that CR come from the lower bracket. Now, it was 3R that won it last time, so I think they still have a really good shot here, but Crazy Raccoon, it's hard to not call them the favorites pretty much ever, even if they just lost against this team.
Well, it's time for a quick break before we head to the grand finals to crown our Brawl Stars LPL Asia Pacific Tour champion. When we come back, it's time to jump into 3R Gaming and Crazy Raccoon for the rematch in the grand final. See you back soon.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
been a long road, Teddy, but we're finally here. It's grand finals time, and it is all Japanese 3R Gaming taking on Crazy Raccoon. Have a look at the bracket, though. Let's see how we got here to this point. Of course, we started with 8 teams. There are now just 2 remaining. 3R Gaming running the upper bracket and knocking Crazy Raccoon down to the lower bracket, where they took down Revenant to book themselves the rematch in the grand finals. I mean, this has been a very impressive couple of nights for APAC Brawl Stars.
It really has. We've had some pretty crazy stories developing. Despite, you know, the first 6 matches or so being a lot of sweeps, except for the Revenant versus Motivated match, it's gotten much closer now. Crazy Raccoon playing with fire a little bit as well, here and there, making some mistakes in their draft, sometimes in their execution, missing some open goals, and really risking it all in that previous match against Revenant, but they were able to win in that 5th and final set. Crazy Raccoon here, the #1 seed in the Brawl Stars Championship for the APAC region. Some previous world champions as well. There's a lot of talent on that roster, but they're looking a little bit more shaky today because Tensai is currently in Finland for the Squadbusters launch, whereas they have Milk Rayo subbing in the meantime, and the synergy hasn't quite been as strong.
Yeah, look, I mean, to be fair, it still led them to a grand final spot. 3R Gaming, though, it is playing with their core, playing with a solid roster. They have looked synergistically better. They are looking like they could be the better team in this competition. Let's go to the draft for map 1. It is Bounty on Shooting Stars coming through. Gus, Max, Byron. We've seen this out of Crazy Raccoon in the past, and it's been a pretty scary roster of brawlers.
Yeah, I really don't mind the comp here from Crazy Raccoon. What I think is a little bit scary is that, again, they left the Melody open, and we've seen how threatening that Melody can be. Now, it doesn't get the heals from the Byron because it has been locked in by the Crazy Raccoon roster. Nevertheless, I still think it is a dangerous prospect. But here we go, grand finals are starting right now. Let's see how it starts. As we do see Crazy Raccoon picking up that blue star with the max. It's going to be the strongest brawler here out of all to get that blue star, so it should be a free blue star every single game for this bounty set.
Mamashi back on the Melody as well, and we've seen how potent it has been for this 3R Gaming roster all tournament. If they could find the opening, if Mamashi can really pop off, that's where things could potentially spiral out of control for Crazy Raccoon. It's surprising that they are willing to let it go through in terms of that draft phase.
Bit more than a minute left on the clock. So far, it's been very stalemated, very much about playing max range, not giving anything away. That is going to be favoring Crazy Raccoon, but we did see it multiple times in the last 2 days that sometimes it's better to just push at the last second, get 1 kill, and then you don't even have to get out of there because the timer is going to save the day. Well, let's see if they can make that happen once again here. Nice super from Yume, but a dash from Moya. Gonna get out of range here and will remain safe for the time being.
Crazy Raccoon, all they need to do is hold off for the time being. They've got 2 or 3 supers in pocket. None available yet for 3R Gaming. Mamashi just wants to pull that trigger. Moya gonna hit the speed, hit the accelerator. Just walks her way up the field, just sends a bit of damage down range. The fact that this could come down to a single star difference is rather impressive. Mamashi looking to push deep, looking to try and set something up. Sakura deep on the left-hand side of the field. Shitatampo's Gus there, ready and waiting. Drops the damage booster, trying to finish off Shitatampo. There's Mamashi looking for the opening to try and cut deep. No, 10 seconds left on the clock. No one's pulled the trigger. Mamashi going in. Moya in trouble, but has the HP. They get the kill that they're looking for. Sakura down, and Crazy Raccoon leverage it into a second. 5 stars to 0. They will take the first round of the Shooting Stars bounty set.
Beautifully done here by Crazy Raccoon, looking very, very solid so far. Let's see if 3R can try to contest this set. Blue Star should still be a pretty easy pickup for that max, but maybe they can give it a little bit more of a fight for it. As we are ready to head in here. And Meshi is looking to be a bit more aggressive. Tries to go for the play, gets punished for it, nearly goes down. No final connection though, 44 HP and still standing. Look at that, Crazy Raccoon, they're hungry. They want that kill. They know that their positioning has been fragilized. There is a chance here at making a play, but I also like that they are patient enough and humble enough to not overstay their welcome and head back when that max speed is over.
I mean, 44 HP to Dream just manages to avoid any follow-up damage and get that regen off. Still, it is much how that last round started as well, and that blue star being the difference maker here in favour of Crazy Raccoon. Mamashi in trouble once again. Shinitampo does have that super as well. Disgust threatening up that left-hand lane. Jumping out of the way. They know that there is potential for an opening, but not to be yet. A minute on the clock, damage booster down for Sakura as well.
Still plenty of time here to try to turn things around here for 3R Gaming. Aggressive plays from Memeshi. Getting up close and personal. Pops super multiple times as well, and a shield. But the shield gets matched by Shtatempo. Look at that. Yume with a kill onto Moya, and that is going to be enough here to give a 1-star advantage to 3R with 35 seconds left. It's going to be up to Crazy Raccoon to find something here, to find an opportunity. Moya is low. Super is going to come through. Is not going to find a connection, though. The timer is ticking here, and Crazy Raccoon need a kill.
Oh, big jump in from Mamashi. He was looking for the opening. Does get some damage out. Moya being collapsed on as well, but it's ducked back. It's all just a bait and switch. They know that they hold this lead, but tenuously Mamashi doubles down, extends it out by 3. Make that 5 as Yume gets involved. And it's Milk Rio tucked in behind the box is the right-hand side. They will go clean it up. Mamashi finding that one. And 3R Gaming proving that that upper bracket final was not a fluke, and there is a real possibility that they take this whole tournament.
That's definitely the aim here. That's definitely the goal. I have to say, it's, again, making it a little bit questionable that Crazy Raccoon are leaving that Melody pick open. We've seen it being picked against them so many times, and more often than not, it was a real threat to them. But let's see if they have a plan here for game number 3. Blue Star was again picked up by CR. The perspectives have been reversed here, so it is CR on the bottom now rather than the top, so just keep that in mind.
Well, 3R Gaming in position to snag away at least the first set. Mamashi up the right-hand side, although technically, given our last perspective, left-hand side. So is this how you see the world, Teddy, as a European broadcasting in Australia?
I wish it worked like that, but unfortunately, we all get the same perspective here. But let's see here if there is a chance for CR to find an opening before Crazy Raccoon go aggressive with that Melody, and they're trying to go for some aggressive plays already. Memeshi used 1 dash, still has 2 left, so doesn't need to worry too much just yet. Gets a few extra hit, but doesn't get in range for the notes, and now he's down to just the final super. Has to pump it early on, and I'm not entirely sure about that play.
I mean, it's not the be-all and end-all just yet. Mamashi jumping in on Shidampo again, but it's Yume to find the opener, and the follow-up, an absolute whomping onto Milk Rio, and all of a sudden, 3R Gaming in a prime position with 30 seconds on the clock as they find yet another one to take this set away. Sakura with the fadeaway shots. Mamashi as well has that super. Yume holding 5 of those stars, and Mamashi's just going to play spoiler. Gets up in the face of Crazy Raccoon to give Yume some breathing room. That's exactly what you're looking for. The damage booster there. The jump back sets Yume up for the kill. Another kill. Yume is just rocking Crazy Raccoon right now.
Crazy plays here from 3R Gaming, and that is going to be game and set here for the Japanese squad. Beautifully done across the board as they will open up the scoreboard here in our grand finals. And Crazy Raccoon already off with a bit of a tough start.
Yeah, look, 3R Gaming having a solid grasp there. Crazy Raccoon just couldn't find much traction, if any, in those last 2 rounds, and with the bounty going the way of 3R Gaming, it sets them up for yet another victory. I mean, realistically, they've got a huge amount of momentum under the belt. They've made the upper bracket run, and now they've just gone and proved that it wasn't a fluke, and they are capable of taking down a team like Crazy Raccoon.
We've seen them being capable of it, for sure, in the upper bracket semifinals. They were able to make it look good as well. They looked very confident. They looked very strong. And so far, opening up the series as a victory is a great way to get some momentum on their side. As I mentioned earlier, Memeshi used to play with those guys. I think it was 2 years ago for the last time. So he knows them in and out, knows what they like to play, knows their strategies, and he's making sure to utilize that for his team.
Well, first set goes the way of 3R Gaming. They need 2 more to be crowned the LPL Brawl Stars Asia Pacific Tour 1 champions. And I mean, that's a pretty impressive thing to start off this run, this brand new run of third-party tournaments between LPL and Supercell to claim that title for yourself and look to go into the second one, later on this year and defend your title. I mean, 3R Gaming is setting themselves up for a bit of a dynasty, maybe.
They're looking super good so far. They've been wildly impressive throughout this tournament. And I mean, I already said, you know, when they beat Next Level, that they were looking very impressive, that it was an unexpected result. When they beat just later, I mean, earlier on today, Crazy Raccoon in the semifinals, it was an upset. It was an impressive performance from them. They're just looking to keep validating all that, you know, and showing to the world that they are a threat to be reckoned with. Maybe they just had a little bit of some unlucky brackets when it comes to the monthly finals, but now, I mean, they're starting to really show how scary they can be towards those top teams.
Yeah, I mean, the seat of power when it comes to Brawl Stars and APAC being Japan for the most part, and 3R Gaming might be looking to strip that crown away from Crazy Raccoon. I mean, Crazy Raccoon have the first pick going into the knockout as well at Bell's Rock. We've seen them do some interesting things so far this tournament, Teddy. Do you reckon they pull out the weird and wonderful yet again?
I think there's definitely a chance they go for the Miko and Kit again. We saw that work quite nicely for them earlier. They did manage to counter it as well before, though, so that's something to keep in mind as well. It's not unbeatable for sure. I think they'll just have to try to opt to be someone careful with this draft, not give too much away. So far, Crazy Raccoon, they still don't have to be too worried either, I would say, about how things are going here. They are known to be a team as well that they like to take risks. They've been caught laughing at the World Finals whilst they were 2 sets behind, a set away from being eliminated. They were laughing on stage and having a chuckle and a good time, and then somehow they reverse sweep their opposition. So I think that for the most part, it's a team you can never count out, no matter their situation. Now, again, they are playing without Tensai, and so far it has shown that they are a little bit weakened by that. Is it enough here for 3R Gaming to take a second set in a row? I don't know. I still would put my money on Crazy Raccoon, but it is definitely not going to be an easy task, no matter what.
Yeah, I mean, the draft is going to be highly impactful as to obviously how every single one of these sets plays out. Whether or not we do get the full 5, I mean, Crazy Raccoon are going to have to bring something that allows them to take a couple of sets off 3R Gaming. But either way, I mean, 3R Gaming definitely have all the momentum behind them. They have looked like the more solid team. In fact, the most solid team in this competition. Crazy Raccoon, like you said, with that Tensai have looked a little bit shakier, whether it's because he is that voice of reason in the team, he's the shot caller, he's the one doing the drives, whatever it is. 3R Gaming aren't playing with that deficit. They've got their call, they're playing happy, they're playing the way that they're used to play. And I mean, looking at the way things are going, Crazy Raccoon, hopefully something's being said in between these maps that you know, brings things back down to earth. So look, guys, we need to ground ourselves, get back in it, and win this tournament, because I mean, Crazy Raccoon by right should be the ones winning it.
They are the favorites here, as we've mentioned before. They aren't quite playing with their full roster, so that does leave a bit of an opening for 3R to try to break through and create some magic. Let's look at this draft, though. We see a Sam being picked. I think our first Sam at all of the tournament, so that is really exciting. Paired up with a Charlie, probably as a measure to, you know, avoid their opposition from picking it against the Sam, and at the same time it has a good matchup as well against the Buster. So overall, I like what I'm seeing here. A promising draft from 3R. Crazy Raccoon more on the safe side, more traditional here for sure, but I like that 3R, despite having the lead, they're still willing to try to innovate and try to bring something new to the table.
Yeah, I mean, innovation is key at the end of the day. If you can innovate and find something that makes it a little bit harder for your opponents to cap. Sakura's just sending it in deep. He's just fully committing into the fight and he's gone. Tampo wipes him out almost immediately, and now it's Yume and Mamashi playing from behind. Yume's gone. I mean, I imagine that 3R Gaming were coming in with a plan. I didn't think that was going to be the plan.
so far things seem to be working out quite nicely. A good attempt from Meshi. That was a valid attempt. Unfortunately, I don't think that even hitting everyone with a super would reload his next super. If it did, there would have been an opportunity there to try to chain supers, but it didn't happen here. Probably was about a hit away. Sakura will get shut down super early on, and 3R kind of playing individually here, taking some risks and getting punished for it.
I mean, look, yeah, I know the game's called Brawl Stars, but there is no need to commit to the brawl immediately and run it down. I don't know, the Sam pick seeming largely ineffectual, mostly because he's just dying immediately. And okay, yeah, I think they're just going next is the game plan. Obviously, this round hasn't played out the way that they wanted to, so I think 3R Gaming are looking to reset and go on the next.
Yeah, I love that in the Twitch chat, Tensai said, "Where's Tensai?" He said he's currently just chilling with a drink and some food, watching his teammates play, cheering for them. And so far, it seems to have been bringing them some good luck here, as Crazy Raccoon are gonna be able to pick up that first game here of knockout. Let's see if they can replicate that success, though, as Sakura is pushing upwards. He's got a lot of value with that super. 3R going very aggressive. Can Sakura find a kill here? Finds one, finds a second, and that is exactly why they brought the Sam into the equation. Make it a triple kill now for Sakura. What a play here on the Sam.
Look, I suppose third time is the charm, if nothing else, but I mean, when your first two attempts are just to run it down, much like we are seeing here, Sakura does survive. Courtesy of the Byron, I do just avoid narrowly throwing it all in the bin. I mean, this Sam pick is very much a coin toss, it feels. They just want to commit to the all-in brawl, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, they just lose. Sam's committing back in, but Milk Rio on the Buster will finish him off. Now Yume on the hunt with the Charlie, trying to finish this Milk Rio Buster off. Tempo is low as well. The Cocoon is there. Yume might have the opening, but it's Marmashi to equalise at a 2 versus 2. Gives the heals over to Yume, looking for that fight. But there's just so much damage down to the 1v1 though. Sprout versus Byron. I mean, what do you think, Daddy? Which way does this go?
Well, it depends really if he can work around those walls. Moya will have the advantage, and there we go. The connection is found, and Crazy Raccoon are a round away from evening the set scores. This is looking promising for them. A Sprout wall down in the mid now. Sakura is still going to be looking for some sort of opening there. He's been playing phenomenally with the Sam, and he gets shut down though. Doesn't get any assistance there from Meshi. Yume was cocooned up, and that is going to be potentially a fatal mistake here for 3R.
I feel like knockout in general was a bit of a fatal mistake for 3R. All the Sam has really done is just feed. Because, I mean, I'm sorry, there's just no two ways about it. You've run it down in 4 out of the 5 rounds and just died almost immediately. Yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. That was rough. That was rough to watch.
They tried something, and they did show us that it could work. You know, the Sam got a triple kill in a round, pretty much single-handedly won them that round. Problem is, I think it was a little bit too tough to replicate. They were able to pull it off once, but the other 4 times, it went the way of Crazy Raccoon. So that was a little bit tough for sure. But I think it's still a good mindset, you know? Despite them winning the first set, they're still trying to innovate, still trying to outdraft here. And unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't work. GG, go next, you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, they will likely be looking to go next. The knockout was pretty quick, so I think they'll be definitely looking towards map 3 in the hot zone in Ring of Fire. I think in terms of what they could bring, I don't know. Who knows? We'll have to wait till we get there. Right now, though, it's time for another quick break. On the other side, the homeward stretch here of the LPL Brawl Stars APAC Tour. We'll see you guys there.
Okay. Play for free and win prizes with LPL Showdown, a weekly tournament series at Let's Play Live. Currently available for Brawl Stars and more. Earn LPL points to redeem in the Showcase shop for subscriptions, digital and physical prizes. Subscribers can also win cash prizes and receive double the LPL points. Sign up for free today at Let's Play Live. Introducing LPL Tournament Builder. Build your own tournaments for up to 16 participants in 3 easy steps. Choose one of the 53 supported titles across PC, console, and mobile. Select the tournament format and number of participants. Set the prizes for your tournament. It's that simple. Your tournaments, your community, your way. Try LPL Tournament Builder for free today at Let's Play Live.
Coming back into it in 3-Hour Gaming. Washed out of the knockout there, unfortunately, as we look to jump into the hot zone ring of fire. We see something new on the horizon here, Teddy.
Yeah, Buzz. I think our first Buzz pick of the tournament as well. A bit of an unusual brawler here, I'm going to be honest. It's not completely unheard of. I just don't think it's necessarily the most meta pick. However, it might still put in some work here. Max and Sandy on their side. On the other side, it's going to be a Byron, a Bell, and a Ruff. Nothing really to deal with the Buzz. However, he is being outranged for the most part.
We'll see just how well they slot in, of course. Jumping on in, Sakura, he's looking to make something happen. It's a 1-for-1 trade, making it a 1-for-2. Going in favour, of course, of Crazy Raccoon. They will start getting that time ticked up onto the objective. This is potentially, again, that spot where things start to spiral out of control. You, mate, trying to contest you to Tampo, but at the cost of so much of his HP. Yeah, Sandy just falls. Once again, we find a Sandy in a matchup here that is just so underwhelming.
Ooh, super there from Sakura doesn't actually stun. He's gonna go down, and again, a waste of a super. Is the second super that he uses that just doesn't really provide any value, where he just dies instantly after without getting damage. The problem with that is that I think that's the hardest part for the Buzz, is getting those supers in the first place. So far, it really seems like Crazy Raccoon have an easy deal here. Let's see though if maybe a play can come through, but Sakura has been really struggling on the Buzz so far.
Well, Sakura will get in, start putting things to work. Will find himself a kill as well, and all of a sudden, bit of a momentum shift, and 3R will start getting time on. Unfortunately for them, Moya on the Ruff is just threatening from that right-hand side with Mukrio in support. Shintampo walks on up, Yume down. Marmishi, the only one in the objective. Saka is very deep in enemy territory, could be isolated and pushed out, and they will just collapse onto Marmishi, knowing if they can remove Marmishi, they can start ticking that time up and potentially look to close it out here. Saka just not in a spot to do anything, will jump on in, looks to collapse, looking for more, big damage coming out. There's no follow-up, just too distant. Unfortunately, again, Sandy really just not contributing, I think, as much as they would have liked in the situation. 60% to the 91 of Crazy Raccoon. One more wipe of this 3R Gaming roster, and it will be Crazy Raccoon taking the first round of this set. There you go, Sakura deep on in, but Yume falls. They both fall, and this will likely be the round going the way of Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, they finally clear out the mid here. Crazy Raccoon take that game and take the lead in this match here. Now a game ahead in hot zone. Good plays overall from them. I still don't like the Sandy here. I still feel like it really struggles at closing the gap. We've seen it time and time over again. I think we've seen Sandy lose so many times on this map in this tournament. I don't really know why they're still bringing it. Yes, it does have some good synergy with the Max, but overall I feel like individually it just doesn't provide super much on this map. Now, Crazy Raccoon, if they can't stop the Buzz as easily as they did in the previous game, it could be a different affair, but look at that. Sakura spawned in, pushed the left side, and got absolutely melted. Same story here for Yume. 3R, sure, they got a few percentages in the board, but they're already caught up by Crazy Raccoon, so right now it's looking like an even more disastrous start in the previous game.
I don't even think we've seen a Sandy win a round, let alone a set, and if we have, I don't think it was down to the Sandy being in play at all. And once again, yeah, look, Yume finds himself isolated, unable to really contribute to Sakura. This has been such a disjointed map already so far for 3R Gaming. The kills that they're finding aren't because they're teaming up and making them happen. It's because, I mean, Crazy Raccoon having to commit to the 1v1s, and it's just not a cohesive playstyle that will likely find success.
It's very tough here for 3R, and every wall that gets opened up makes it even more of a nightmare for the Buzz and for the Sandy. I just think their comp relies too heavily on the very few walls there already are. And 3 supers for Moya. He's already removed pretty much every choke point. 2 more supers and the map is completely open without a single wall. And yeah, that is a very threatening thought here for 3R Gaming. Mameshi slowed down as well by a nest egg. Will survive with 1 HP. Sakura trying to make a play, but Moya is in the zone, capping percentages here for his team.
Now, within 15% of victory, and what could put Crazy Raccoon up onto tournament series point. And with the supply truck coming in, Chidampo finding Yume, Sakura dives in for a last-ditch hero effort, but it's not to be. Crazy Raccoon will just mosey on through the hot zone on the Ring of Fire. 2-7 on the Buzz. The best scoreline for the team there. It's not ideal at all. 3R Gaming putting a lot into the last 2 potential sets of this series, Teddy.
Look at that. 17 kills here, forced to tempo. Flawless performance from him in this set, and I think that 3R outdrafted themselves a little bit with that Buzz. It was a good try, you know, they tried something different again. But at this point, all of their innovations seem to be lacking a little bit here in the grand finals. It worked very nicely in the semifinals, but this time around, they're not finding nearly as much success, and they're getting their backs against the wall now, a single set away from losing those grand finals to Crazy Raccoon, which on the other hand are getting very close to becoming our LPL APAC Tours champions.
Well, I mean, innovations implies some level of success, I think, Teddy, and unfortunately there hasn't been much success on these slightly out of left field drafts. Going into the Brawl Ball though, I don't really know if there's much room for this out of pocket drafting style that we've seen out of 3R Gaming in the hot zone. I think you want to go a little bit more conventional, something that is going to allow you to play synergistically and move that ball up the field towards your opponent's goal. But in saying that, who's to know what Crazy Raccoon might pull out of the bag?
We've seen a wild variety of different picks here on center stage. I still think that we haven't seen enough Rico. We did see quite a bit of it, but I still feel like it's a very dominant brawler here. I think that they might want to be a little bit careful regarding leaving that Melody open on the Crazy Raccoon side of things, because they've shown multiple times that they don't necessarily want to play it, but then they leave it open, which is giving us some mitigated results, let's say it that way. We want to be very careful of tanks here, of course, as well, because they can be very annoying. Even if you have some nice tank counters, they can still give you a run for your money. We saw earlier against Revenant, Crazy Raccoon, they had 3 tank counters. They were facing 2 tanks, and they still lost that set. So you want to be very, very careful about how you draft here. I think that if you make even the slightest mistake in your draft, things can be over rather quickly.
Oh, yeah. I mean, one full team wipe, and if you got players in the right position, those brawlers can just run the ball up the field and score. Crazy Raccoon will have first pick going into the Brawl Ball, setting themselves up potentially for the final map of the tournament in victory, claiming that crown for themselves. I mean, maybe it is that Tensai buff. Him sitting in chat watching his teammates play might have been enough to motivate them to get this over the finish line.
Yeah, they're going to have to be incredibly careful with those bans, though. And even in the draft process, there's been a lot of very threatening brawls on this map. We've talked about the Rosa, the Jackie. I think Buster is also really, really solid here. The free goal opportunities with his gadget are still incredibly threatening. It is a map where I don't mind Sandy either. If there aren't too many tanks against it, I think it can still do really well. We mentioned Rico. I think that maybe the Max could see some play here again. We haven't seen any Nita here. I think it's been banned a few times, but I would really love to see some Nita. I think it's a pretty good map for it. And overall, make sure that both teams have enough tank awareness in their draft, that they don't leave too many weaknesses towards those tanks, because I'm expecting to see some tanks in play, and you want to make sure you're ready to deal with that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, given that frontline possibilities, pairing the Rosa and the Jackie earlier for Revenant, no, I don't know how effective that was ever going to be. You just lack the range to really threaten your opponents. But yeah, nice healthy mix of that too. I wonder, I mean, Buster has proved almost invaluable in the Brawl Ball so far this tournament.
It really has, and at times, even if like the draft doesn't necessarily make sense, even if you have losing matchups, just overwhelming amount of HP and movement speed can still do the job, can still let you win. Sure, Revenant earlier did struggle for the most part. They still won that set. There was a little bit of choking from Crazy Raccoon. There were some mistakes, and look at them go. 3R Gaming immediately pulling the same cards as Revenant did, and there is the Jackie Rosa brought back into the mix. It is going to be paired with an Angelo as well, so they will have some nice range over there. Japan's Crazy Raccoon here are going to be bringing some tank counters in Ems and of course Otis. I don't think they're my favorites either, but a lot of options are out of the equation. I think Charlie is one of the options we would have loved to see here that was banned out. Same with Nita. So they are somewhat limited in their option. I'm even wondering if maybe like a Shelly could have been an idea. They're not gonna bring it out here. Let's see though how this goes. As Crazy Raccoon still have the upper hand, but this draft is looking pretty scary regardless here for 3R.
I mean, they very targeted bans coming out of Crazy Raccoon. They banned the Melody, the Charlie, and the Buster away from this 3R Gaming roster. And yeah, I think the Angelico is going to have to put in a lot of work, having 2 very close-range brawlers in the Rosa and the Jackie. You need that Angelico to really be chipping away at the health bars to set those 2 heavy impact tank brawlers up for some kills. And Angelico Mamashi is going to work with it. Ems and Otis with that Max have proved pretty tough to deal with. I mean, having that mute on the Otis means that we're not seeing Rosa get off the super or the hyper in a convincing manner. And so there you go. You may fall. Sakura back up to provide that front line for Mamashi. Ball cross to the right-hand side of the field up towards Moya, who does have that hyperdrive, but Yume come in and off the spawn. Will be able to pick it up and look for a corner clearance, trying to get herself in position. They will find the pick on the Moya, no Max, but Milk Rio coming in from the back, trying to finish up that kill. Mamashi sending those shots in. Sakura looking to intercept as well. Oh dear, that is less than ideal.
Nice kill from Moya onto Yume. The Meshi goes down, and this should be a score. Yep, the tempo slots it in, and it's going to be Crazy Raccoon now with a goal advantage. A minute left on the clock here for 3R Gaming to try to make a play happen. Yume pushing up, does manage to get the kill. Will get muted. Milkro is there to trade back some damage. Moya gets the ball cornered. Sakura should be able to get that kill as well, and will get it indeed. 50 seconds left now. And the positioning is right here for 3R Gaming, but they will need an opening to score.
Yeah, you mate just needs to wait. Regen up some of that HP. Mamashi needs to really be chipping away at these Crazy Raccoon members. You may send it in deep. They're going to come in on the shit tempo, and Sakura pops that holy moly. An interesting call. Pass in towards Mamashi. Looks for the shot. Oh, Milkrio, that's a dangerous game. We'll get the clearance out. The Moya as they finish off Yume as well. Interesting call. I mean, they've got the goal. They're just going to chuck it back in their own corner, and they're going to look to spawn trap 3R game. This is a brilliant read.
Very well played here by Crazy Raccoon. This defense has been very close, but they managed to hold on to it. And what's better than a defense? It's an offense here, as they were able to just buy some time, win that game, and that is match point. What am I saying? Tournament point coming up now for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a bit of a clawback from them going down in the upper bracket finals, 3-2, losing in that last set in the gem grab, beating out Revenant in that lower bracket final, and then get themselves back up to be primed and ready 2-1 with a one round lead, in the set. They're about to close out the entire tournament here. 2 quick goals and it could all be over. Shitampo working the ball at the field. Rio gives the clearance. Shot is going to be wide open as Yume is not going to spawn in time. And Crazy Raccoon hitting those afterburners, looking to close it out quick, I think.
It's going to take everything they have here for 3R to turn this around here. Sakura was a nice double pull, but does get shut down. Yume will also fall. Umeshi trying to buy some time, but he's getting pinched heavily. Will fall as well. And it's full on map control now for Crazy Raccoon. We've seen them make some mistakes. We've seen them choke earlier against Revenant in this particular set. This time around, they are really not messing around. Let's see, though, if they can create some sort of an opening here on the 3R side to try to equalize and takes this further. But so far, it's looking tough. A team wipe is there.
That's it.
And I think they have done it, Billy. That is going to be it here. Crazy Raccoon slotted in. Game, match, and tournament here for Crazy Raccoon, as they are gonna be your LPL APEC Tour champions.
I think it's the first time we've seen Moya's face. He's been so busy focused on the game. He's always looking down. There we go. He's right back to it. But yeah, no, Teddy, our champions for the first LPL Brawl Stars APAC Tour. Crazy Raccoon in the All Japan final. And again, unfortunately, the draft, I think, letting 3R Gaming down there a little bit, just a heavy focus on, it's not, yeah, I can understand what the game plan was with the Rosa and Jackie, but the lack of gap close, not being able to actually get close enough to find those picks and open up the field, really punished them in the end. And I think at this Otis, we might start seeing more of, at least in the Brawl Ball, that mute, I mean, completely isolates Rosa and denies any chance of that extra tank ability.
I think that potentially a mistake here as well. Not even being the Jackie and Rosa might be the fact that they first picked Angelo, I think, over the Max, which I think would have paired better and also kept it away from their position. So a few mistakes here and there. It was still a fantastic round from 3R. They did manage to beat Crazy Raccoon earlier today, so they can still be very proud about their achievements. I'm sure that this tournament is going to give them a lot of confidence moving into the further months of the BSC.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a heck of a run throughout the tournament. The LPL Brawl Stars APAC Tour started yesterday here in the playoffs of the Pro Division. We started with 8 teams, we whittled it down to 2, and it ended up being a 3-1 victory for Crazy Raccoon, having to make that lower bracket run against Revenant. And I mean, it's a huge number of matches that we've seen them play. 3R Gaming, look, they still end up in second. They still end up in the money. And I mean, it provides a lot of positivity, I think, and a lot of hope for the future for these teams that have looked very, very solid in the coming months for the other LPL Brawl Stars APAC tours that we are going to be having. There's 2 more this year, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic series here for 3R. So I think they can be very proud of themselves. Of course, a huge congratulations to Crazy Raccoon for a phenomenal performance, despite missing one of their key players here. They've played solid all round, made some mistakes, but they also made the right adjustments to still guarantee a victory. So I think that they can be very happy as well with their performance throughout the tournament.
It has been a great run, and once again, if you want to get involved in the action, check out LPL Show. You could be playing yourself some Brawl Stars 1v1 tournaments. QR code on screen or ! showdown in the chat. Once again, massive shout out to Supercell for bringing this level of competition to APAC. We've got 2 more of these tournaments brought to you by LPL and Supercell. well. It's great to see Brawl Stars getting its chance to shine in the APAC region, providing more of these opportunities so that we can develop the scene a little bit better. And Teddy, I mean, how did you find it? Was it all you hoped it would be here in APAC?
I think it was absolutely awesome. This is always one of my favorite regions to work with. I've fallen in love with this region years ago at this point, and I think it's just amazing to see these opportunities for the players. And, you know, as you were just shouting out the LPL platform, I think this is a moment as well for all those APAC players to show up, because they've been asking for those tournaments. I want to see them all play in those tournaments, and it's been nice, though, to see some of those teams show up, some retired players from, like, years ago coming in, because this is exactly what they were asking for. So I'm thrilled for this region, and it's been an honor to be a part of this.
Yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure, but we are done for now. Until next time, we'll see you guys around. Stay safe. We'll see you then.